Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. We've got a lot planned for tonight. My last video project just finished uploading to YouTube, so I can have it ready. I've got like a bunch of different things lined up. But we are here to implement a lot of the new things that we learned from the recent hearings into our overview and discussion, not overview, really more like a in-depth discussion of the timeline. You know, in terms of looking at the state's theory of the case, and also in terms of assessing the strength of the defense's argument in support of their motion for a Franks hearing. We've got a lot that we're going to do here. Also, I've got the Best of Ashley Jennings compilation. I don't know if you could call it the best. You could also call it. And it's going to be hilarious. But one thing I wanted to do is let me show you guys this first, because I thought this would be interesting. Let's see here. So here's what I wanted to show you guys. So, okay. I thought it would be interesting just to look real quick. I'm not going to read through the whole thing because it would be like a whole other thing, right? The Daybell case. So, but what I want to do is just take a look at what these PCAs look like, just because it's Idaho, right? So, you know, same state, obviously, recently. So what do these look like, you know, in comparison to what we have seen in this particular case? So this is going to have both Chad's and Lori's. So again, we're not going to read through all of it. I mean, we can do that another time if you guys want, but just to see, like, looking at it, right? So, so Ron Ball here, and the way it was scanned is kind of funny. Like some of it's really zoomed in and some of it's not as zoomed in. Okay. So, and welcome you guys. Happy to see y'all. Welcome to Victorine, Moonvale. Love to see you guys again. So, okay. So maybe I need to zoom out a little bit. Okay. So first it's starting like already look at the difference though in like the qualifications, right? Over 2,500 hours of training. I mean, qualified to be a lead detective, believe it or not, right? Shocking. And so here we're going to just see them outlining the case here. This is for Chad. Talking to Melanie Gibb. There's the zombies. They served a search warrant through the investigation. They're talking about the JJ being registered at school, the last verifiable sighting of Tylee. And now here we go with this, right? So the trip was further established by tracking the GPS cell tower connections and Google account information on Alex Cox's phone. And now here comes the cast. I'm still here. The StreamYard's doing the spinning wheel. So I'm still here. So welcome to everybody. So speaking of which, get ready for this compilation we're going to watch here in just a second. I was just waiting for you guys to join. Y'all are going to love this. You're going to love this so much. I'm so excited. And so welcome to everybody. And okay, so again, so for anyone who's just now joining, I just wanted to show you guys as an example, right? This is the PCA for Chad and Lori, also Idaho, right? Also recently. And so what does this look like, right? Just to compare and contrast, right? So check it out. So here we get to the cast part, right? So the cast team, Alex Cox's phone, uses cellular devices, GPS data points, cell tower connections, Wi-Fi, Google, all this stuff. Don't worry, we're going to delve way into this tonight. You guys, I think we're all going to learn a lot. This is important. The GPS data points used by CAST are considered to be highly accurate and can place the device within a 6-meter radius. So that's about the same as like your iPhone cache location data. Regular GPS is not that accurate, but with CAST, right, they have now of course this depends, and we're going to get into that more as well when it comes to the individuals and what they've got going on with their phone. So so they were able to track all this. And remember with Alex, he was never prosecuted because he was deceased before, but a lot of this is with his phone. So anyway, but again, not to get into, most of you guys are probably familiar with that case, but regardless, without delving into the facts of the case, just to look at the difference here, right? Are you guys seeing a difference? Like, think about the PCA with BK, and even think about the hearings. What's the thing I've been talking about, right? Location data, location. And all we hear about is the cell towers and the CDR. And we're going to talk about it, right? Because and just for those of you guys who've been there for the Adelson streams, we looked at Katie's PCA, same thing. With all these other cases, they have GPS data points, right? And okay, so just keep that in mind. So again, the way this is scanned, it's the sizing changes, but anyway. So now they've got wiretapping, text conversations. I mean, this is just, it goes on and on. I mean, you can see the difference, right? It just how thorough, completely different. I mean, but just to see here. So it goes on, right? Now we're gonna, and there's executing a search warrant. We're gonna go on to Lori's though, because it's actually different. And again, this is just the way it was scanned. I know it looks weird. Okay, so now we have Lori's PCA. Same detective. I think this is really interesting, right? Because they were, both charged. So co-defendants, same detective, but the PCAs are different. Now his background and training is going to be the same, but he didn't just copy and paste the same one, which is awesome, right? See, look at this one, the Jeep Wrangler. That's not even mentioned in chats. Like, it's a completely separate, incredible. Like, wow. I mean, it just, so again, you can just see it's almost like it's the same case, but almost like built entirely two separate cases. It's really fucking impressive. I mean, so it just goes on and on. Okay, so I just wanted to show you guys just the difference, right? Because, Ashley Jennings made this whole thing in the hearing. In Idaho, we attach a blah, 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 as if to make it seem like what they did is normal for Idaho and their PCA is normal. And so I just wanted to show you guys what other Idaho PCAs look like. So there you go. Okay, so now, agreed. And welcome again, Denise. Night and day, right? Okay. Are you guys ready though? Should we start? We'll probably watch it more than once. Should we start with the best of Ashley Jennings? Because this is going to be amazing. Maybe we should do that. And again, we'll probably watch it more than once. It's great. It's great. Okay. So I'm just going to unshare, reshare. Are you guys ready? Don't hurt yourselves laughing now, or try not to. Okay. Woo! Okay, I'm going to say, just to say for the background. So this is completely in chronological order of her argument. So I didn't move anything around. Literally, it's exactly in order. Also, there's a couple little parts where I muted her because it's actually funnier if you just see her gestures. So if you're like, where's the sound? That was done on purpose. I think it's actually funnier. So yeah, okay. Oh, by the way, I picked that font on purpose for her name because I feel like it's a font that she would use. Right there.
I think now, Mr. Mayer, are you going to address the IGG Franks issue, or is Ms. Jennings going to cover all of it?
Your Honor, I think I'm going to cover all of it.
All right, go ahead.
I'm going to attempt to.
I didn't catch that the other times. I'm going to attempt to. Now watch.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This was a massive investigation. I'll concede I think there's an issue there, but that's not what happened. I don't think that any officer can submit a statement that they know is going to go in front of a magistrate and do so recklessly. And if they do so, then I agree that the court should take issue with that. Defendant is correct.
Here's my concern with you telling me that at this stage of things. Where in the record is that currently? Apart from anything you may have submitted after they filed the Frank's motion.
What specifically?
That there are 3 towers.
I believe
Remember,
I referenced it in my response.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't, if you give me evidence and I rely on that evidence, then I have to give them a full Frank's hearing. And so I get concerned when you start telling me things that are not necessarily part of the evidence.
Understood. We can.
So when it does that, that's when it's a sick burn because she got in trouble. So when you see that, I think it happens another time in this as well. So yeah.
Not necessarily part of the evidence.
Understood. We can.
Sick burn.
We can move past the number of towers. Here's what is in evidence, though. Regardless, none of this has any bearing on the validity of the search warrant. There's kind of 2 buckets of attacks here.
What were they?
Okay. And
Pro clutching.
and even if the state,
okay, I'm pausing real quick. I know, right? The buckets. So I went through this every single second. I didn't skip anything because sometimes there's times where she's not talking and she's doing something funny. And so I by doing this, right, and making this, I found a lot of things that I missed and probably a lot of people missed that were hilarious. But yes, the buckets was one of them. But this is the pearl clutching. So let me back that up a second so that we can get the full effect.
and even if the state's wrong, that somehow there was some exculpatory relevance to some of her statements not being included in the probable cause affidavit. You can take all of it out and the magistrate would still have probable cause.
Y'all.
Well,
this one is great. Let's watch this. This is great. These are in chronological order. So these are back to back. Hold on.
Cause. Well, the simple answer is investigators knew what she saw was real. And we know it wasn't a dream because they found the evidence discovered the next morning. Those statements didn't need to be included in the PC affidavit because they weren't exculpatory.
Literally nothing needed to be included.
They didn't support this idea that this didn't really happen.
Yeah. So, oh my God. By the way, I just want to point out a couple things. You'll notice she has these crazy eyes a number of times. And I think you can really see it in the clips that we're going to see that where there's no sound. She gets these crazy eyes. There's a couple times where she gestures directly towards the camera. We're going to point those out. And she has a couple moments where I've been calling them as I made this, her Shakespeare moment. They're kind of like this Shakespearean gesture. And then there's other times when she starts talking about the car, she's like, can barely speak. It's like really weird gibberish type stuff. And the voice. And then she does this thing with her voice. That's why I was saying this, because like she says stuff really weirdly. There's just, I don't know what is going on. Like when we were watching this last time, Kat Randall, who was in the chat, was just cracking me up with all of these comments. Like, does she need help? Like, is this a situation where there's somebody who needs actual like medical help and we're witnessing this and we're not getting them the help they need? And I was just dying. Anyway, okay, so let me back this up a second so that we can get this full clip.
Included in the PC affidavit because they weren't exculpatory. They didn't support this idea that this didn't really happen, that somehow we got it wrong. Well, this picture they're painting about how this happened just is simply not true.
Ew.
They can't tell that was
you guys. This is the part that is so weird about the car. I don't know what it's like. I don't know what's going on with
they're painting about how this happened just is simply not true. They can't tell that was a Hyundai Elantra. To them, it doesn't look like, I guess, a Hyundai Elantra.
Sorry, can we watch that one again? So again, one of the ones where I took the sound out because what she was saying didn't matter. But like even there, I just put it back 5 seconds. Look at that. Actually, that might even be like the exact same frame that I have for her overlay, which I'll show you guys when we're finished with this video. So like just watch the crate. Like this is
Film it doesn't look like, I guess, a Hyundai Elantra.
Oh my God.
Excuse me?
Oh my God.
But we know that's not true.
All right, we have to watch that one again. This is just incredible.
Excuse me?
Her face. Her face.
But we know that's not true. Logic is flawed. Again, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, next, the briefing addresses the IGG issue. And
is it possible to tell from the affidavit what?
Just pausing real quick. Yes, too fast for please. Welcome back again. Hippler should have asked for a urinalysis testing from her as soon as that hearing was over. No kidding. And actually, if you watch him too, I mean, you want to watch her, but you know, again, we'll probably watch this more than once. I have as I was making it, and even after that, because I was just been cracking me up. What I've noticed is when she's doing the crazy eyes directly at him and directly at the camera, he looks away, like he can't, like it makes him uncomfortable. And I don't blame him.
Shots and what cameras were relied upon to make the identification?
I know that the app. Well, I don't know that you needed to. I don't know that all of that information had to be included.
That wasn't my question.
Sick burn. y'all, there's so he's basically scolding her, right? He's like, that wasn't my question. And you guys have already heard what he said, but that's why I muted it and zoomed in on her face, because look at her face and just after the sick burn. So sick burn, hold on.
Well, I don't know that you needed to. I don't know that all of that information had to be included.
That wasn't my question.
No. Nor did we need to.
Oh, that's okay. That's one of her Shakespearean moments right there.
No. Nor did we need to.
It's insane.
And at the end of the day,
there it is.
I can't wrap my head around. Defendant makes kind of hay about the dog barking. And this is just a reach for me.
That's not.
And again, this fact just does not diminish. Take out all information related to the dog.
Oh my God, that gesture there with the arm. That's not the Shakespearean one. That's more like, I don't even know what you would call it. It's more like a figure skating type of move. I don't even know. What?
And again, this fact just does not diminish. Take out all information related to the dog.
And again, we're gonna watch it one more time. Watch Judge Hippler. He's not looking at her. He's not making eye contact with her.
Does not diminish. Take out all information related to the dog.
Like, what even is that?
At the end of the day, yeah.
There literally at the end of the day, yeah. Like what?
Day. Yeah. There was sufficient probable cause with or without this information. Well, I don't know that I completely wrap my head around the defendant's logic in this.
Again, with
at the end of the day. Okay.
We had at the end of the day, yeah, and then at the end of the day, okay. So it's like it's not even bad enough if she just repeats that, but like she doesn't even have a thought. Like there's no thought. Like normally if you say that, it's like you're gonna try to prove a point, right? That's why it's crazy. It's like at the end of the day, yeah, or at the end of the day, okay, like what the fuck?
Direction of travel, like
let me back that up. That's a good one. And then she has a lot of buffering going on here. And then there's a really funny one that is coming up here too in a second, where she says 7 minutes, not 7 minutes or something. It's bizarre.
Direction of travel, like this assumption assumes that cars can't change direction of travel.
There, look at that.
We're not talking about 7 minutes.
What is happening? And the thing is, some of this too, you couldn't appreciate if you were watching it, like I'm sure everybody was, on 1.25 or 1.5 speed. This is in this is in normal speed. Okay. So like this gesture here, let me back it up a second, where she just like suspends and it's like she's suspended in time with her arm up. That would not have translated if it was not on normal speed.
I mean, this assumption assumes that cars can't change direction of travel.
Here.
We're not talking
I did
about.
not pause that. One more time. I did not pause that. That happened in real time.
Of travel. We're not talking about.
Also, that's also not muted, by the way. One more time. I didn't do anything to that, except maybe it's zoomed in a little bit so you can see her face. But that was her. That's all her.
Travel.
Are you?
We're not talking about 7 minutes. We're talking about 7 minutes.
You guys.
We're not talking about 7 minutes. We're talking about 7 minutes.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good
Whether
one.
or not the car was pointed in a different direction or not. It's a leap for me. Does that answer?
Well, it's your answer, so.
Let's say it was.
Oh my God.
Well, the magistrate still had enough information before her to grant probable cause for the arrest. Even if you want to make that leap, at the end of the day, this fact just has no bearing on the
Beautiful.
probable cause determination.
Law Squirrel Productions, LLC.
It's a house.
Of course, we have to have that. So let's watch this again, because honestly, it's funnier. It just gets better and better. And I know there's some squirrel friends here who are just now joining us. So, okay. I just love it. She is a mess. I know.
I think now, Mr. Nye, were you going to address the IGG Franks issue?
So
Or
for anyone who just now got here, right? So this is fun. This is funny. This is like a comedy, whatever, compilation. Best of Ashley Jennings. And again, all this is in chronological order of the way she had it in the hearings.
Ms. Jennings is going to cover all of it.
Your Honor, I think I'm going to cover all of it.
All right, go ahead.
I'm going to attempt to.
Look how excited she is. I mean, that's another, like, look at the thing is, watch her face when she walks over and how excited she is. Watch her face. It's, look.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Now the way she says that, it's almost like she's a serial killer. Like, is that not creepy, guys? Again, some of this you just couldn't appreciate on 1.25 or 1.5 speed. And this is normal speed. Like, even for me, having gone through all this and made it, like, I'm still like, oh my God, there's little things that I'm noticing still for the first time. Like, the way she says that is creepy.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
It's like, I'm going to kill you and eat you.
This was a massive investigation.
Oh,
I'll concede I think there's an issue there. But that's not what happened.
crazy eyes.
I don't think that any officer can submit a statement that they know is going to go in front of a magistrate and do so recklessly.
But even if they did.
And if they do so, then I agree.
Yeah.
That has to, the court should take issue with that. Defendant is cruel.
Here's my concern with you telling me that at this stage of things. Where in the record is that currently? Apart from anything you may have submitted after they filed the Franks motion.
What specifically?
That there are 3 towers.
I believe I referenced it in my response.
Yeah, but that doesn't, if you give me evidence and I,
like the awkward moments, they're so much better when you watch them at normal speed, right?
rely on that evidence, then I have to give them a full Franks hearing. And so I get concerned when you start telling me things that are not necessarily part of the evidence.
Understood.
Sick
We
burn.
can move past the number of towers. Here's what is in evidence, though. Regardless, none of this has any bearing on the validity of the search warrant.
So the things that are part of the drinking game, right? We've got that nothing was needed for the probable cause, right? We didn't need this for probable cause. That's one thing, right? We got at the end of the day, right? We've got whenever she talks about it's a leap for me, it's a reach for me, and then not being able to wrap her head around something. Those are just to name a few. I'm sure there's others.
There's kind of two buckets of attacks here.
What were they?
Okay. And
We're all pledging.
And even if the state's wrong, that somehow there was some exculpatory relevance to some of her statements not being included in the probable cause affidavit. You can take all of it out and the magistrate would still have probable cause. Well,
oh God,
the simple answer is
I love that one. Let's just watch that one again. So good. So good.
well,
Wow.
the simple answer is investigators knew what she saw was real. And we know it wasn't a
We're
dream
laughing. Victory
because they found the evidence discovered the next morning. Those statements didn't need to be included in the PC affidavit because they weren't exculpatory. They didn't support this idea that this didn't really happen.
Crazy eyes.
That somehow we got it wrong. Well, this picture they're painting about how this happened just is simply not true. They can't tell that was a Hyundai Elantra. To them, it doesn't look like, I guess, a Hyundai Elantra.
Crazy eyes. Y'all. Gesturing there is so crazy, weird, creepy.
Excuse me?
Oh my God.
But we know that's not true.
That's what it is about her face. Her face literally looks like those eyes. It's like literally she's gonna try to eat you alive, like kill you and eat you. Like what? Look at these eyes. These eyes, nuts.
Excuse me? But we know that's not true. Logic is flawed. Again, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, next, the briefing addresses the IGG issue.
Is it possible to tell from the affidavit what shots and what cameras were relied upon to make the identification?
I know that I don't know that you needed to. I don't know that all of that information had to be included.
That wasn't my question.
Drink.
No. Nor did we need to.
Shakespeare moment.
And at the end of the day,
Drink.
I can't wrap my head around.
Drink.
Defendant makes kind of hay about the dog barking. And this is just a reach for me.
Drink.
And again, this fact just does not diminish. Take out all information related to the dog.
Double drink on that one because of the gesture.
At the end of the day,
Drink.
yeah. There was sufficient.
Sorry, I missed another drink moment. There's y'all are cracking me up. I mean, yes, absolutely. So she walked herself straight into a hole and then has quicksand in it. Yep. Let me back that one up because we missed that one at the end of the day. Yeah, that was like a triple header there with the drinks. Hopefully you guys are drinking water and not alcohol.
Yeah. There was sufficient probable cause with or without this information.
Oh, I didn't go back far enough.
Well, okay.
Okay, here.
Information related to the dog.
That was the double drink. Because
At the end of the day,
that's the other drink. Third drink.
yeah. There was sufficient probable cause with or without this
Oh,
information.
drink.
Well, I still, I don't know that I completely wrap my head around the defendant's
Drink.
logic in this. At the end of the day,
Y'all.
okay. The direction of travel, like, this assumption assumes that cars can't change direction of travel. We're not talking about 7 minutes. We're talking
Y'all, I love that part. That again, for anyone who's seeing this for the first time, this part here, I did not mute it. I did not pause it. And you would have missed this if you watched it not on normal speed. But she literally gets like suspended in time as if she's frozen with her arm up and making weird face. It's amazing.
this assumption assumes that cars can't change direction of travel.
Right here.
We're not talking about 7 minutes. We're talking about 7 minutes. Whether or not the car was pointed in a different direction or not. It's a leap for me.
Drink.
Does that answer?
Well, it's your answer, so.
Let's say it was. Well,
Heard
you still, the magistrate still had enough information before her to grant probable cause for
Drink.
the arrest. Even if you want to make that leap.
Drink.
At the end of the day, this fact just has no bearing on the probable cause determination.
Y'all. Look at that squirrel. So I'm gonna pause it real quick. So in case if you notice on the I don't even know what you call that, the clapper, it makes the clappy sound for the movies. So look, it says, look, director, you're supposed to put a name, and then cameraman, you're supposed to put a name, and it's the Squangwin. Look, the Squangwin wrote it. See, that's their handwriting, the Squangwin's handwriting. Because they're I had so much fun making this. I love watching the shimmer happen here. Cute. I love it. Law Scroll Productions, LLC. Yes, accurate. Oh, y'all. It's so good though, right? It's so good. Oh my God, Rochelle making a great point. I need to watch this every day and do water shots. I'll definitely get my water in for the day. Yep. Facts. It is so funny. Right. The twice on Sunday thing was like, yep. So we have this at our disposal to watch whenever we want a good laugh. But let me pull up now. Okay, so now we're gonna switch gears to talking about the cell phone, right? So okay. And we can always come back to the video. Okay. So we've got more video things we're going to do. I've got a lot of presentations ready. But here's what I wanted to look at. So the pen trap and trace. All right. So okay, before I get ahead of myself, let's just take a look at this. So because again, what do I always say, right? I'm like, where's the GPS location or GPS and or other location data? Again, we've talked a lot about that, how that is the most accurate thing. And so I did some research, right? And in terms of like, because we've talked a lot about like on the phone, right? So when you have like whether it's Android or iPhone, right? They have the cache location data that is considered to be like the most accurate, and after doing further research now, like tied with like pen trap and trace. Okay, so and well, I guess the pen trap and trace is usually considered to be maybe a little bit more accurate, but the phone location data is actually updated more frequently. So it's kind of a toss up for that. But the difference being, right, too. So if you think about it, right, where do you get that location data that we've talked about before? You get that from a Cellbrite extraction. So the reason why I didn't have as much familiarity until this case with pen trap and trace is because, it's not, I don't know that I've seen a trial where it came up, but when would they use it? They use it when they don't have the phone, right? So when you think about it, it's like trying to remotely get information from the phone that you would be getting from a Cellbrite extraction. And of course, we know that Bryan Kohberger's phone has been extracted, right? But the pen trap and trace would be trying to get that location data before they have the phone, right? To track him. And as we know, they were already doing the cell phone pings off the towers and the, call detail records, right? But you can only get so far with that, as we've discussed. So I'm just scrolling to the part. Okay, so now we're going to see what actually were they asking for, right? So why does this matter? Because when we know this is what they're asking for, right? And like, if we know what they're asking for and what they would have gotten, but they don't have it, it means it didn't exist, right? All right, okay. So pen trap, so they're asking for telephony, so like phone calls, right? Text messaging, cell site location, packet data, Wi-Fi, call detail records, cell site location, subscriber info, right? All that stuff. GPS ping. And see, so here's a perfect example. Location services every 15 minutes. Perfect example. And we're going to get to another presentation that shows the example of when you get like from the iPhone cache, right? So like with that, it's like updating it like every 8 seconds. So like I said, right? The frequency, see, they don't have an option for more than that. They can do 15, 30, or 60. The frequency, the first place prize goes to the phone location, whether it's iPhone or Android. Okay. That gets first prize. Okay. So all this is as they can check it every 15 minutes. All right. So GPS ping and then other location, event-based location. Okay. So okay, now this is more specific, right? So usage and location information. So this is like cell site, but what I want to see here. Okay, this is what I'm seeing in my mind. I'm like, where is all this information? Where is all this information, right? So GPS, latitude and longitude, right? Give me those coordinates. Physical address of the cellular antenna. Okay, I think, see again, like they have that, like that's not, it's like whatever. Subscriber identity, like, but like the thing that we don't have is we don't have the GPS. We don't have location. We don't have location. Okay. So that's what I wanted to take a look at for the pen trap and trace. Okay. So now let me see what you guys say in the chat. Clapperboard. Is that the official name? Thank you. Thank you, Kane. If that's the real name, then that's hilarious. It's so funny when things are named like what would be something you would call it if it didn't have a name. Okay, good night. Thanks for being here. Good night. Right. That's a good point. So, right. To get an unbelievable, for sure. Right. And that's a whole other thing, the overbroadness. Right. But again, for me, when thinking about the cell phone and the timeline and all the stuff that we heard, them talking about, it's like, so where is all this information, right? I've been thinking a lot about this. So this brings us to the next thing we're going to do, which is we're going to go to this and we're going to work through the cell phone stuff as it comes up in chronological order with the hearing. So okay, here we go. Okay, so this is another thing I made. So this is, I went through went back through the hearings, all of them, right? I went back through and I pulled out all of the things that were, I don't know if you guys ever look at the video description, but all the things that pertain to either especially maybe supportive of like the motion for Franks, or were new information, or pertain to timeline, car, cell phone. And then the other thing I looked for too is anytime that there was something that was said that was referencing prior testimony when the hearing was closed, or an affidavit that was sealed, where like now we're getting a little bit more information than what we had. Where like they referenced something that was, yeah, like a prior witness, because one of the things we don't know is we don't know who testified remotely, right? We know who testified during the closed hearing, they were there in the gallery, but we know they had people testifying remotely via Zoom. So, and I was expecting to hear from, like, for example, FBI agent Balance and FBI agent Imo. I was expecting to hear from them, and I was like surprised, right? So there's a couple little things though that might indicate to maybe they did testify, but it was during the closed portion, which is interesting to think about too, right? So, and there's probably some other things. There were a number of categories, right? So basically I distilled all of this, and you can get through all this in under 20 minutes, but it's like for me, right? And probably for many people, you know, the most important portions. So this is like oh, I'm not even sharing this. Hold on. There we go. The most like expeditious way to go through all this, you know, where I've edited out, of course, dead silence and looking for papers so we can watch it on normal speed. So anyway, okay, here we go. Oh, so it is possible. It is possible. And we watched a video on that the other day. That's what the fair day bag is for. That is possible to wipe. That is possible. It's possible. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was on one of the other cell phone presentations we did, but it is possible to wipe it remotely. But there's also something else that could explain this. I love that you're thinking about the questions I was asking, because it's a big question. But this is one thing that could explain it. But there's also a simpler solution too we're going to talk about when it comes up. So yeah, and that's why, you know, and that's why when these motions first came out, I didn't even know what the fuck that was. I didn't even know. I had no idea. I thought it was a pen. Like, I didn't even know what it was. And then when I heard it was like self-enrolling, I'm like, what? You know, so I did a lot of research into it. You know, how it's evolved over time and all this stuff, because I'm like, literally, this has not come up before in any of the trials to my knowledge. I mean, unless I just heard the name and didn't pay attention, but you know, the odds of that are slim to none. So yeah, but that would make sense. It's not used that often, right? Okay.
We learned about investigative work that was done after Othram had done the work that they could do and before the FBI took over.
Who else missed this the first billion times through? I did. Let me back that up.
After Othram had done the work about investigative.
I didn't go back far enough. Okay, here we go.
We learned about investigative work that was done after Othram had done the work that they could do and before the FBI took over.
Hang on, what? There was another party involved? Because, you guys, how many times have we gone through those documents? I don't even need to pull them up. I'm sure you guys have them memorized, right? And the state's flow chart we've looked at a bazillion times. And we've heard them testify about it at the hearings and argue about it at the hearings. It's been in all of the different filings from the state. That it went from Othram. Well, initially the state was just calling it a private lab, right? But we know it's Othram, but to the FBI, right? And it's even in the filing, and we've looked at this a bazillion times on this channel, but that the FBI, that Othram was working on it. Remember, they started, quote unquote, the family tree, and then the FBI was asked to take it over from Othram. What the fuck? There's another party involved, a middle party between that was never disclosed until Ann Taylor says they learned it that week. One more time. My brain can't even though I knew this was coming.
We learned about investigative work that was done after Othram had done the work that they could do and before the FBI took over, that we learned about for the first time this week. Not through the motion to compel process. This was a giant secret.
What the fuck?
When we get to the FBI, we don't know who did the work. You heard that any of that information is redacted. We don't know who did the work. It's a giant secret. We know that by the time the FBI gets involved, the profile, the text file, that's a snip to use to try to identify somebody is more than twice as big when it gets to the FBI from Othram.
Okay, now I know that we all freaked out about this. Okay, so in other words, that middle party, whatever they are, seems to be, from what she's saying, that's how it got doubled in size, right? So, so I would, I looked into this. I was like, what the fuck is this, right? And I don't know that this is what it is, but there are things that I found online reading about it that are called like next generation genome sequencing or something like that. And then there's also what they call like a high density SNP. And, again, I don't know if that's what this is specifically, but in other words, there are practices, if you, or whatever you want to call it. Like this is a thing that they do where the result would be you have a larger SNP profile, essentially, right? And it's so that it's like you're supposed to be able to have a better result using that. Right. That's what I think as well, DB. Yeah, the data was duplicated and extrapolated by the second lab. So the other thing is this, that, what was I going to say? That, okay, I thought about this too. This dawned on me this morning that, how like it came out in that recent filing from the state, and it blew my mind that Santa said, we don't know yet. We think, or what was it? That he said something about IGG evidence might be presented at trial. And I was like, wait, what? Huh? What? Because the whole time it's like, it's not going to be presented at trial. And then in that recent filing that came out, it was filed with the court before the hearings, but it didn't get posted to the docket until like the day of the first hearing or whatever, but we covered it. And, but a lot of people might have missed it because there were a lot of documents that came up at the same time, and it was all like during the start of the hearings. It was like a whirlwind, right? But Santa says like that IGG might be presented at trial. And I was like, what? So it dawned on me this morning that I'm wondering if the IGG that would be presented at trial might be because maybe it's not going to be brought in from the state, but maybe it's going to be brought in the defense's case in chief. And this, as we talk about this is going to give us some insight into their strategy, which I think is really fascinating. And as I thought about this, I was like, because they might be bringing in a witness that will talk about this process. And keep in mind, because we're going to talk about it more further, that y'all know that initially they wanted to go the alibi route, right? And that didn't pan out. But I think that, like, as we look at this, it's like when we think about the defense's case in chief, besides just poking holes in doubt in the state's case, right? I wonder if what we're going to see is going to be based a lot on the IGG. I mean, I think that kind of goes up saying, but it's different to actually think about how this would happen at trial because it doesn't ever come in at trial. This is something that we can't predict what it would be like, right? Like this is not a thing that has happened. This would be it would be like seeing a brand new defense strategy, right? If it's about this IGG process, especially as it pertains to, law enforcement backdooring it, right? And all this stuff. This is never like, do you see why it's like, wow, to even try to imagine what that would look like is really a lot. Denise, are you like freaking out thinking about that? Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing that they do though. Let me see if I can pull something up to show you guys, because I looked into this. What was it called? Next. Because that's what I thought, right? I was like, surely there's a witness. Maybe they've already had a witness. No, they said they just learned it. So in other words, I'm thinking there's going to be a witness at some point. There's going to be someone who's going to have to explain how this happens, the doubling. Now, and I thought, well, that'll probably happen at a hearing and we're not going to know about it. But then I was like, wait a second. What if they're going to bring in that witness, whoever that is, at trial? And that's why the state in that recent filing said that it might come up at trial, IGG. So Let me see here. I'm just finding a thing I can show you guys on this stuff though about the size. So, okay, let's look at this. Let me share this to you guys. Okay, so from the National Library of Medicine. Okay. So next generation sequencing, massive parallel or deep sequencing are related terms that describe a DNA sequencing technology which has revolutionized genomic research. Using NGS, an entire human genome can be sequenced within a single day. In contrast, previous Sanger sequencing technology used to decipher the human genome required over a decade to deliver the final draft. So all NGS platforms perform sequencing of millions of small fragments, fragments of DNA in parallel. So I'm wondering, is that part of the doubling, right? Is that where it gets to doubling? I don't know. So in other words, obviously it's like way more thorough, right? But when I was looking at this stuff, I didn't read the specific thing. I was reading a different thing just from what Google was showing me. But basically the result from what I understand is doubling, but let's take a look here. So, or not, maybe not doubling exactly, but it makes it larger, right? So, I mean, this is all Greek to me, as they say. Genomes can be interrogated without bias. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? Mosaic. So, I mean, this is in the context of health stuff, oncology, right? But I mean, if you feel like at the same time, it should still talk about what happens as a result. It's a lot of volume of data, right? Okay, let me find another thing. Hold on. Now, Frankie Figs, shout out Frankie Figs. She's a member of the Scroll Crew. I doubt she's watching right now, but she has just started. She was just accepted to start one of these, you know, how there's these, it's new, right? As y'all know, the IGG like certification programs. She just got accepted. And anyway, she might, I wonder if she would know about this at this juncture, but I'm just trying to see if I can find a better thing. Let's see what happens here. Cookies. Let's see. Right. I mean, that's right. Emotion limit. Yes. Exactly. Right. That's the other thing. Good point there, DB, about the motion eliminate. Right. That's right. And so that's why, again, like I said, from thinking about it, I'm like, it's not the state that's going to bring in the IGG. It would be the defense more than likely. Although it wouldn't have surprised me if the state went back on what they said because they contradict themselves all the time. So that's why initially I was like, look at Santa contradicting himself. Right. But maybe that's not what it is. It could just be that it's going to come in from the defense. And I mean, it makes sense. Like they've been trying, again, the Christmas present analogy. They fought like hell since day one to pretend this didn't exist, right? And then to keep it, not turn it over. I mean, you. In other words, it's like their lives depend on this not coming out at trial or period, right? I mean, initially they didn't even want the defense to have it. So, okay. Oh, that's not helpful. Anyway, basically, from when I looked into freaking, sometimes you get the same search results, sometimes you get different things. I can't find the thing I saw before. But anyway, basically from what I understand, it is a larger, it's literally the data that you get from the S&P, from what I understand, is literally like it's a file, like it's like code or something. Okay. And so this process, there's processes like this one we were just looking at that results in like a much larger file. And there's another name that they have for it called the dense. What was it called? Dense something. Let's see. High density. Let me see if I can find this. Okay. Yes. High density S&P. So like to me, I'm like, does that mean it's larger? Maybe. I don't know. I couldn't find, like, if you try to Google, like, what will cause it to double in size, you're not going to get an exact answer on that, basically. But you guys are welcome to try and see if you can find something else too, and let me know in the chat. But everything that I tried searching for a number of different ways, and everything brought me to like the high density or this next generation sequencing that we already looked at. So, okay. So okay. Yeah, I agree with you, Denise, here, saying Fourth Amendment, no standing will never win for the defense, but chain of custody may. Unless, to me, right? Well, actually, let me hold that thought. I'm going to leave this comment up, but I'm going to hold my thought.
We don't know how. We don't have any notes. We don't know who did any of the work. We don't have any lab protocols. We don't have any quality assurances. It's not reliable.
You're not asserting that Mr. Kohberger's DNA sample was uploaded into any of those databases, that his was, like, for example, his own DNA was one that was matched from the crime scene.
Okay, before we listen to her answer, he asks this question numerous times, and we're going to hear it, and we're going to hear when he asks it. And, for people who, just thinking about this logically, right? If it was known for sure that he didn't, like, say that they were able to, in the discovery, I don't know. I don't know if it's like, I would imagine that they can subpoena those records, right? Like, if it was known for a fact to the court that, and it would have come up, right? In all the IGG hearings, it would have freaking come up, right? If it was known to the court for sure that he didn't do it, like that just didn't happen factually, I don't think he would be asking this question. Maybe just once, if you just want to be like, you're just not asserting it, but he asks it multiple times to both sides, as you guys know. So let's keep that in mind.
Not asking whether the crime scene DNA was uploaded, but whether he had, as a, for example, customer of one of these companies, uploaded his DNA.
Well, Your Honor, I don't have the jed.com file. I don't have.
You're not asserting that fact, correct?
Your Honor, I'm not sure what the court.
So we don't know. So my thought, my initial theory was that like going through the timeline, I was like, it must have been a direct match to him. But the other thing too is, like, if it was a direct match to an immediate family member, that still would explain. Like, we went over this on, what was it, the last BK live stream? Like, that would still explain. Let me pull it up. It would explain the timeline, but it wouldn't explain other things. Let me pull this up, because some of you guys might have not seen this, but it's good to review it anyway. Where is it? Here we go. Okay, let's take a look at this. Let's walk through this one more time here. So I just have to unshare, reshare. But I love all of y'all's good questions. There's a lot to talk about in this case, right? I mean, there's just a lot. There's just a lot. Even if it's not the facts of the case, just like this whole process with the IGG is a whole thing in and of itself. So I'll pull this down for a second here. So, okay. So let's review this. Let's review this. And this actually pertains directly to Denise's comment. All right. Scenario A. All right, guys. Scenario A. FBI backdoors the IGG and matches it to immediate family member. BK has no standing. Result. Does not impact his case currently. Laws could change in the future. Could be heard by the U.S. Supreme Court if convicted. Scenario B. FBI backdoors the IGG and direct match to BK. BK has standing. Result. Law enforcement violated his constitutional rights by conducting a warrantless search because matches that have opted out require a search warrant for law enforcement to access them lawfully. And again, that only matters if you have standing. So that's what lays that out. Considerations. Now, again, I made this before we knew there was a third party, but I don't know if that makes a difference here in terms of the direct match or not. Because remember, the third party got involved before it went to the FBI. And remember, okay, so just to keep in mind, right? I made this. So Othram didn't get anything because they didn't backdoor anything. They only searched things legitimately, right? FBI backdoored it, right? But in between, we now know a third party got involved and the file doubled in size or whatever, the S&P. But the fact that there was a middle group it doubled in size, I don't know that it makes any difference to what this lays out, because what really matters is when it's first done, a backdoor search is done, because that's when whatever result they got, right, the tip, that's when that would happen. That's when that happened. We know that. Okay, so Othram reached a dead end, quote unquote, because they only searched databases for matches that had opted in, thus resulting in no discovery. The subsequent backdoor searching of databases done by the FBI, which did generate a tip, resulted in no discovery because they deleted/didn't save their work. The FBI do not conduct IGG building, which is building family trees, themselves, with a few recent exceptions. The only discovery that exists from the FBI's involvement is the tip itself, as in one name, likely an immediate family member or BK himself. No, and this is quoted from a recent defense filing. I can't remember which one, but no names of the extended family tree are discussed in the briefings. Oh, that's from the motion to unseal. Yeah, no names of the extended family tree are discussed in the briefing. So again, I put that in bold because that could either mean it's like an immediate family member, or it could mean it is BK, right? All right, here we go. Both scenarios explain the timeline. However, which scenario would explain why? And there's two things, and it has to explain both. So we're going to go through it. Which scenario would explain why? One, law enforcement and the state have done everything they can to first pretend IGG was not used. Second, wait until June of 2023 to admit it was used, providing very few details. Third, fight as long as possible to not turn over the discovery. And fourth, fight to keep it sealed. Side note, the state, so funny, the state has said they may use IGG evidence at trial. And as I said, I made this a few days ago, and it dawned on me today that it might be the defense. Either way, IGG might come at trial. So all that. So in other words, the state fought like hell, okay? And number two, the defense was fighting to unseal it for many reasons, with emphasis placed on the public's right to know. So here's the thing, right? So which scenario between scenario A and scenario B would explain both of those things at the bottom? So let's just walk through it, right? If it was an immediate family member, it doesn't matter. Sister, dad, doesn't matter. If it was an immediate family member who had uploaded their DNA and it was a match to them, would that be enough? Considering it's not even a question, right? Considering that the state would know if that happened, right? The state would know that that BK has no standing, right? Even if they backdoored it, he has no standing. So if it was a family member, right? A direct family member, would that have been enough for the state to fight the way that they have? But also, would that be enough for the defense fighting to unseal it, for the public's right to know? In other words, it's clear to that the defense's perspective is that whatever it is that is being hidden from what they know, right? It's enough that they're like, the public needs to know. There's major issues here. Now, when you think about this case and you think about what would enrage the public, right? Like a match to a family member. I mean, do you guys see why I'm asking these questions, and what do y'all think? Right. Or anybody's, right, or sister, whoever it was, they wouldn't have, exactly, DB. They knew he wouldn't have standing, which is why, and we're going to hear it again in this hearing, right? This is why I think it is still actually unknown whether or not it was BK, because we have no discovery, right? There's no discovery, right? Like, and also the way that the judge asks that question so many times, it's like he doesn't know the answer. And the only thing that would explain all this behavior from the state, right, that I can think of is if they knew he would have standing. And that would also be the only thing that would explain the defense fighting so hard, right? So, okay, so now let's go back to the hearing. So, okay. Okay. But we're going to hear her answer. Now, let me go. I'm going to back it up to the question, and we're going to hear her answer. Listen carefully, okay?
I don't have the JED doc.
Is not asking whether the crime scene DNA was uploaded, but whether he had, as a, for example, customer of one of these companies, uploaded his DNA.
Well, Your Honor, I don't have the JED.com file. I don't have.
You're not asserting that fact, correct?
She can't. She can't. And we're going to hear what the state says as well. This matters, okay? Remember, guys, you can't assert a fact if you don't have the evidence for it, right? So in other words, if all the discovery just, there isn't any, it disappeared, doesn't exist, which is the case here. That's the case here, right? No one can say for sure whether he did or didn't, which means they can't confirm or deny. But for the purposes of this hearing, the question at hand is, can you confirm it? But there's more surprises in store for that, which we're going to see here. But again, the judge asked the question many times to both sides, and the answers are the same from both parties, both sides. What everybody says, just in summary, and we're going to hear it from them, but whatever is basically, we don't, like, Ann Taylor's like, we don't have the discovery, so we can't assert that. And then the state's like, they can't assert that.
Your Honor, I'm not sure what the court is asking me.
Well, it goes to whether or not your client has standing to complain about the searches of the databases, because as the state has posited, that wasn't his DNA that was searched. At best, it was his ancestors.
I'm talking about the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab taking a piece of evidence given to them by Moscow Police Department, collected at the scene, developing a STR profile, uploading it into CODIS, and I think that's the King case. It says that's fine. I know Idaho has statutes on CODIS, uploading it there and producing nothing. There are no results there. I'm talking about the next set of moves
Here
that are super secret.
Now this, I wanted to listen to this part for a reason, because a lot of people, and you'll see this on mainstream media, and you'll see this probably in different people chatting. There's a misconception that I saw coming out around these hearings that, and it's the easy way to say it, but it's not correct, right? That Bryan Kohberger's defense is challenging the DNA on the knife sheath. Literally not what's happening. And so that's what she says here. It's not the IGG on the knife sheath. Normally, right, when we see in trials, when they go to attack, and this is what I was saying before, like normally in trials, if they're going to attack the DNA, it's the DNA on the item, right? And they're going to see if there was flaws with the chain of custody or, but they're talking about the STR profile. Literally, that's not what she's saying. So I want to make sure that everybody's clear. If you're watching here, there's not going to be any misinformation, right? Literally, you can help stop misinformation by saying, no. So let's listen again now that I explained the significance of this, because she's making a big distinction here, and it's important.
A STR profile, uploading it into CODIS, and I think that's the
Right.
King case. It says that's fine. I know Idaho has statutes on CODIS, uploading it there and producing nothing. There are no results there. I'm talking about
So she's saying that's not what she's taking issue with.
next set of moves
The IGG.
that are super secret that happen when there's a portion of the DNA taken and it's searched by Othram to create a SNP. And then when that doesn't produce anything, the FBI says, okay, here we go. Let's search the SNP ourselves.
And then,
That-
and so what that actually, another point there too, she's saying that it's additional searches, which is an interesting point. And that's what the case law they provided points out, right? That it's not just the one search, right, of the DNA. It's multiple searches after it's already, they do the STR, it's then multiple searches. And there's these extra steps. And that, you know, again, we know that this is going to get shut down, but I think it's just an interesting point to say that, you know, those, like her argument is that those all should have required separate warrants.
That's what I'm talking about.
That was the point of my question about
Right.
whether or not Mr. Kohberger's DNA was in any of those databases. In other words, did he submit his DNA and said, I don't want law enforcement to look at it?
Your Honor, I don't think that that's the way the question should be looked at.
So a couple points on that. First, even assuming that that's all correct and that they violated the
Seems to be the evidence.
the terms of service, Your Honor, don't affect the Fourth Amendment.
Wait, I have a question for Stevie B here. I'm wondering if you have a typo. He says the defense in this case has gotten far more information than any. Do you mean like media coverage? I don't know. I think I don't understand what you're saying. It's not used. It's inadmissible. I don't know what you mean. But also for anyone who I mean, you guys seem to all know each other for the most part, but I know Stevie hasn't actually followed. Like this is like going to be the first like full on following of the trial. And so I don't know if maybe, you know, it seems like they're getting a lot of things. I don't know. I'm just confused. So yeah.
The terms of service, and certainly Mr. Kohberger does not have standing to raise a violation of the terms of service.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. More IGG discovery. Thank you. I think that I don't disagree. I think that's probably true. Well, having said that, let's see. I'm like, okay, hold on. Having said that, I don't really know necessarily what it seems like there isn't, it's like, this is what the question I keep asking, right? We talked about this on another live stream and I actually had like a light bulb moment and I can't remember what it was because I was like, what is the IGG discovery, right? Because it's like, there is IGG discovery, but like there isn't, right? Because like, as we know, and I'm wondering if the IGG discovery maybe that's that third party in the middle, right? Because again, Othram didn't generate anything. It was a dead end. FBI deleted all their shit. And we knew that they had, so like those two didn't yield anything. So I'm wondering if the IGG discovery is really that middle party that has the SMP file doubling in size. I wonder if that's what it is. So maybe I just answered my own question. But yes, so in other words, I do agree. I think that they've gotten further, it seems like, with this than other cases prior. But I would say also potentially because there's more issues, right? You know, if it was used and it was all done above board, you know, there wasn't any backdooring, for example, or potentially direct matching going on, funny business, you know what I mean? So, again, there's a lot of IGG is already a novel issue, but when you add those other things in, like this is just insanity.
The fact that no one has a reasonable expectation of privacy.
Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, I've noticed that too, Blackwater. Thank you for bringing that. I did notice that in the trial or in the hearing. I noticed that. I think he just does that and he doesn't mean to. It's just his hand. But I noticed that too. It's really funny. Okay, so let me just back this up because I keep pausing it.
Terms of service, and certainly Mr. Kohberger does not have standing to raise a violation of the terms of service. The fact that no one has a reasonable expectation of privacy in those databases means that even if the FBI violated those terms of service, no one has a Fourth Amendment right to complain, and certainly Mr. Kohberger doesn't. He has not asserted factually or through evidence that he was a customer to one of these databases.
Again, listen to the wording. They're not saying the fact that this is still coming up and being asked about shows that it's still a question, right? If it was a known fact that he didn't submit it, there'd be no question, right? So the best they can say is that you can't, they just don't, like, he's not asserting it, right? Like nobody knows, basically. Does that make sense? You know, like if they had like all the information and it's like, you know, they can say, yep, 100%, like he never submitted it, right? Then they wouldn't even be talking about this.
And maybe that changes the case if he were, but he's not.
Oh, right. That part. Hold on.
doesn't. He has not asserted factually or through evidence that he was a customer to one of these databases. And maybe that changes the case if he were, but he's not. He's not even claiming that. He's not even a.
So listen, keep this in mind when we get to something the judge says here in a second, which is, again, this answer to me still sounds like they don't know yet. And there's a potential it could happen because the maybe part, maybe that would change the case. It's not a sealed deal. It's not a done deal. They don't know. Maybe that would change the case. I mean, and that's the thing, right? Maybe that's the thing in the discovery that they're not getting that thing. And it's like, maybe the maybe here is like, is the defense gonna get the discovery to be able to prove this? Right? Maybe that's the question mark, right? I don't know. Like, listen again, it's just kind of crazy.
Factually or through evidence that he was a customer to one of these databases. And maybe that changes the case if he were, but he's not. He's not even claiming that. He's not even asserting it.
If the
And then now this is the very last. So this is after he's done. And then Judge Hippler asks him again, right? I think this matters. All of this, right? Why? He asks him again. And think about what I just pointed out with the maybe. As in, to me, it sounds like there is still a potential for this to happen because they don't know. Because it's like, and so it's like in the event that this happens. So Nye just said maybe. Now listen to what Judge Hippler says.
FBI, in fact, violated
If
the
the FBI.
Fourth Amendment rights of Mr.
If.
Kohberger, you would agree the state is burdened by that.
It's a great way of putting it, Your Honor. Yes, the state would be burdened by that. Yes.
Okay, so now we're getting into the next day. So he could disclose it and maybe he had. That's not evidence though, right? Like he might have told his defense team. Maybe that's the whole thing. Maybe he told them that he did, right? But they need the documents to prove that. You can't just, you guys know that, right? You can't just say things. So yeah, so it's interesting, right? And the other thing too is as far as like saying they need to turn over the discovery. Again, I just think that, and I mean, I agree, but I just think a big part of the problem here is the FBI's involvement because they deleted all their work. I mean, that's the discovery that's needed, right? Because from looking at it, from what I can tell, the doubling of the S&P profile doesn't seem to be, I mean, again, that could just be that could be pretty normal looking from what I've looked at, right? I mean, that happens. I don't know for sure, but regardless, where things got really suspicious, not even suspicious. It's not even like, it's like where things got fucked up, right? Is when the FBI got involved and backdoored it because now they're getting access to people who've opted out. And the reason that matters is beyond even just constitutional rights is that we know that when Othram searched only databases where people were opted in, no match. But when you add in searching only for opted out, match, right? So in other words, like, you guys see what I mean by that? So it's when it gets to the FBI, that's the discovery that really matters, but that's the discovery that doesn't exist. And going back to the Chris's present analogy that I've talked about and I've referenced many times of like, you think you're lucky, but you're really getting unlucky, right? And so now your job is to just try to do everything you can to make it look like this didn't happen. It's like the only thing that would give, if that happened, if it was a direct match, the only thing that would give the state any shot in hell here is the fact that they're relying on the FBI having deleted all their shit. That's it. That would, think about how that would be a game changer, guys. That one thing, if the FBI didn't delete all their shit and that information existed, whatever that information is, this would be completely different case. So, they could subpoena the records, and that's what I said. It's just, I just don't know. Enter his page. I don't know what entering a page means, but, and maybe, I mean, I'm just thinking this through, right? Because these are all really good questions, and you guys are smart. And yes, really, you bring up really good points. I wonder too, like, as this has been going on, Like my brain is working through it, and I'm like feeling like there's something that's making this more complicated. Like, and it's already complicated, but like I'm wondering if maybe for example, let's just say BK did tell his defense team that he submitted a sample. Maybe they subpoenaed the records, and maybe they have those records. Think about it though. In terms of the court of law, right? That's not really enough. They would still the thing that would need to be shown is that it matched to him, and that would come from the IGG, not IGG, right? So in other words, when you think about, like, for example, like chain of custody, I mean, it's not chain of custody, but you could think of it just as an example. Like, they would need to then show that next step, right? That he submitted it, fine, but then they would need to show that that was how they got the result. In other words, that it also matched to him. I mean, Denise, if you're still listening, do you have any thoughts on that? That's what I would imagine, right? Because otherwise, I don't think it would be enough. And that could be why there's all this thing, right? Because again, they're not saying it didn't happen. No one's saying it didn't happen. All they're saying is they can't assert that it did. And that's the thing, right? So Denise, do you agree with that, right? That they would need to make that next connection. I mean, that's how it works, right? I mean, it's like, that wouldn't be enough. That wouldn't be proof. Just to say, even like to prove, yep, here he submitted, there's his name, that wouldn't be enough. You still would have to connect it to the fact that it was matched to him. I mean, that's the thing. So again, so Stevie, are you listening? Because like bringing the records in his account wouldn't be enough. I think that's why there's all this, the thing that would be needed is then that next step of the actual IGG matching to him. And that's the thing that's what the FBI would have if they had saved their work. Probably, right? Again, because I don't think a family member is the answer here in terms of what all we're seeing. I don't think there wouldn't be any reason for all this. Yeah, Top Cat, some of you guys, I don't know if you're like, are you guys not listening? Denise, do you want to try explaining what I'm saying? Maybe I'm not explaining it well. And I'm sure that's true also, Denise. Yeah. Okay.
There were a lot of
Right,
search warrants.
correct.
I'm going to draw the court's attention to those beginning on December 23rd. That day is important because it was just a few days prior to that for the first time ever, Bryan Kohberger's name came up in the course of this investigation. We don't know this name. We heard it for the first time now, and we only know it because we violated our own policy to find them.
DB, and that's the point, right? That's the thing. It would be bonkers. But the thing is that if you opted out, you see, if you opted out, you would think it's okay, right? That's the thing.
After the BOLO went out for 2011 to 13 Elantra, then WSU, Washington State University officers find cars. They find one that's registered to Bryan.
So wait, hang on. So I don't know if you're Denise, if you're addressing someone in the, yes, I'm not saying the thing that I was saying that it wouldn't be about him waiving his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. I'm saying that, like, because maybe someone said he would have to testify to it. I don't know. But like, what I'm saying is, like, the thing that they would need is they would then need they would need that step of where the FBI matched it to the name, right? Like, in other words, just the name in the database wouldn't be enough. They would have to show that the FBI got that name and matched it to the DNA. That's what I'm thinking, or S&P, right?
Bryan Kohberger parked at the apartments he lived in, but it was a 2015 Elantra, and so they don't really do much with it. But this is placed in the affidavit like it was an investigative fact, and it wasn't. It was on the 20th of December.
Oh, this is important. Okay, let me back this up a second.
Bryan Kohberger parked at the apartments he lived in, but it was a 2015 Elantra, and so they don't really do much with it. But this is placed in the affidavit like it was an investigative fact, and it wasn't.
Okay, let me pull this up. So again, I put like everything that's in here is for a reason. And a lot of it is so that I remember to bring things up because yeah. So this, let me go to, so I wonder, any of you guys also. So has anyone else? Okay, where is it? The whole thing with the WSU and that November 29th. I know Heather would be, if she was listening, she'd be like totally like, yeah, because like, you know, the timeline, right, in the calendar. And this whole thing about oh, where is it? I think I scrolled past it. Nope. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Yes. So this whole thing about November 29th and these two officers, right? So whenever we were going through this before the hearings, right, and looking at the timeline, and it was like, we knew that the FBI knew who he was. Well, my thought looking at the timeline was like, they knew on the 29th. And that was actually confirmed by Ann Taylor in the hearing. I think it was the first hearing, but anyway, so when you have this business, right, with you know, well, there's a lot to it, right? But like the fact that so my initial thought was like the fact that this Curtis Whitman dude, you know, sees a 2015 Hyundai Elantra and that doesn't match the Bolo description, right? And the fact that these two guys have these same things happen 30 minutes apart in the middle of the night and all this. So basically, like looking at it, it was almost like, were they communicating with the FBI? Like, how were they way ahead of the game and blah, blah. And like, that was one of the lingering questions that I had. And I think there's probably other people who were like, what the heck is WSU's involvement? How are they so ahead of the game? You know, how did they know who it was and they didn't tell Moscow, MPD, all this stuff. And this confirms from Ann Taylor that this is just another one of those things, similarly to this part here about the license, that is put in there to make it seem like there were things happening that weren't. So let's listen again and hopefully that'll make sense. So, but my point being that closes the loop on that one about like WSU having more information or something from the FBI. Literally, she's saying these were just completely irrelevant and they didn't do anything with it. And they're just saying, like, the fact that they're putting it in there, that it happened, makes it seem like it meant something, but it didn't mean anything. It's just something that happened. So it's misleading, right? That's really the point, right? But that's, anyway, so, okay.
After the BOLO went out for 2011 to 13 Elantra, then WSU, Washington State University officers find cars. They find one that's registered.
Right. There was no family tree made. All of that discussion was before. That was when they were asking to get the discovery in the first place, when they had no information. That's what you're referencing. There was no family. I mean, again, the state had previously said that Othram started, quote unquote, making a family tree. We now know that there was no family tree because they got a dead end. The Othram didn't have any family tree, right? We know that the middle lab they just redid this S&P and you know, they doubled the profile, right? And so any work that was done in terms of quote unquote IGG was done by the FBI. And I'll say it again for those of you guys who are way at the back of the room. FBI does not build family trees. They don't do IGG. Just recently in like 2 states, they've just started offices to start training to like begin to learn how to do it. They don't do it. They bring in that's why you have these other places that do it. That's why, because they don't know how to do it. It's not their thing. They don't build family trees. And if that weren't enough, there wasn't enough time. And we know that the FBI had it by November 29th. So yeah, okay.
Bryan Kohberger parked at the apartments he lived in, but it was a 2015 Elantra. And so they don't really do much with it. But that is placed in the affidavit like it was an investigative fact, and it wasn't.
So that closes the loop on that one.
It was on the 20th of December when the lead detective, got a hold of WSU police and found out about that and said, oh, hey, you called this in. Well, let's talk about that license plate for.
That is an interesting thought, DB. Yeah. What if they don't want them to know who the family is because they can tell? That's interesting. That's an interesting question there. I don't know if you're talking to me or someone else, but I don't make assumptions. So probably not me.
For a second though, because that's not something you can see from the videos. And that was testimony you heard today. You can't see that.
Oh, so that was one of those little things I left in because it means that that's indicating to us who testified. So let's back that up. So this seems like it would have been Agent Imel, right? So again, so when she's saying testimony you heard today, that's when it was closed. So that, again, that was part of the question, was like, can we figure out maybe who was there testifying remotely via Zoom?
Oh, hey, you called this in. Well, let's talk about that license plate for a second though, because that's not something you can see from the videos. And that was testimony you heard today. You can't see that from the video that the cops relied on here.
Yeah, so
law enforcement and
identification of the Elantra, and there's more that are in that.
Their affidavits talked about this dog barking, and they key some time, and they say this is when something was happening inside this house. We can hear this dog barking, and they use the videotape to get a time off that, the surveillance tape from the neighborhood, the 1112 King. And so they've got this time, but they also have this video, this trail that they've picked out a time that something probably happened here. And they don't tell the magistrate that this dog that's barking continues on long after the car they're interested in has left the area and then abruptly stops. Your Honor,
so there was a lot of information there, and that's very interesting. And the whole thing about the dog, but what I pointed out there by putting the text on the screen is, a lot of people have been asking about, what's the deal with the dog barking? But the thing that I'm curious about is the last part, right? Here, let me back it up.
Interested in has left the area and then abruptly stopped.
The dog abruptly stops barking. That's interesting, right? So if you got a dog that's barking for an extended period of time, which I don't know how anyone would have even heard that, like if the dog was in the room. But anyway, and the dog abruptly stops. I mean, it's interesting, right? I mean, could that point to, I don't know. I'm just thinking this through, like something would have to happen, right? Like if a dog is barking for like 30 minutes, right? It's like, there's something happening, whether it's like, it really needs to go outside or like, I don't know. You guys know there's tons of reasons, right? But the fact that it abruptly stops is like, usually whatever it is that's causing the dog to bark has that thing has changed, right? That circumstance has changed. So, I'll back it up for the time for you there, Tonka. I don't remember. She gives the duration. I don't know that she gives, let me see here.
And they say this is when something was happening inside this house. Not something you can see from the videos. And that was testimony you heard today. You can't see that from the video that the cops relied on here. Law enforcement in their affidavits talked about this dog barking, and they key some time, and they say this is when something was happening inside this house. We can hear this dog barking, and they use the videotape to get a time off that, the surveillance tape from the neighborhood, the 1112 King. And so they've got this time, but they also have this video, this trail that they've picked out a time that something probably happened here, and they don't tell the magistrate that this dog that's barking continues on long after the car they're interested in has left the area and then abruptly stops. Your Honor, the dog was found the next day inside the house in a bedroom with an open door, where the other bedrooms that contained people that died, their bedroom doors were open, and this dog had not tracked any blood around. The dog had no blood on it whatsoever, but it was just sitting in an open room a day later. So it matters.
So she didn't give a time, she gave a duration. But I think the reason she's bringing that up in terms of this is for Franks, right, is because the state's theory, right, puts max 14-minute window for someone to commit those crimes. And so if the state's assertion is that the dog is barking because the crimes are happening, right, and we know that the state's theory is that they would have had to happen in a window of max 14 minutes, then you've got a problem if the dog is barking for 35 minutes or whatever, and then abruptly stops. In other words, I think what she's trying to say, again, this information here is only as it pertains to this was in the probable cause affidavit. You know, I don't even know if this dog probably may not come in at trial. Who knows, right? But in terms of it was in the PCA and this whole thing. So, but what she's saying is that it changes. In other words, like it changes the duration of time, like as if the crime really took the same amount of time as the dog barking, if that makes sense, right? So it couldn't have been done in the 14 minutes, if that's what the assertion is. I mean, I don't know. That's just one possibility for it. But I do think the abruptly stopping barking is interesting. Welcome to you guys. Twiz is here. Heather's here. Awesome. Let me see what you guys are saying. Yeah, she doesn't say. Yeah. Okay, so Stevie B is saying that at 4:17. So yeah, so she said 35 minutes. So 4:17. And I can't remember what time. I'd have to look at my thingy. What time the theory is that he left. Some of you guys might know off the top of your head. Let me just see here. Okay, there's the part about the dog. Okay, let's take a look here. So here's this in the PCA, right? 4:17, yes. So the point being that there's an omission here, right? That they left out the fact that the dog continued barking for 35 minutes or whatever. Of course, as we saw in the funny compilation video earlier, you know, you don't need the dog, forget the dog. Right. And so, okay. So then estimation leaving by 4:25, I guess, according to this, so that if you do 4:17, right, plus 35 minutes, then, I mean, the other thing too, is if you look at this, so 4:17, that means that depending on, okay, let's address this without factoring in the 7-minute discrepancy, okay? So if we go with the original, it's a max 14 minutes, right? So if you take that and then you say, okay, well, the dog didn't start barking until 4:17, then 8 minutes, then that means that the crime was going on for 6 minutes before the dog started barking, right? And then the dog started barking after 6 minutes and then barked. And apparently, again, according, if we going through this, the person was only there for another 8 minutes and then left. And then the dog continued barking for 35 minus 8, 27 minutes longer. Am I doing that correctly? I think so. But then all that changes if you add in, there's that 7-minute discrepancy. And then now I don't know what you have. It's just a mess, basically. You have a mess. You have a bigger mess than you already had. That's what it is. Oh, yeah. Should we do the Jennings presentation again for those who just got here? Should we do it again? I'm sure they will love it. It's amazing. The doors being open is a whole other thing. I don't even know what to make of that, man. So for any of you guys who already saw it, or any of you guys who haven't seen it, do you guys want to see the best of Ashley Jennings? It's a comedy. It's funny. It's a compilation video that I made. And it's a, you know, dangerous drinking game. If you're going to participate, drink not alcohol, probably. Do they know what motion activated the camera? I can't fucking remember at this juncture. So the dog could have been barking before, but still, I mean, okay, so okay. Like, I'm still curious what activated it, but like, but still, even if that's the case, even if you go with that, you still have the dog barking again, just for the purposes of establishing Franks and looking at omissions. It is a problem if you're trying to say it coincides because the dog, well, although having said that, maybe the dog keeps barking. Well, that's why my question was, why did it abruptly stop? Because, okay, if I think it through, the dog could continue barking because obviously, okay, let's just say that everybody's dead, right? We know that. So the dog Like that makes sense. That's why it's almost a weird, maybe that's the real question. Why did the dog abruptly stop? Right? Because again, if everybody's murdered and the dog is barking and waiting, they would keep barking, right, until something changes in the situation. Either if you imagine a person being hurt, maybe the person gets up and they're okay, right? Then the dog would stop. Or if it's people that are dead, then maybe the dog would stop barking when someone else comes upstairs. And you know what I mean? But for the dog to stop barking, something would have to change. So the dog starts barking at 4:17. And then we heard in the hearing that the dog keeps barking for 35 minutes. But the way it's worded here is this. So again, thinking about the Franks. So at 4:17 a.m., a security camera located on 112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest, Vallow, picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or whimper followed by a thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times, starting at 4:17. So again, it's not that didn't happen. That's not what the defense is saying. The defense is saying it left out the part saying that it continued for, I guess it barked for 35 minutes total, right? So it continued for another, whatever, I did the math, 27 minutes. And that the reason that would be potentially exculpatory is because that doesn't fit with like being in and out and like, but again, that's why I kept working it through of like, well, the dog could still be barking because, everybody's dead, but then the dog's stopping, the abruptly stopping. Like, so let's do this real quick. I have a plan. Let's do this. We're going to listen one more time. We're going to hear the abruptly stopping and then we're going to go to the comedy video. So because again, that's why there's a reason she's saying that. We just don't know what it is.
Bedrooms that contained people that died. Their bedroom doors were open.
Wait, I just go back far enough. Hold on. It's this first part.
Something probably happened here. And get a time off that surveillance tape from the neighborhood, the 1112 King. And so they've got this time, but they also have this video, this trail that they've picked out a time that something probably happened here. And they don't tell the magistrate that this dog that's barking continues on long after the car they're interested in has left the area and then abruptly stops.
Okay, that's the part, the abruptly stops. So the crime could have started way earlier. Well, but what about Xana getting her DoorDash delivery though? What are you referencing? Read it as written. So she's saying, let me back. So she's saying, in other words, they have not on the recording, the dog keeps barking. So like, that's not like a question of like, could the dog have kept barking? Like she's saying it as in it did keep barking and they knew that, but they left that out. Right.
But they also have
here
this dog barking and they key some time and they say, this is when something was happening inside this house. We can hear this dog barking and they use the videotape to get a time off that surveillance tape from the neighborhood, the 1112 King. And so they've got this time, but they also have this video, this trail that they've picked out a time that something probably happened here. And they don't tell the magistrate that this dog that's barking continues on long after the car they're interested in has left the area and then abruptly stops. Your Honor, the dog was found the next day inside the house in a bedroom with an open door where the other bedrooms that contained people that died, their bedroom doors were open and this dog had not tracked any blood around. The dog had no blood on it whatsoever, but it was just sitting in an open room a day later. It matters because this wasn't a real investigation.
Did I not back up far enough to get to the 35 minutes? Hold on. I just want to make sure that everybody hears that so that you know that I'm not just saying this.
Dog had not tracked any blood around the dog.
I mean, hopefully you guys have heard it before anyway, but I like to be thorough.
This dog that's barking, that they've picked out a time that something, this dog barking, and they use the videotape to get it. Okay. You can see from the videos. And that was testimony you heard today.
Okay. Now you
can't see that from the video that the cops relied on here. Law enforcement in their affidavits talked about this dog barking, and they key some time, and they say this is when something was happening inside this house. We can hear this dog barking, and they use the videotape to get a time off that surveillance tape from the neighborhood, the 1112 King. And so they've got this time, but they also have this video, this trail that they've picked out a time that something probably happened here, and they don't tell the magistrate that this dog that's barking continues on long after the car they're interested in has left the area and then abruptly stops. Your Honor, the dog was found the next day inside the house, and the people that died, their bedroom doors were open, and this dog had not tracked any blood around. The dog had no blood on it whatsoever, but it was just sitting in an open room a day later. It matters because this wasn't a real investigation. These are things that are put in there to make it look like an investigation.
No, I don't now I've just confused myself, but she says 35 minutes. It's in my document. So let's see. Tampered with you thought she was talking about the car abruptly stopping, or what abruptly stopping? I initially thought the car, if that's what you meant, if you meant car, I initially thought that too. I listened to this a bunch of times when I was making this because I initially thought the car. And so the reason I first included this when I was first putting it together is because I'm thinking, oh, telemetry, right? Because car telemetry data would show, like, again, if it looks like there's no location data. Again, we'll talk more about that, but they would still have telemetry from the car, and that shows, like, it can show the car like going in and out of park and like stopping and stuff. And so that's initially why I was like, oh, so they might have telemetry. Yay, that's something, right? But then after I listened to it many more times, I was like, I think she's talking about the dog stopping. But yeah, so also, if you guys could do me a favor, if you guys, because, you know, I love that you guys are all chatting with each other and stuff like that. So sometimes it's just easier for me. I'm gonna use an idea. I'm gonna steal Gavin Fish's idea. If you guys want to have a question or a comment or something like that, to, like, for me specifically, so that way I don't like see something and then I'm like confused and then I'm like, oh, that was another conversation. Like, if you can just put like my initials or something like that, like CW. That's what I thought. That was a great idea. Gavin Fish does that. And I was like, I need to ask people to do that. And I've been thinking that for a while and I kept forgetting to say it. So if you want to address something to me specifically, that'll just make it easier, because normally I try to go through and like read every comment, and it's just, you know, so, and I mean, I'm still going to do that. Right. But just so I know which things are pertaining specifically, like, directed at me. Okay. Did you guys want to watch again though, the compilation video, Ashley Jennings? Best of Ashley Jennings. Should we do it? Should we do it? Should I make an executive decision? Okay, Needs Some Z says yes. Okay, so for anyone who didn't see this yet, I put this together. Denise says yes, and Denise has already seen this twice. Awesome. Okay, so, and there's the drinking game. Okay, so this is from the hearing, and it's all in chronological order. Some of it is muted for comedic purposes because the gestures themselves are really funny. And so the drinking game, and again, please no alcohol or you'll be dead. But it's for end of the day. Can't wrap my head around it. Saying something about, like, referring to logic. It's illogical. Too big of a leap. Too big of a reach. Anything with words leap or reach. I know I'm missing something. Oh, and then every time that she says that it wasn't needed for probable cause, you don't need it in the probable cause. They would have had enough for probable cause. Blah blah. Anything like that. And if I'm forgetting anything, I'll realize that as soon as we start this. So yeah. Oh, by the way, this is on normal speed, and I noticed that there's a lot more that you catch when you watch this on normal speed that probably you didn't see. I didn't see, watching it at like 1.25 or 1.5. And so anyway, there's some really amazing moments here.
I think now, Mr. Mayor, are you going to address the IGG Franks issue, or is Ms. Jennings going to cover all of it?
Your Honor, I think I'm going to cover all of it.
All right, go ahead.
Going to attempt to. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
You didn't.
This was a massive investigation. I'll concede I think there's an issue there, but that's not what happened.
Also, I just forgot to say this before too. I had another idea too. We could also do a thing where we watch this entire thing on mute, and I do like what do you call it? Like an impression, or like, like I don't know, like in other words, if this is on mute and you're just watching her, what would you think she's saying type thing? I don't know. Let me know if you're interested in that idea.
I'll concede I think there's an issue there, but that's not what happened. I don't think that any officer can submit a statement that they know is going to go in front of a magistrate and do so recklessly. And if they do so, then I agree that the court should take issue with that. Defendant is correct.
Here's my concern with you telling me that at this stage of things. Where in the record is that currently? Apart from anything you may have submitted after they filed the Franks motion.
What specifically?
That there are 3 towers.
I believe I
Remember,
referenced
we're
it in my
proper.
response.
Yeah, but that doesn't, if you give me evidence and I rely on that evidence, then I have to give them a full Franks hearing. And so I get concerned when you start telling me things that are not necessarily part of the evidence.
Understood.
That's a sick
We
part.
can move past the number of towers. Here's what is in evidence, though. Regardless,
Oh fuck, you guys!
none.
Hold on. We need to start over. I forgot to be pointing out the drinking times, like when they happen, because I'm like looking at all these different things on here, and there's so much to look at, and honestly, you catch more every time you watch it. Okay, let's do this again properly. Oh, her laugh is very weird, and y'all pay attention to the
I
crazy
think
eyes.
now, Mr. Mayor, are you going to address
Crazy
the IGG Franks issue, or is Ms. Jennings going to cover
Get
all
her
of it?
hand.
Your Honor, I think I'm going to cover all of it.
All right,
Watch.
go ahead.
Gonna
Watch
attempt
her
to.
face. Watch her face as she comes up here and gets the crazy eyes. Look how excited.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Weird.
This was a massive investigation. I'll concede I think there's an issue there, but that's not what happened. I don't think that any officer can submit a statement that they know is going to go in front of a magistrate and do so recklessly. And if they do so, then I agree that the court should take issue with that. Defendant is correct.
Here's my concern with you telling me that at this stage of things. Where in the record is that currently? Apart from anything you may have submitted after they filed the Franks motion.
What specifically?
That there are 3 towers.
I believe
Remember,
I referenced it in my
proper.
response.
Yeah, but that doesn't, if you give me evidence and I rely on that evidence, then I have to give them a full Franks hearing. And so I get concerned when you start telling me things that are not necessarily part of the evidence.
Understood. We can move past the number of towers. Here's what is in evidence, though. Regardless, none of this has any bearing on the validity of the search warrant.
Drink.
There's kind of 2 buckets of attacks here.
The 2 buckets.
What were they?
Okay. And
Pearl clutching.
and even if the state's wrong,
Y'all, the pearl clutching. Oh, by the way, also there's a couple of moments here where I'm like, she's trying to have like, it's like her, I'm calling it her Shakespeare moment. But then there's also some gestures that are more akin to like, I don't even know what, like some crazy, there's some really weird, crazy gestures in here as well. Okay, but yeah, anyway, but this is the pearl clutching moment coming up.
The validity of the search warrant. There's kind of two buckets of attacks here.
What were they?
Okay.
I know, right?
And
Here, pearl clutching.
and even if the state's wrong, that somehow there was some exculpatory relevance to some of her statements not being included in the probable cause affidavit. You can take all of it out,
Drink.
and the magistrate would still have probable cause.
You guys,
Well,
this gets better every time I see. Like, y'all, remember, this is all in real time. The times where it's muted, you'll be able to tell because she's talking and there's no sound. But there's times like this that, again, I missed it. I'm sure I'm not the only one. Like on normal speed, you miss this stuff. So watch, this part is amazing.
still have probable cause.
Amazing.
Well,
Wow.
the simple answer is investigators
Right.
knew what she saw was real.
So this part, y'all, she's laughing. This is that's why I put like listen, like what?
Investigators knew what she saw was real.
Oh.
And we know it wasn't a dream because they found the evidence discovered the next morning. Those statements didn't need to be included in the PC affidavit because they
Drink.
weren't exculpatory. They didn't support this idea that this didn't really happen,
Crazy eyes.
that somehow we got it wrong. Well, this picture they're painting about how this happened just is simply not true. They can't tell that was a Hyundai Elantra. To them, it doesn't look like, I guess, a Hyundai
That
Elantra.
part is so weird too. Thank you, Rochelle. Oh, sorry. So I was just Rochelle has her command at the end of the day. So here's the first time so far for those of you guys who didn't see it before of her. She got the crazy eyes. She's got the crazy gesturing. This also, by the way, is the same, I think, exact shot that I used to make her overlay, which has been updated since the last time you guys saw it. And there it is. There it is. You can actually tell. Now, of course, when you expand it, it gets all grainy and there's nothing I can do about that. But this is it. This is the one. This is the one. And for those of you guys who were here when I showed this before, and I told y'all that I put the pause exactly where her hands are positioned, what I love here is you can actually literally see that I wasn't just saying that. That literally, that's her arms. And then I took the, because we decided her spirit animal, she has like this groundhog where she like pops up like a groundhog. We were joking about it. And, you know, I always have these different hybrid animals. You guys have probably all seen them, you know, just like there's like a fucked on like the lolly bird, it's closing argument tie. Anyway, we won't go. There's a bunch. Anywho, so she needed one. So we decided groundhog. And then I made that. And then Heather suggested she needed a witch's hat. And I was like, ask and you shall receive. And then, of course, I added this. And I figured her handwriting probably looks something like that. So what do you guys think? So that's her. And I will tell you, it was not easy to find a groundhog that I could do this with and then do all like, you know, it just sucks that herself is so grainy because like, you know, I put a lot of effort into getting everything else just right, but that was the best I could do with her. Although, you know, it almost looks creepier, doesn't it? So yes, but there it is. So, but I wanted to play that again so you guys can appreciate the insanity here.
Happened just is simply not true. They can't tell that was a Hyundai Elantra. To them, it doesn't look like, I guess, a Hyundai Elantra.
Do you see though why I say it would be funny to almost watch the whole thing on mute and just looking at what she's doing with her gestures and her face, try to be like interpreting what you think she's saying? Because I think if I were to do that, it would be not it like it, I don't even know what I would come up with, but it would just be funny. It wouldn't be what she's saying. I mean, it's like anyway. There you go. That's
Excuse
right.
me? But we know that's not true. Logic is flawed.
Drink.
Again,
Yes.
it doesn't matter. At the end of the day,
Drink.
next, the briefing addresses the IGG issue. And
Is it possible to tell from the affidavit what shots and what cameras were relied upon to make the identification?
I know that I don't know that you needed to. I don't know that all of that information had to be included.
That wasn't my question.
Sick burn. Also, that's a drinking moment because not included. Sorry. Y'all. Oh my God, this is great. Some of the best moments are coming up here. So we have the sick burn, and then we have a really good moment where it zooms in on her face, and then this is her Shakespeare moment here in a second. But here, so I muted. So this part that I muted, the judge is talking and he's scolding her right after the sick burn, and her face, as you can see where it's paused, she's smiling and laughing. It's as if she like literally can't understand what he's saying. It's so it doesn't. And so I put LOL. Well, I'll just play it again. It's
I know that I don't know that you needed to. I don't know that all of that information had to be included.
That wasn't my question.
here. Watch. He's scolding her, and that's her.
No. Nor did we need to.
Shakespeare moment.
And at the end of the day,
Oh, but that was also a drinking moment.
I can't wrap my head.
Nor did we need to, because that was including in the probable cause. That was a drinking moment. And then she said at the end of the day, and she's about to say, I can't wrap my head. So this is a triple header. Triple header, guys.
And at the end of the day, I can't wrap my head around.
Drink.
Defendant makes kind of hay about the dog barking. And this is just a reach for me.
Drink.
And again, this fact just does not diminish. Take all information related
Drink.
to the dog. At the end of the day,
Drink.
yeah, there was sufficient probable cause with or without this information.
Drink.
Well, I don't know that I completely wrap my head around the defendant's logic in this. At
Drink.
the end of the day,
Drink.
okay, the direction of travel, like, this assumption.
Some of my favorite parts are coming up, but you guys are cracking me up. And I agree with what you're saying here, TV. Literally, if the state had said nothing, it would have been fine. But she got out there and Hippler was like, God damn it, you fucked up the bat. Yep. I think that's what's happening for sure. Yes. Oh, what else was I going to say? Oh, I there was something else I was going to say. Oh, I'll think of it. But you guys are hilarious. If we can't drink this much, I know, right? Oh yeah, and the public humiliation for sure. Yes. And by the way, big shout out to Rochelle. I think it was you, right, that suggested the drinking game. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Counter. Need some Z's said we need a counter. We will have a counter. And I just, for fun, I want to show you guys what my counters look like. So when I covered Murdaugh, I saved this because of I knew I would want to be able to pull this up, and because of nostalgia, and it's my favorite trial. So this is the counter for Murdaugh. So just to show you guys, right? So with every trial, I always do a counter for different things. So there's a lot. It's going to scroll for a second. Y'all are hilarious. Creighton perches. We're going to see a clip of Creighton perching here, believe it or not, tonight, actually. Beg the court's indulgence. Some of the best ones are towards the end, coming up here in a second. My favorite things. Dick flies too close to the sun. Dick is Dick Poot. Dick Arwillian flies too close to the sun. It's a chicken. Oh, this is a good one too. Expert witness uses a yardstick. We're going to see that as well tonight, guys, by the way. Creighton crawls around on the floor. 4 times. Mags, Papa, Bus, or Row, 119. It's not unusual. That was Alex Murdaugh saying it, by the way, like the song. Oh, you're so right. Y'all are looking at the pause screen. You're right. Yeah, this is a good. I should take a screenshot. Yeah. Looking at the faces on the defense table. Thanks for pointing that out, guys. Anne looks like she's wow. Yes, you guys are right. You know what's so funny is literally every time I pause it and during this, it's something amazing. You get something every time. So I'm gonna take a screenshot of it. Wow. That really is something, isn't it? And especially because you can see she's facing, wow. Meanwhile, Jay Logsdon, I think, is just not even listening. I mean, he's like, got the right idea. Right. Thank you. Great question. Who's Santa looking at? Yeah, either Payne or Mowery, I think. Yeah, and actually, there's a lot of people. I wonder if this bailiff was just opened the door and they heard the door open. Because look, there's other people. Let me back it up a second. Yeah, crazy, huh? The bailiff. Okay. They all wish it was the end of the day. We know that much.
The direction of travel, this assumption assumes that
It's
cars
the bailiff coming inside.
can't change direction of travel.
Anna's like,
We're not talking about 7 minutes. We're talking about 7 minutes,
oh my God, I love that part.
whether or not the car was pointed in a different direction or not. It's a leap for me.
Drink.
Does that answer?
Oh,
Well, it's your answer, so.
Let's say it was. Well, the magistrate still had enough information
you saw it
before
coming.
her to grant probable cause for the arrest. Even if you want to make that leap,
Drink.
at the end of the day, this
Right.
fact just has no bearing on the probable cause determination.
It's a house. Look at that cute squangwin. Yeah, so by the way, as far as like the words, yeah, I guess referencing, so I don't think she said all those words back to back. Like I do remember her saying dirty, I do remember her saying secret, but like I do agree that if any attorney, I don't care which side they're on, if they were to use words like dirty and nasty and like kind of, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of that. I'm just in general, regardless of who's saying it. Because I agree. I think that everyone can do better. Now, having said that, there's definitely that can be a strategy. I mean, not at a hearing really. Well, I suppose it could be, but you might see that type of shit like at closing arguments, right? But usually it's probably about the defendant and not the opposing party, or opposing, I guess opposing party. But like, yeah. So, but I don't care for it. Regardless of, I just don't like, I don't know. It's not my style, but, I think you can do better to using like your brain and like making a great point and like in an articulate manner using the law. In other words, I think that it's more satisfying. Okay, let me back up. If it were me, it would be more satisfying if I really drove a point home being like clever and like finding a really good, strong, like a good legal argument that they hadn't considered, that type of thing. Like that to me would be more satisfying than like calling something dirty. Like that that just seems stupid. By the way, I'm just remembering, I saw a new name in the chat and I don't know that I welcomed you because we were doing something. Scott Reed, have you been here before? And if you have, welcome back. And if you haven't, welcome. I don't, we have a lot of new squirrel friends. And as I've said before, sometimes it's a little bit harder when it's just the letter S or whatever the name is, right? Versus because YouTube just, you just get a letter, and it makes it harder to recognize, because sometimes I think I just recognize the people's little like thumbnails before the name, and like that's my visual cue. But anyway, regardless, welcome here. Okay, so we have this. Isn't this so cute though? I just love this penguin. Look how magical.
It's a house.
Okay, so back to the hearing. All right.
Happened to say, don't look here at this big glaring thing that's missing, this whole piece about why we identified him. Don't look here. We don't want you to look here because this is ugly, this is dirty, and this isn't real.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, there you go. So Stevie, yeah, this is ugly, this is dirty, this isn't real. Yeah, I was not a fan of that when that happened. So those are back to back. Like I said, it would bother me more if it's back to back. That was a back to backer. That I did not. Now I remember when that happened. At the time, I didn't like that then. I don't like it now. I think that there's way better ways to describe that. Like you guys, like all the times I've been talking about this before it had been confirmed, the backdooring, right? And that was my thought. I'm not the only one, but like that was confirmed at the hearing. But before that, right? When I had the thought, what if it was backdoor? What if it was his own sample and whatnot, right? Y'all have never heard me describe it that way, right? I think I would say the worst in terms of like just something that's sort of like, what's the right word? Pejorative, or just like, there's another word I'm looking for. What's the word I'm looking for? Funny, right? What's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, but like, I would say that the closest I would say is like saying it's fucked up. But usually I say that when I'm so mad, I can't think of a better thing to say. But anyway, but I would never, y'all have never heard me say dirty, nasty, whatever she said. Yes. Ugly. I don't know. I think there's better ways to describe what's going on. And I wish I could remember the word I was thinking of, like whatever. Anyway, and what else was I going to say? Oh, and by the way, if you're new also, please feel free to join the Discord. Nightbot is putting a link in the chat, and I'll also share the link for the commands. And I think there's a way that you can like call it out. Here's the thing. When you use, and it's like what Stevie said, right? When you describe things like that, even if that's what you think, and even if it's warranted, and even if it's accurate, here's the thing. I think what you risk, right, is weakening your argument, because a lot of people, myself included, hear that and it's like it can either be distracting, or people maybe if they don't like maybe some people are offended or whatever, right? Depends on what people can. The thing is that it's not as strong as putting it in a by making a strong argument, or like I don't know if I'm making sense, but like I wish I could give an example. Like it's like dumbing it down. It's like dumbing it down and minimizing the issue. That's what I was looking for. It's dumbing it down and it's minimizing the issue. Like that, those words are not good enough to even describe the type of issue that is here. It's worse than that, right? They're minimizing. But B, it's also dumbing it down. And that's why I didn't care for it. And it wouldn't go over well with the jury. Exactly. That's right. And that's exactly why I said, like, if you're the attorney, it's not worth it, right? There's no reason to use that type of languaging because, again, you're not going to alienate anybody by using different words, but you might alienate some people, and even if you don't, it's still dumbing it down, right? Even if nobody's alienated by that type of languaging, right? It's still dumbing it down. And it's like, the problem is way bigger than that. And there's better ways to describe it, but nobody's perfect. She's an awesome attorney. That's just some thoughts. Good night, Denise. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Thanks for your input as always. Okay. Oh, wait, let me back this up because I forgot I inserted this. So For me, I setting aside the dirty and whatever ugly words she's using, right? To her point, though, that's why I included what is going to happen after this.
To say, don't look here at this big glaring thing that's missing.
So that part, like the horrible, ugly, whatever the fuck, I don't care for that. But don't look here at this thing that's missing. Like, don't look here, look over here. Okay, that's the part I was focusing on.
Whole piece about why we identified him. Don't look here. We don't want you to look here because this is ugly, this is dirty, and this isn't real.
So this is from before the hearing, right? Some of you guys were here, but this is what I said. Remember when I said there's better ways to describe it, where I forgot I had included this. So it's like I read my own mind. Or
if this idea that is accurate, right? That he had submitted his DNA, Bryan Kohberger had submitted his DNA, whenever. Potentially he opted out, potentially law enforcement backdoored it, and they got a direct match because they got lucky, but literally unlucky at the same time, right? Again, their whole thing now is to try to make it look like that never happened. Did you guys ever snoop and find your Christmas presents ahead of time? Did you guys ever go snooping around as kids and the present was wrapped and hidden? Did you guys ever do that? And it was exactly what you always wanted, right? So now you know what you're getting. So your new job has changed. Your new job is now to make it seem like you don't know the answer. You have to make it look like you didn't snoop. You have to make it look like you didn't unwrap it. And then on Christmas Day, you have to make it look like you didn't know what you were getting when you already knew what you were getting. That is what this is to me.
In the first AT&T warrant,
so I did like the clock transition to show like going back in time and going back and forward in time. So circus music, are you actually a musician, just out of curiosity?
that affidavit, the police officer talks about 2:42 a.m. that WSU cameras, because they start looking at WSU cameras after the IGG identification, they find a white car that they say is an Elantra at 2:42. So they get the phone records, and then it becomes 2:44 that they say, Mr.
Oh,
Kohberger.
weird. I cut out. I didn't cut out over here. Did it do the spinning wheel? That's funny because usually, I mean, the spinning wheel didn't happen on my end. That's funny. But I cut out. So I was just saying, are you a musician? Because I'm just curious because of your name, and So that's funny. Do y'all also know each other? Wouldn't be surprising if you did.
Kohberger's leaving his residence 2:44 a.m. And the place near Bishop Boulevard where one could turn to go to Moscow at 2:42 is inconsistent with 2:44, but they don't correct that. They don't say that vehicle at 2:42 cannot have been the right white Elantra running around that night.
Okay.
Because we now know it was at 2:44 a.m.
Okay.
They want.
This is where we segue into the cell phone and the location data. I made myself wait until we got here to bring this up where it would be relevant to this hearing because I was initially going to start with it, but okay. So I have so much thoughts. I'm trying to figure out where to begin. Okay. Do you guys remember how when this case first started, right? How when this case first started, there was this rumor, like everybody kept saying airplane mode. I guess it was a rumor, right? Because no one knew. They kept saying his phone on airplane mode, right? And everyone just kept saying that. And of course, I heard that and I'm like, they don't know because they don't know what they're talking about, right? And I'm like trying to tell everybody it could be powered off or airplane mode. It just depends on what the data they were able to get, blah, blah, blah. But everyone's like airplane mode, right? Why was that the first thing people were saying? Well, it's because the phone was not reporting to the network. That's cell towers, right? Okay, that's the first thing. So let's play a little bit more. Don't worry, we're going to look at the timeline and the map and all that too. But
to keep that in there because they want the car positioned like it's going to be going to Moscow. And that is really important with the misleading of the magistrate. When you look at 1A, that's the map we looked at earlier today, where there's the whole loop.
And so that gave us a little bit of insight. So when they had that closed hearing, right? The closed hearing was about IGG, right? But what she's referencing, the map we looked at earlier today, was when it was closed, which is interesting. So that gives us insight that as to what else they talked about. But why would it? Why? But thinking about that, like it's odd that that was closed. Why? They were looking at the map, So in other words, there's things that are being held in the closed parts of the hearing that are more than just IGG, is what we are learning when we point these things out.
Around, but there's a blue line as if pointing the car towards Moscow, and that's not what happened. They then report the phone stops reporting to the network at
There you go.
2:47 a.m. And that's not right. We submitted their cell experts report that say the phone stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. That's the part that's really exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger, is what direction, when the phone stops reporting to the network, what direction is the car traveling? And you can know that based on the cell towers, the handoffs from tower to tower, as it tracks where a phone's going. The FBI knows how to do this. They chose not to do this. They chose to take a time 7 minutes before it really stopped reporting. And they chose to make a map that showed a direction that phone wasn't traveling in, to create a false narrative for the magistrate to rely on to find probable cause.
Yes. So this is the point I was going to get to. Okay. So here's what it comes down to, guys, right? As I've talked about, it's all about that location data. Remember, what am I talking about? I'm talking about the shit you get from a SQLite extraction. Like what we've looked at, and we're going to see some examples of this tonight as well, with like Paul Murdaugh is a great example, right? The iPhone location, like the cache data. It's like updating like every 8 seconds, and it's like giving you a pinpoint, a GPS latitude and longitude that's within like 6 feet of accuracy. Like you can figure out what room in the house somebody's in, okay? It is the most accurate, pretty much tied with pen trap and trace, which with the pen trap and trace, we looked at this at the beginning of the live stream, with the pen trap and trace, they're only allowed to, the way it does it, it checks the location for an update every 15 minutes. So when you compare that every 15 minutes, updating your location versus like with the iPhone cache data, or same with an Android, where it's like every few seconds for them, like, well, then that's going to be even the most helpful, right? But that's when you have the physical phone, when you can do the extraction, right? The pen trap trace is when you don't have the phone because you don't even have the person. Okay, but the reason I'm mentioning that is because those are the 2 ways that you can actually get location data. The cell phone towers, the pings in the CDR are really useless. Like, that's not, maybe back in the day it was different, right? Before we had smartphones. But these days, that's so the thing I've been saying, and you guys have heard this who've been here before, is like, why is it that that's all they talk about, right? Like, why is it that that's all they talk about? Even when his phone is not powered off, which we're going to get to that. Don't worry, we're going to talk about that. But in other words, even before the phone is powered off and after it's powered on, we know that the trap and trace search was asking for all that GPS data, and it wasn't there. So, location data. So, first of all, they would not have known that his phone had been powered off until they got the phone and did a physical extraction using SQLite or some other method, some other tool. And we'll talk more about that as well. So that could be why some people were saying it was airplane mode, although they shouldn't speculate, right? But anyway, but when they got the physical phone and did that extraction is when they would have been able to make a informed decision as to whether it was likely powered off or on airplane mode. And again, we'll talk more about that. And I'm just trying to read my handwriting here on my notes. Okay, so, but in other words, why is it that when they were doing the pen trap and trace, right? Or why is there no GPS data? Because we know that that was included in the search warrant, right? So a couple things. Stevie B had mentioned earlier, potentially wiping the phone remotely. That's possible. That's possible. If it wasn't put in a Faraday bag. Now, we don't know if it was or wasn't, probably was. If it's put in a Faraday, that's the reason they do that. That's the reason they use the Faraday bags, is so that they can't remotely wipe it, right? But anyway, so other than that, there's other things that could explain why there would not be location data, maybe period, right? He might have been one of those people who does, like for example, just as a refresher, airplane mode just means that your phone is not going to be connecting to the cell towers or Wi-Fi. It still is going to load location data if you have your location services turned on. And it's still going to run background processes. Let me just reiterate that. Airplane mode is only going to just do those two things. It's not going to, and I think maybe also Bluetooth, right? But like no towers, no Wi-Fi, I think no Bluetooth, right? But not that really matters too much usually in cases. But the main thing, right, that people don't realize, probably most people, right, that it still is going to log your location data if you have location services turned on. If you have your location services turned off and your phone is not in airplane mode, then your phone is still going to do all the things. It's going to ping off a tower. It's going to do all the things, but it's not going to load. It's not going to log location data. Wait, hold on. Am I confusing myself? Yeah. If your location services are off. Now, so in other words, you can have your phone, you can have airplane mode off, right? It doesn't impact your location services. Like people just like, that's the whole thing. So you can have location services on or off, right? So in other words, before this phone in question, right? Before this phone stopped reporting to the network, which we're going to talk about why we can say almost for a fact it was power off. And that comes out during this hearing as well. But anyway, we'll talk about that more. Prior to that and after that, the status of the phone. The fact that they don't have GPS data, despite A, doing a pen trap and trace, and B, a physical extraction. And here, I'm sure you're probably thinking, and don't worry, I do this to myself. Well, how do I know that they don't have that information? We don't have all the information. Oh yeah, for sure. The fact that everything that they are relying on for this entire case is built on surveillance footage of the car, cell phone tower pings, and CDR. They don't have it. They don't have it. This entire thing. And I'm going to get to what that dawned on me in a second too from that. So they don't have it. So what that says to me is that he kept his phone probably always with location services turned off, which is a smart thing to do for a lot of people, right? I mean, I guess, like, I don't know. It means your phone can't be tracked. And the other thing is this. I looked into this extensively. If you have check it out, with a pen trap and trace, here's the deal, guys. With a pen trap and trace, if you have airplane mode doesn't do shit. They're just, again, irrelevant. They can find them, right? If they do a pen trap and trace and you have location services off, nothing. Unless you are, the best they can do is if you're using your phone, like they can only get you from the other ways, the archaic ways, right? Cell towers, the bullshit, stupid ass ways, right? Like if they do a pen trap and trace and you have your location service off, that they're going to rely on to the cell phone tower pings and the CDR, which is what we are seeing here. So, and we know that when they eventually got the phone, they still didn't get any location data. Why? Again, they are relying on the cell towers and the CDR. So my thought is that he just kept location services turned off. Because if you do that, your phone is not going to be traceable. And it's not going to be registering location data. I think there's an exception when it comes to, what was it? Let me think. Right. There's an exception when it comes to things like, like the safety alerts, like the Amber Alerts and stuff like that. That goes through the network. So it's a little bit different, but that's not a way to find a locate. Like that's not the type of location data we're talking about, like a latitude and longitude. Okay. Is that making sense? Let me see what you guys think in the chat. Yeah, and like in Murdaugh, as I've showed on other live streams, right? They've got a tower right near the house, and there's a tower like 25 minutes away in Varnville. And there's times when the family members were at the house at home making phone calls using their phone, and the phone pinged the other tower that was 25 minutes away instead of the one right next to the house. But don't worry, we're gonna watch you guys. Don't worry, I've got you. We're gonna watch the best fucking expert of all time talk about this stuff. I'm wondering if we should actually, let me pause this here. Let's jump over to the cell phone stuff, because that way you can hear it from experts instead of me. Let's jump over to that and we'll come back to this. I've got all this stuff ready to go for, we're going to learn. We're going to freaking learn. So do you guys want to start with the towers? Well, let's do this one because it's shorter. Let's do this one first. So this is one I put together, and this is going to show the timeline that I was just referencing. Okay, let's do this. Okay, we're going to rely on, as we've done before, Murdaugh experts from the trial, because this case was built on cell phones, and it is the first time in that a trial ever has proven proof of life and time of death based on cell phone activity. Like you as in by the user and by the victim, right? Like they narrowed it down. It's narrowed down, and I've narrowed it down to like the second, like the exact second. But okay, so we're going to hear from, the first we're going to hear from is this Verizon dude who's going to explain CDR. And we're also going to see, guys, what does it look like when you like do things correctly. So we're going to see, for example, like chain of custody questions. And because I wanted to show you guys, because some of you guys haven't watched as many trials. I know some of you guys, this might be your first trial, just like what it looks like when it's by the book. And but it's not very long, but we're just going to get an idea of what it looks like. And you're going to see that the way that this is dealt with is they have to, the testimony comes from the custodian of records from the cell phone, from the network provider. So in this case, it's Verizon. It doesn't really make a difference. It'll be AT&T, for BK's trial. But anyway, all right.
Mr. Kinich, how you doing, sir? Great. How are you? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Kinich. All right. And where are you employed, sir?
Verizon Wireless.
And what are your duties there?
In this capacity, I'm a custodian of records.
All right. And so it's in its normal course of business, does Verizon keep records?
That is correct.
The reason he's asking that is because technically these business records are hearsay, right? They're an out-of-court statement because even though it's not a verbal statement, it's a written statement, even though it's a business record, even though it's, that's what it's hearsay. It's hearsay, right? But there's a business records exception to hearsay. So he's asking those questions because this is how you get things into evidence, right? These are made over the normal course of business. And you might be thinking, what? This comes in at every trial. It does. But still, it's still hearsay unless you ask these questions and lay the foundation. And you're going to even hear him say the words at some point. I'm going to lay a little bit more foundation. But also, I wanted to say, I couldn't agree with you more, Stevie. We all want the same thing here, truth and justice, for sure, 100%.
And does it keep call records?
That is correct.
Just generally speaking, what kind of records does Verizon keep in relation to phone accounts and call records?
Subscriber information, cellular data, which could be telephone calls, text message, data sessions.
Okay. All right, and these have been previously shown to counsel. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 268.
So this is, again, I'll just walk through. So it's getting things into evidence, right? You first have to ask the witness. The witness, evidence, oh, the thing that's interesting is evidence isn't really evidence until you have a witness, right? It's nothing. You have to have, well, with only a few exceptions. Like, for example, sometimes the parties will just stipulate, but that doesn't happen too often. Most trials, you won't really see that. But it's a rarity, but evidence has to come from a witness. It's either testimony from the witness stand, or the witness has to say, I recognize the thing. I know what the thing is. I did the thing, and they have to verify it. And then it can be, that's when it's offered into evidence. At that point, the other side gets the opportunity to object. If there's an objection, then they fight over it. If there's no, and then something happens, whatever the result is, if there's no objection, then it can be admitted. And then you have to ask the court for permission to publish it to the jury.
Yeah, I'm asking you if you recognize that, sir.
I do.
And what is that?
State's Exhibit 268 is Alex Murdaugh's telephone number, 803-942-1227.
Okay.
So by the way, you may think Alex Murdaugh. Okay. So for anyone who didn't watch this trial, Alex, his name is spelled and it looks like Alex Murdaugh, but of course it's pronounced Alec Murdaugh. So.
And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
I have.
And what is the contents of that on that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information, text messages, anything related to billing purposes of Verizon Wireless.
Okay. And was that, were those records previously turned over to law enforcement?
In
And
request
that
to,
came up actually in the hearing as well. But one of the things they mentioned in terms of the information that you get from these CDRs, right, was like they got access. I think she says, and it might be in one of the clips we're going to watch, how they get access to your billing and checking information and all that banking stuff, right? So it goes beyond just like the cell phone.
a search warrant, they were.
All right. And you've reviewed those records, correct?
I have.
After reviewing them, are those true and authentic copies of the records that
Oh, getting
are
into
kept by
that.
Verizon?
They are.
All right. And those are related to Alex Murdaugh's Verizon account, sir,
That is correct.
with a number ending in 1227?
And look, you're going to check and verify it. You can't make an assumption. Who are you guys talking about that you can't comment? I don't think that's me, but I don't know if there's something that's not working.
That is correct.
Told us kind of what it is, but can you give us a little more detail? What does that do? And how does that help someone
Look at Poot's face.
looking at these records?
In response to a search warrant, Verizon provides a key to be able to read the records that were provided. So this particular record is a Vultee call detail record key.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take this to you. And I think the Elmo is still up.
Elmo! What are you guys
We need
talking
the
about?
Elmo up, please. 270. We see
Oh my God, Poot's face there is even better. Look at that.
several columns of
Wow,
information
that is special.
across that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you read from your screen there, sir? Can you read some of that information?
Yes, sir. The first column is record open date and time. The second, would you like me to read across?
Well, let's lay a little more foundation. The records that are provided on those CDs and what they're in digital format, correct?
That is correct.
And what program are they?
So that's not what Elmo, by the way, where I haven't paused, there's Creighton perching, as we always called it. He does. I freaking love it. So the Elmo is the official name of the projector that they use that literally is outdated and not used anywhere except for in trials. And it's called the Elmo. And so I think the Elmos are really cute. Actually I learned, we had during one of the Casey Anthony live streams, shout out to Flash. Flash looked it up. The Elmos were like invented in 1937. So it's like literally like ancient technology, but I'll show you guys, where is it? Let me show you guys this. Okay. This is how much I love the Elmo. And so it's funny because in the different trials and different courts, you'll see they've all got very different Elmos, and some of them are really outdated and others are less outdated. It's pretty funny. Okay, so I made this because at one point I had the thought during a live stream that like Elmo and Nightbot, like they're best friends, like BFF for life. So by the way, it's DJ Nightbot. There's a long story behind that. But there is an Elmo. So that Elmo is a specific Elmo from the Ezra McCandless trial. The background is literally the courtroom of what we were just watching. This is the courtroom from Alex Murdaugh's trial. So there's the Elmo and there's Nightbot. And look, it's like as if they wrote it with their own handwriting. So we love the Elmo. So whenever I'm watching a trial and they mention the Elmo, I all say, yay, Elmo. So that's the story of that. So where, okay, here it was. But yes, and Creighton's doing the perching. I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't look like Elmo. I never even thought of that. But like, I mean, I totally see that. But yeah, but everybody, more importantly, everyone needs to know about the Elmo because the Elmos are so cute. They like have their own personalities to me, and it's always a fun thing in the trial whenever and you'll see attorneys struggle with the Elmo. And it's like, again, this was invented in 1937, guys. You know,
Excel.
Okay, Excel format, that's a spreadsheet, correct?
That is correct.
And so when we look at these records, they're all provided in columns in the Excel spreadsheet, correct?
That is correct.
And each column going left to right is a different sort of information that is on the records, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, and so we'll look at an example in a few minutes, but this is the key to look at to understand what each column is in reference to, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so let's look at the far left column, and I believe that says record open date time. What does that mean, sir?
That would be the date and time the call record transpired in local time.
In local
yeah, they
time.
struggle.
Okay. And what's the second column
Struggle
from the left?
with that.
That would be the date and time the call transpired in Greenwich Mean Time.
Okay. In Greenwich Mean Time is that also known as universal time?
That is correct.
And going to the third from the left column, what is that?
Are you
That is
using
the
that? Or are you talking to
serving
Nightbot?
system
Nightbot?
ID.
And what does that mean?
That's a network name on Verizon from which the call transpired.
Okay. And what is the column next to that? I believe it's labeled NID.
That would be the switch number that Verizon uses to route.
Okay. And what is a switch, generally speaking?
It would be what's considered a hub for multi-cell towers.
Okay. So multiple cell towers be connected to one switch.
That is correct.
Okay.
And then going next, cell ID. What is that column?
That would be the specific cell tower that the target number used to make the cellular data connection.
Okay. And that's the actual tower that a particular call is routed to, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And the next column says cell face. What is that? What does
That
it mean?
would be the cell face that the cellular data connection transpired over. There's typically 3 faces on each cell tower.
Okay. And next we see market ID. What is that?
That's fair. That is the switch number. So in some records, it'll have that listed. So it's the same thing as the NID, but depending on the specific record, which column will be used.
Okay. And then next column says
Hey, for anyone who's just not joining us, we're delving into a lot on this live stream. We're in the section right now where we got into the part of the hearing where the nitty gritty with like the difference in the time, the discrepancy with the 7 minutes. And so we've been talking about this previously, but we're continuing this discussion about, CDRs and cell phone tower pings. And like, for me, my big thing is like, was like the question I kept thinking is like, where's all the location data? And I think that we were actually just kind of talking about that. And I think there isn't any, again, if his phone, anyway, we already talked about it, but I think it didn't exist. And so, and I'm not saying that anybody I'm not saying that like it was fussed with by law enforcement. What I mean is like, if you just have location services off, then that's all it takes to not have location data. But anyway, so, and so that therefore this trial is really hinging on these more compared to location, like, like the location data, far less reliable, right? And that's why we hear so much argument about this. So we're getting some context from experts from the Murdaugh trial, where cell phones were super important, explaining because again, the cell towers and the CDR, right? We're going to hear about how that works. And we're also going to hear about the phone extractions and stuff too. So we're learning.
What is that?
It's a 6-digit cell tower number. The first 3 digits is the market ID, and the last 3 digits is the tower identification.
And column B.
You're going to love the dude who does the cast and talks about the cell phone towers. It's going to explain this. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's coming right up.
It says May 1st of 21. What is that date, sir?
That was the date that the search warrant started the request for the search warrant.
Okay. So when law enforcement sent a search warrant,
That I left it on purpose because we're going to hear, when we go back to the hearing video, we're going to hear again the dates and how broad they were for what they asked for BK. Now, here's what so we're going to pay attention to the date. So the homicides in this case happened on June 7th, 2021. And so let's listen for that
The
range.
search warrant started the request for the search warrant.
okay.
That was the date.
May 1st of 21. What is that date? Sorry.
May, 1 month before. May. The murders were June. 1 month before.
That was the date that the search warrant
That's
started the request for the search warrant.
Okay. So when law enforcement sent a search warrant to Verizon, they requested date, record starting on May 1st. Is that correct?
That is correct.
May 1st, 2021. And then the next column says June 10th of 2021. What is that
From
date,
May
sir?
1st to June 10th. A month and 10 days. Think about that. And we're going to, and you guys might remember off the top of your heads, but we're going to hear the range that they asked for BK. And it's like, I think over a year prior or something wild. Hi, Justice. Happy to see you again. It's insane. So this is just, again, this is more normal, although that I'm sure, I remember at some point when they cross-examined somebody, his attorneys tried to make it seem like this was unreasonable, which, I mean, this is extremely restrained, right? I mean, I'm surprised they didn't go for longer, but they don't, what did I say? It was a month and 10 days? Crazy.
That is the last day that was requested on the search warrant.
Okay.
Okay, now we're on Dove Field. So we're going to hear his qualifications because, again, this is the cell phone expert dude for the extractions. And think about this, guys, when you compare it to Mowery, okay? Are you guys ready? So, a real person.
I do.
State your name again as you put the legal C. Spell your last name for the record, please.
Britt Dove, D-O-V-E. I go by Britt. I'm known as David Britton Dove.
But his real name is Britt Dovefield.
And Lieutenant Dove, where are you currently employed, sir?
For the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, known as SLED, in the Computer Crime Center.
What's your rank?
I am a lieutenant in the unit.
So you're in supervisory capacity over the computer crimes unit?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. And have you had training over the years in computer and phone forensics?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right. Can you briefly describe to the jury some of the training you've had?
Yes, sir. If I may refer to my notes.
TV.
I am currently a certified SQLite
You guys ready to hear this?
operator. I'm a SQLite certified physical analyst. I'm certified in advanced smartphone analyst with SQLite. I'm certified with used to be black bag mobilize operator. I'm certified as a blacklight examiner, and I've also received certification for Axon Investigative certified operator and examiner. I'm currently a member of the Secret Service Task Force. I'm also a member of the FBI Cyber Working Task Force and also the FBI InfraGuard, along with the South Carolina Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. I've received training from SQLite to receive these certifications and been tested on those. I've also received training with the National White Collar Crime Center for basic data recovery and acquisition, identifying and seizing electronic evidence, encryption, metadata, and EXIF tags, electronic law enforcement seminars, basic computer skills for law enforcement, network intrusion response program, introduction to cell phone investigations, virtual currency, blockchain tracing, and cryptocurrency anti-money laundering, and the future of preserving digital evidence. I've also attended the National Computer Forensic Institute with the Secret Service and received training in the basic computer evidence recovery, basic network investigative training, point of sale training, advanced forensics training, network intrusion response program, digital evidence investigations, MAC forensics training. I've also received training from Access Data, also known as FTK, and Internet Forensics. I've received training from Texas A&M, their School of Engineering Extension Services through
I
FEMA
don't know how anyone
for
does all this
forensic
stuff.
or digital forensics basics, network assurance, information security for everyone, cyber incident analyst and response. Also received training from HIDA courses, Atlanta, Carolinas, the social media resource investigations, black bag
Right? I know,
is
right?
technology, where I received training to
This is going to be a funny moment here in a second.
become a certified mobilized operator. Also with basic technology for autopsy 8-hour online training, which is a forensic tool to use for computers. Intro to DFIR, the divide and conquer process. I've attended magnet forensics virtual summits for pattern of life analysis, timeline user generated activities. Virtual summit, taking a bite out of a Chromebook analyst. Virtual summit, taking the first steps into Windows and memory forensics. Virtual summit, the evolution of ransomware, attack, investigation, response, and prevention services. That's just to name a few. I have several more pages of them if you'd like me to read them.
I think that's be sufficient for now, anyway.
So are you
First of
guys,
all, when you receive,
y'all, so for anyone who didn't watch this trial, did you see and watch Creighton's face and hearing everybody laugh? This is one of the reasons why I love this trial. This trial is not normal. Like, and it's because of this jurisdiction. You can see Creighton smiling. This would not fly in most, if not all, other jurisdictions, apart from the Low Country of South Carolina. But in this trial, it's a completely different vibe, and it's really. It was like the first day of trial. Everybody that was watching the trial was like, "Are we in an alternate universe? Like, what is going on? Like, what?" And then you realize this is just like normal practice, and then you're like, "Oh my god, this is like amazing." It has like a lot of heart. But watch Creighton's face.
Several more pages of them if you'd like me to read them.
I think that's be sufficient for now, anyway. First of all, when you receive a cell phone in a locked state, are you able to access the files on that phone?
No, sir. We're not able to access all the files on there.
Why is it?
Yeah.
Because with modern cell phones, when they are in a locked state, the files are encrypted on there. They usually use 256-bit encryption, and they're based with the Apple phone, for instance, they're based at a file level encryption so that you are not able to pull the file out and look at it until you decrypt it or unlock the file.
All right. And once the phone is unlocked, you're then able to access the data, correct?
Yes, sir, we are.
What is a phone extraction, first of all?
Yes.
And
So
then we'll,
Fox watched this trial. Yes, absolutely. Freaking love it. By the way, shout out to Poot. If someone wants, they can do an exclamation point Poot in the chat. There he is. Poot surprise. Were you all surprised? Some of you guys are probably expecting that. But for the, you know what? It's actually a good time for memory's sake to roll at the bottom here my counter from this trial. Because for anyone who watched it, you will find it hilarious. Speaking of the, it's like, it was like a, a lot of things about it were like kind of like a shit show, but not in the way that, not a shit show in a bad way, not like Karen Reed or like whatever. Like for example, when the testimony, when you had the neighbor getting up there and talking about Bubba and the rooster, and that was one of my favorite parts of the entire trial. And everybody just wanted to know about the dynamics between the chickens and the rooster and the dog and what happened. And it was like amazing, just incredible stuff. But there's the ticker down there at the bottom with the counter from the trial. So yeah.
what's a phone extraction?
A phone extraction would be us retrieving as much information, user information off of that phone as possible. And then once we take that information, it's put into, depending on the software, a lot of times it's put into a zip file, and then we'll process that zip file with another piece of software.
Okay, so the reason I included this is because, well, A, it's very informative, but B, remember the thing about the phone and how, as we've talked about, they don't ever say what type of phone Bryan has. It's odd. But the fact that what they call it cell phone / USB drive or whatever. What is it called? A USB drive. Yeah, that's what it is. But it's a 2 terabyte USB drive, right? So I've been thinking about this, and we're going to hear some more stuff too when we get back to the hearing, but the size of that drive, right? Like, in other words, the 2 terabytes and the USB drive. So that's why I wanted to include this, because it's going to give us some context for what normally should happen.
And I think you kind of mentioned this, but there are different types of phone extractions, correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
And just name Name a few of them.
There's the advanced logical extraction, like I described, it's just kind of the surface level that you go through. It's what you see on your phone. If you look at it, you see the text messages, call logs, pictures, things like that. Then you have the file system, which are going to get you databases in there. They're going to get you things that you're not seeing, along with the surface level. And then, of course, you have the physical, which ultimately gives you programming ability to the phone.
So there's three general categories or types of extraction. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And imagine in doing this in your computer lab, you have access to multiple types of software to help you extract and process this data off these phones. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right. And what's some of the software you use to help you with these phones?
Some of the software we use, we'll use SQLite, whether it's their UFED Touch, which is a hardware device to extract information. They have a 4PC version, which is, it sits on your laptop or your computer. We'll use that to extract. There's also Axon by Magnet Forensics that we'll use to extract stuff too. And then SQLite also offers several other things. The one we'll use a lot is GrayKey, which we use to extract information from iOS devices or from Android devices.
Okay. And how do you decide what software to use on what device?
It really depends on what we're looking for and the state of the device when we receive it. If we receive a phone that we have a passcode to they're just looking for call logs and pictures, the investigator, sometimes we'll just use SQLite for PC or physical analyzer, and we'll just do advanced logical extraction for them. Most of the time, though, we always try to get a full file system because there's
The full file extraction. That's what we're getting to.
additional stuff we can see and look at besides just that surface level stuff. So if it's an iOS and Android, sometimes we'll use GrayKey. If it's one of the other ones, sometimes we'll reach out to the Secret Service if we're not able to and use SQLite Premium.
And we'll talk in more detail about each phone later, but in terms of your testimony today, we're going to focus on three different phones. And that's Maggie's, Alex's, and Paul's. And you've been able to process all those phones in your lab, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
What pieces of software did you use to analyze Alex's phone?
Alex's phone, I used GrayKey to do the full file system extraction. At first, I didn't have the password for that phone, and then I was able to obtain that password. So I used it to the full file system, and then I ran it through SQLite Physical Analyzer, and then turned around and used Axon to validate my results to make sure they were decoding properly.
I know.
But there's other types of information on the phone as well.
Yes, sir, there is.
And that's information that a simple user can't necessarily access. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
This is the type of shit I've been talking about when we were discussing things that get overwritten. This is all the stuff that's running in the background. Now, here's why this is important, right? Because when we talk about how would they know if a phone was powered off or on airplane mode or whatever, right? So, and I've discussed this before, we're going to talk more about it tonight too. Like, the only way, the thing that you can, as far as like a pen, trap, and trace, right? The only thing you can't get there that you can get from SQLite, right, for example, is these background processes. So all the shit that you get from when you do like a SQLite extraction, it's these background processes. So pen, trap, and trace can't access that. So remember how I started this whole thing with this saying, why is it that, people initially the rumor was airplane mode and now they're saying powered off, right? Well, the first thing they would have known before they had a suspect or before they had a phone or whatever, right? They would have, or I guess they would have to have a suspect, but not the phone. When they do the pen, trap, and trace, right? They would be able to, the first thing they're going to know is, oh, it's not reporting to the network, right? That could be a lot of different reasons as we've talked about. But when they did the full file extraction, that's how they learned that. And in my opinion, that's why the state even said it. And if the one thing that they said is true is this, I would agree that the phone would be powered off, and they would have learned that when they extracted the phone. Now, we don't know how long it took to extract it. We don't know that yet. We don't know how long it took them to get into it. Well, that's all. I'm not going to go delve into what happened here with Paul's phone because that was a whole thing. But anyway, but we're going to learn more about these background processes that that I was just mentioning. And again, why does this matter? Like, they really do matter, because that's the shit that really allows you to pinpoint what's going on with the phone, whether it was done by the user's choice or somebody else, or it was just an automatic process. It's all these background processes, because of the fact that no one can access them or manipulate them. The only way you can get to it is through SQLite. Nothing else or a similar tool. But that allows you to see, that shit, that stuff that no one thinks about, that's really what allowed them to solve this, and to prove this case to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. So.
All right. And tell us more about that information. First of all, where is it stored? How is it stored? And how is it accessed by in your lab?
Right.
Phones used.
Exactly, Top Cat. Yeah. And so it took over a year to get into Paul's phone, because he was the victim, right? And because his phone was, his battery had died. And so then they had that situation where, you have the first unlock or whatever. And actually, initially I was going to include that testimony in this, and then I cut it out because I was like, I don't know if jailbreaking is going to be that relevant here. Maybe I should have included it because it's really interesting. And so that's what they call jailbreaking. And that's like a whole big deal. But they had to do that with Paul's phone. And so it took them over a year, though, to get into it.
Many times SQLite databases to store information. They will go in, and inside those SQLite databases are things we're able to obtain by doing the full file system extraction. And things you may see in that from a big one's called Knowledge C database. You can see if the phone has been turned, if it's in portrait mode straight up and down, or it's been turned to vertical in landscape mode. You can see if the power goes out on the phone from the power log database, and what kind of battery percentage you may have. It also will have things in there in the encrypted databases. It'll have geolocation stuff from GPS stuff.
Oh.
It'll contain things like Bluetooth connections, where you can see if your phone connected to a Bluetooth device previously and when was the last time it connected to it. And those are some of the things you can find.
Are you seeing why this is so valuable, right? Like all kinds of stuff. So the background phone processes, and then things like orientation, backlight coming on, and then your geolocation data, all this stuff. I mean, it's everything. It's like all the shit. Like that's why I'm saying like that phone extraction. Those are the most important things.
The different databases.
All right, you just used a few words there. First of all, I think you said SQLite, right?
Yes, sir.
What is that, and what does that mean?
The SQLite database is a database that's contained. The best way to think of it is think of just one solid file. All the information is contained inside that file. That file will go through, and once it fills up, it will delete out the oldest stuff and keep the newest stuff.
And you mentioned location storage, and that's a type of Knowledge C database, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's not unlimited storage for location points on the phone, correct?
Well, let me correct that. Actually, Knowledge C, you have a separate databases that do location.
Okay.
You have the cache database, you have the cache encrypted database, or just to name a few that will save location information.
Right. And so phones, depending on how the user has their settings, will store location data, correct?
Yes, sir. A user can make a selection on their phones whether they want to always.
Here we go, guys. Like I was saying.
Give out their location only while using an app or never. It's a setting that a user gets to choose if they want, or it sets by default.
Sorry. And what are the different types of location data that a phone can store?
A phone can store many things. It can store cell towers that it's seen, depending on the database it comes out of. If it's the encrypted cache database, a lot of times it'll tell you what networks it's seen, but will not tell you the exact date and time that it has seen those networks. But it will tell you it's at some point in its life it's seen this network at this location. You have the cache database. Many times it'll go through, and that'll be pulling GPS information. You'll have also databases that'll pull cell phone tower information if it's available.
And just again, generally speaking, would GPS location information be more accurate than something like a cell phone tower location information?
Yes, sir, it would be. A full file system report from SQLite is going to have everything that it can decode.
Now he's going to get to the size of those reports. So, oh my God, I know, right? With money laundering. So as far as the question about why did he kill his son? He killed his wife and his son. And I made a joke that's not really a joke. That's like, how much time do you have? And that's, I'm talking to Twiz there, but yeah, I mean, it's a lot more like this is my this case is my this is my favorite case, my favorite trial. I followed this since day one, but I always made these jokes that I had so much useless knowledge about this entire case and all the surrounding cases and about the family, and people were always like joking you should write a book. And this is before I covered the trial. Then I was like, oh, I'll cover the trial. There you go. Wait, there we can put it to use that way. But anyway, so when I covered this, we went through, there's so much back history with the family. It's really fascinating. The connection to the railroads. This is really such a fascinating fucking case. And so, and just like with really any case, I mean, I guess maybe there's some trials where the motive and the reason and what happened is kind of cut and dry, maybe, but there's some that are more complicated where, there's maybe just like what people will say the theory is, or what is the narrative in the mainstream media or whatever. And that's not really true, or maybe not that it's even inaccurate, but it's like way leaving stuff out, I guess, if you will. So like, basically, I still haven't finished it yet. I started a series called Gloria Satterfield, The Fall That Started It All. And that, I think what started happening, I started covering, I think that was when Karen Reed, I started covering Karen Reed. Anyway, I just didn't and then I got sidetracked. But anyway, that was going to show a backstory to this case that is really, like, I think has a lot to do with it. And so one of the things we were looking at is like when Gloria Satterfield died, we were looking at the 911 call and Alex's whereabouts and all this information. We've got Maggie and Paul, you can hear them making that call and what's going on in the background and then going through all this. And, in other words, there's a lot of suspicious deaths that are connected to Alex Murdaugh before his son and his wife. It's just those are the only two that he was charged with and convicted of. And the whole family has this really crazy, dark, like weird, like history of like. Anyway, it's hard to even summarize why it's so hard to summarize, if that makes any sense. But it's just a really rich backstory, and there's a lot of and for anyone who did follow it, I have these videos saved of like when I discovered the railroads at the rehab place, and then like when I called Sunrise Detox, that was like one of the funniest moments ever. The place where Alex supposedly went to rehab. Anyway, so it's a really good one. But yes, no, you're probably getting confused because Stephen Smith is still unsolved, but that was a rumor. That was a rumor, and that was debunked a long time ago. And it was just a rumor. Oh, right. I see what you're saying. Okay. You're talking about Paul. I thought you were talking about Buster, right? Paul. Yes. The boating accident. Yes. The boating accident. The drunk boating accident. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. That was another one. Yeah. So everyone's so Buster is alive. And that's another thing we talked about too, because, the family annihilation theory means you kill the whole family, right? So one thing we talked about when I covered this is I had thoughts on why did Buster survive, right? They killed the mom, his wife and son, but he didn't lure Buster there, and Buster survived. And that's another interesting facet. And that's correct. They had, that they had to take all the pictures out of the grandfather out of the courtroom. Yep. And actually, if you guys remember when I showed the Elmo Nightbot Forever, you can see it when it has all the portraits up. That was before the trial. They had to take all the portraits down. And the other thing that's really relevant here too is, again, this is a really rural area, small town, and it's like a similar number of towers per square mileage. So it's very relevant too, as it pertains to this, to Moscow. He'll never tell. He'll never tell. I bet he'll never tell. He's going to take it to the grave. He's never told anyone. Yep. It's a really interesting case. So, okay.
And then put in a readable format for you. It's going to give you things like your health database stuff, like to show you your steps that you're taking, your calls that you've made or missed or received. your emails, your text messages. It's going to tell you if you connect it to a Bluetooth device. It's going to tell you if you went.
Forget he was an attorney, right? And the amount of money that he stole from clients, it was over. It's almost more than I always thought it was, and I'll keep forgetting the figure. It's like over. See, right now I'm thinking 8 million, and like, well, if I'm thinking that, it had to be more than that. He stole like millions and millions and millions of dollars, right, from his clients. And one of the mysteries that lingers on is nobody knows where the money went. Okay, nobody knows where the money went because he did not live a lavish lifestyle, right? It wasn't like he was stealing that money and buying big ticket items. In fact, and not only that, but his salary that he got paid from his law firm was like many years, it was over $1 million, 6 figures or 7 figures, right? And then on the years that were the slowest or the worst years in terms of relative to that salary, like the least he was making was like still 6 figures, right? So he was making a lot of money and then he was stealing millions on top of that. And when you look at that and then you compare it to like their lifestyle, right? They did not live a lavish lifestyle. We're talking, these are people, and I don't mean just him. I mean, everybody that testified at this trial, that is all these attorneys, they're all making a lot of money. All of them, they do their own. I mean, all they want to do is be out there on the land and they just are, it's really crazy. It's like this area is so unique, right? They don't care about that shit, right? They want to be out hunting and like fishing and, just, I don't know. It's really crazy. They don't have fancy cars. In fact, they'll make jokes about it that there's no use for, because so many of the roads aren't paved. I mean, it's like, so like in Alex's case, they had the house on Moselle and then they had the beach house. So that's 2 properties, but even still, they weren't big, they weren't mansions, and nothing explains where that money went. And that's where I think he came up with the drug story. But anyway, again, but it's an unsolved mystery. So gotta love that part, right? Yes. Yep. The drug addiction is no. And we can take a segue. We can take a little scroll tangent and watch one of my videos that I actually was watching earlier because it's so funny about the rehab place. Because it came up on my thing when in alphabetical order with the freaking other video, the one we watched, funny video from earlier. But anyway, yeah, there was no gambling. That wasn't even a lie, or there was no gambling. That wasn't a thing. But the drug addiction was a lie that Alex told because that was better than the truth. No, I don't even think you can get, I mean, I could be wrong, but it's just not. I mean, the thing here too is like, he was one thing you hear at this trial, right, is like how many people he fooled. But like, what I mean is that, his law partners were people that they've been friends with their entire lives and their families. It's like literally everybody's related or connected and they're all friends and they're really, really tight knit. And so he had a lot of friends. And so what I mean is like the people he worked with was also the people he hung out with. And then he had his family and like this, there was not anything mysterious. He wasn't making mysterious phone calls. He wasn't just disappearing. He wasn't doing anything weird up until he killed them, to anyone's knowledge, right? Like it wasn't like, and it comes out in the trial. Every single person that testifies says they never saw him. Not only did they never see him use drugs, they never saw his behavior change at all. I mean, every single person, his friends, his best friends, lifelong best friends, and partners at the law firm flat out come out and say, when it comes to the drug thing, they're like, it's a fucking lie. They say that. They're like, there's just no fucking way. We would have known about it. Even if he tried to not tell us, we would have figured it out. We would have known about it. So that's just one bit, but so that's what a lot of people think. I think that's way too of a high, that's like a high tech. We're talking the low country of South Carolina, where I picture things like gold bars, or like mason jars of like, that's in the swamp. Like that's what I picture. If you're saying the money, I don't think he's got secrets he's taking to the grave. Alex does. And my goal has always been to figure those out. I guess Kane woke back up or didn't fall asleep. Welcome back. Who lives there? I'm in North Carolina. If you're so, but I've looked it up. I think I'm like 4 hours away. But what I would want to do is I would want to go to the Redbeard property. There's a horse farm, like a riding place over there. I think that's the only way to, well, we've actually, when I was covering this, we made a joke, Scroll Crew World Tour. We made a joke that we were going to all do like a field trip to this area, right, to Redbeard and bring our folding shovels, right? I think that if you can get on one of those horses, you can go exploring, you might find something. But yeah, okay.
When we're in a certain area, you have geolocation information, such as GPS information. It's also going to tell you if you have mobile payments in there, where you can look and see what cards you had in your mobile payments. Just to name a few, it will pull thousands.
And remember, when I was mentioning Gloria Satterfield, right? So she had kind of a suspicious death where she fell down the stairs, and the story doesn't make any sense. It's like she tripped over the dogs. None of it makes any sense. And again, I've got a playlist for that. That was interesting too, because that was, of all the ones that he stole from, if you guys followed this, or some of you guys may have heard about it, even if you didn't watch trial, because you may have heard that name, Gloria Satterfield, because she had the two sons, right? And she was their housekeeper for like decades, but she was basically a family member. She was like a second mom to Paul and Buster. And she, this whole thing about the falling down the stairs, but remember, Alex used that as an opportunity to set it up so that he would be their attorney and then file an insurance claim against himself. And then he subsequently stole like another, what was that? He stole some number of millions, 8, 9, 10, I don't remember, some number of millions of dollars he stole that was supposed to be going to those boys. But so the whole thing, he set it up because it was his insurance. So he set it up. It's like, because she fell at his property, he sued himself so that his homeowner's insurance would provide the payout to the boys. And then he put himself in charge of the account in escrow and all these millions of dollars. And then meanwhile, the two kids were kicked out of their house. They had nowhere to go. One of them is is special needs, right? And they were young. Anyway, and they're like struggling. They couldn't, they got evicted and all that, right? And he's stealing all this money and lying to them and saying, yeah, you'll get it, blah, blah. And he's stealing all of it. And so I just wanted to point out that there's also a connection between that mysterious death and then also, of all the people he stole from, he stole the most money from that family. And it would never have happened had she not died.
Pages of information if you ran a full one and pulled it. It'll also give you the configurations of apps. Also give you the databases too in that report.
Okay. And you just mentioned it, but a full SQLite report is rather large, correct?
Yes, sir. Depending on the size of the phone and how much information is on the phone, I have seen them run over 148 gigs in size for one report.
There we go, 148 gigs. So the 2 terabytes, right? So I thought about this and I thought, you know what? The thing says 2 terabytes, as in that's the size of the thumb drive or whatever. And then I thought, you know what? Because everyone talked about this, right? You guys remember the 2 terabytes? And I thought, it's possible that as far as the cell phone goes, that it's on a 2 terabyte thing, but like it's not 2 terabytes of information. But then I also thought it could be possible if they included, now I don't know if they should do this. It would be kind of weird if they did, chain of custody issues, right? But if they put on that USB drive also everything pertaining to, like, say, the pen, trap, and trace, and they just wanted to store it all in one place or whatever, then I don't know, maybe. But but basically, I want to just point that out, that like a large phone extraction usually would be 148 gigs. Okay, so now we're getting to the best part of all this, guys, the timeline. And you guys have seen this. Some of you guys have seen this. I pull this up. The masterpiece timeline. Watch.
And this is the condensed one, 519. Is that correct up on the screen?
That is correct.
All right. And has your name on it, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then we have a reference guide right here. And if you would just...
you guys want to see how you do it? You want to see how you guys... This is how you prove a case, this timeline. I don't know why. When you guys, if you haven't seen this before, as it scroll, you're going to be like, why do we not get this in every trial? I don't have the answer to that question. But this is a masterpiece in every single possible way. And this is it. And they finished. This is the last witness in the state's case in chief.
Explain just some of the various sources of information that have been admitted before this jury that you ultimately synthesize into this summary timeline.
Okay. What we have here is we're going to have cell phone Cellbrite extraction report. It's going to be for Paul Murdaugh, which as you go through this timeline, PM is going to refer to Paul Murdaugh. We're going to have AM, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's cell phone extraction, and then MM, which is going to be Maggie Murdaugh. So anytime you see the abbreviations, that's what it's going to refer to. We have their cell phone extractions here. We also have the FBI telemetry report. We have the FBI CAS data. We also have different
you never see
different reports from the phones, like the Axiom reports.
I mean, in some trials, I mean, it seems like there should always be a timeline, right? But like, I feel like it's just blows my mind how in some trials they don't even give you a timeline. But when they do, it's like, I'm like, my timeline, like if it's a case I'm following and I have a timeline I'm making, like mine is better. Why are they, they just use mine? This is so impressive. It blows my mind.
Report in here, which is actually probably not in the condensed one. That's going to be automated license plate reader data for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes.
This is
We're also
literally
going to have some
everything.
Snapchat data, and then data from Rogan Gibson, Paul Murdaugh, Alex Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Buster Murdaugh's CDRs, which is the call data records from Verizon.
Let me pause you real quick. So we have extractions. Tell the difference to the jury, and I don't mean to point out with the stick, between an extraction and then CDRs or cell data records, please.
So the extraction is going to be what, like Britt Dove testified, what he actually extract out of the phone.
Is there a
So I just included these so that when he references them, you remember that we just watched these two fellows earlier.
shelf life of this type of database information on a phone? Does it override itself after a period of time?
Oh,
Yes, sir, it does.
There's that.
And then the CDRs is going to be what Verizon testified, which is going to be their records of phone calls and text messages.
What does that mean? Why does it say NA?
Well, the call didn't actually connect to a cell tower. When the call didn't answer and it routed to voicemail, it's an internal routing, so there would be no cellular data as far as cell tower information provided.
So two separate data sources from two separate entities.
All right, and continue on, please, with the remainder of the data in your summary timeline.
We have referenced here a couple different like knowledge C database.
Amazing.
That's kind of like the Axiom database. It's just another database that was, records were provided to me from. We also have a PMPED building access log. And then in the big timeline, we have the 911 recordings. And then just want to point out Dylan Hightower extraction. That would have been the first phone extraction of Alex's phone 2 days after the 7th.
Right.
And then we have the GM OnStar data.
Okay. All right, and then down at the bottom here, we have some color-coded things on the left of the screen, and then a box on the right. So quickly explain to the jury what those reference points mean, please.
On the right of the screen, you're going to see the 2021 Suburban log file excerpt. Frykowski from FBI had that Excel sheet with all the different colors and everything. This is going to be a reference guide, so when you're going through this, what the colors actually mean on the data.
Right, and give an example of what you mean by that.
So you're going to see kind of that reddish, pinkish color. That's going to mean that the infotainment center is booting up. So when we go through this timeline, you're going to see that data section highlighted with that color. That's what you'll know is happening with the data. If you see pink, it's going to be a propulsion. When you see blue, it means that it's either in and out of park. And that's kind of just how we're going to be reading it as we go along the timeline.
Right. These addresses have colors over here, and just we don't have to go through every one, but the first one, that red one, what one is that?
4147 Moselle Road.
All right, so if we see that little red box with an arrow on it, that's Moselle on the map.
That is correct.
And then the green is what?
It's going to be Almeda, the Almeda property.
Okay. We'll talk about the others as we go through. All right. All right, let's start moving through it. What was the source of that information?
That was from Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction. It does not show up in Alex Murdaugh's original.
So in case you're wondering, how do they try to prove if somebody deleted a phone call or not, right? This was a big thing in this case. So this is what they're talking about.
Logical dump, or the second one from Britt Dove, but it does show up on his CDRs from Verizon. So that'd be the records that Verizon actually keeps for the phone.
All right. And can a user of a phone affect the CDRs that are with the Verizon phone company?
They cannot, no.
Or can the user affect what data remains on their phone?
Yes.
And frequently throughout this timeline, do we see instances in which there was a call logged on on Alec Murdaugh's CDRs, but was missing from his phone from the extraction?
That is correct.
Don't leave the witness.
Love you, Judge Newman. Shout out to Judge Newman. Okay, so now, next up, we're going to switch over to, now we're going to get to the cell towers. So this is going to explain, dude, you guys, when this happened in real time, I thought to myself, we will never see ever an expert on cell towers testify like this again. Like this is like, I was like, I'm going to appreciate this. And I'm going to remember that for the rest of time, whenever I want to think about and refresh my memory and learn about cell towers for other trials, this is the gold standard. This is who to come back to. This is awesome. And the best thing of all is that literally this guy explains things so well, and he's going to just basically teach us how all this shit works in a way that is really engaging and awesome. So here he comes. Here he comes.
Raise your right hand. Do you want the testimony about the difference between the top and the truth so help you God? I do. Thank you for your hand. Please give the witness stand. Spell your last name.
My name is Matthew, last name Wild, W-I-L-D-E.
All right, good afternoon, Agent Wild.
Good afternoon.
All right, where are you employed, sir?
I'm a supervisory special agent with the FBI. I'm assigned to FBI headquarters, but I sit in Rock Hill, South Carolina.
All right, and specifically, what are your job duties in Rock Hill, South Carolina?
Right now, I supervise 5 full-time agents and about 17.
He's like extremely well qualified. I'm gonna go ahead a little bit because the thing is that like what they allow him to do is not always allowed in trial. Like they allow him to literally just teach about the jury about like how this stuff works. Like not like, in other words, even before getting to the facts of the case, it's like you get to learn. It's like attending a course you should be paying money for. And so we're really lucky that this happened. Okay, let me see now. He's already getting into it here with the phone tower. Okay.
Of the call. The major difference between the old paper phone bill we all got in mail and the records I look at is the records.
By the way, he's facing the jury. That's why he's turned.
I look at have a cell tower. So they tell me which cell phone tower was used to handle that call. And then they tell me which side of that tower was used to handle the call. So what I do is I take that cell tower information. I can compare it to a list of all the cell phone towers for that carrier, whether it be Verizon or T-Mobile or AT&T. And then I can take that date, time, and general location from the cell phone records, and I can compare it to a known date, time, and location. So most of the time when law enforcement's investigating a crime, they generally know what date, time, and location that incident occurred.
Okay. And as part of your cell phone analysis, do you also take location data directly from phones, if available, and plot that as well?
I can do that. Yes, sir. So when
directly from phones, again. So the reason they're asking this is because we know, again, this was a huge in this case, and everybody had their location data on. And so they can, in other words, they can add that. So they can't retrieve that information from what they do, right? But if that information happens separately from a phone extraction, they can add it to like their whatever they're using, whatever visual they're using.
Person downloads a phone, comes in a big report, and there's a location data section on there, and I can also I can analyze and map that data as well.
Right.
And how long have you been doing
this? This is why this is so relevant. Okay, the which side of the tower and pinging from a tower that is not the closest tower, all that literally is what we're going to hear about and how that works and why he's going to teach us so much. It's so relevant to this case in Idaho. So
cell phone analysis.
Part-time since 2012, full-time since about late 2016.
Phoebe, I think I've already read that, but I'll double check. I'm pretty sure I already read that. You're right. I that is something.
All right. And have you undergone any training to help learn cell phone location analysis?
I have over 400 hours of training. In 2012, I went to a course called Basic Project Pinpoint.
Again, I'm going to skip over that. He's amazing. You guys will see. And he's going to get the yardstick like I referenced earlier. get the yardstick. He's an expert. He's super experty. He's great. He's really great.
Phones in this case. And there's a question as to whether or not where there was a 911 call that was made. And
okay, so this is important.
The tower that was using that 911, that was the tower that was used to handle that 911 call. There's a question as to whether or not that tower could provide coverage up to Moselle.
Okay. And so there was a question about why the 911 call first bounced off a tower in Hampton.
That's correct.
County, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Moselle, to your knowledge, is in what county?
I think it's in Dorchester County.
Or could it be Colleton County?
Colleton County, yes.
And your assistance was asked to help figure out if that was possible. Someone could be a Moselle and a call could bounce off a tower in Hampton.
Yes.
Correct? And
so in other words, this is the thing, right? So in other words, Alex, we know that Alex called, we know now, like Alex called 911 from the house, right? But when the 911 call came in, it rerouted it. It registered at the other county far away because it pinged off of a further away tower. That's what they're saying. So his job was to figure out how did that happen, because probably at the time initially, they were probably trying to figure out, was he actually at the house when he called 911? Was he somewhere else, right? Because the 911 call wasn't pinging from the tower that you would think it should ping from to service that area.
and the CAS team does have tools that can assist in figuring that out.
Yeah, we have something called the Gladiator Autonomous Receiver. And it's basically a box that we can put in our car. It's a computer, and it has a couple of receivers in it. And as we drive around, that box maps out the latitude and longitude, so like where we are with the box, and then it measures all the signals from the cell towers that the box can see in its area. It's very much like the old Verizon "Can You Hear Me Now" commercial. It's just doing that hundreds of times a minute. It's just constantly doing that as we drive around.
And just to simplify that a little bit, it would be fair to say that this tool can do is help you map specifically where cell coverage exists and where it doesn't.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And as you move forward, did you go ahead and conduct that test?
I did. Myself, as well as Dylan Hightower and another agent with the FBI, we grabbed 3 of those pieces of equipment, 3 guards. We put them in 3 cars. And over 2 days in the beginning of August, we basically drove everywhere all around Moselle, all the way down to Hampton, all the way up to Lakes Earhart and over to 95.
Did you also go on the property at Moselle to take these measurements?
I personally did, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And
where they do the drive test data.
Involved in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 458.
That were received from Verizon. To take those in, I had to also take in
So the call detail records from Verizon.
the Cellbrite downloads that came from one of the phones. And then I also had to, after we did the drive test, create some maps to kind of show and display that data.
Okay, and for this report specifically, there's a couple of numbers that we don't want
hear the magic word. He had to create the maps.
read, but whose records did you look at? And for Maggie, Paul, and Alice, you can read their numbers. But whose Verizon records did you look at?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the end of your
I'm
question.
sorry. Whose Verizon records did you look at?
I looked at Alex's, Paul's, Maggie's, and then there's Marty Cook and CB Rowe.
Okay. And did you prepare a report showing locations off of towers where those various phones were on the days of and surrounding the murder?
I showed the general area where the phones were on the days surrounding the murder.
And you mentioned you got some Cellbrite data on a phone, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember who you got that location information from?
I got that from Britt Dove at SLED.
Okay. And specifically, whose phone did he locate?
Gladiator is the standard that it's like what everybody uses. I don't even know. They might even be proprietary, that there is not another option. But that's what everybody uses for this stuff.
Location data did he provide you?
That was Paul's location data.
All right. And did you plot those locations provided on your report?
I did.
All right. And those would include times as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. At this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 458 evidence.
Getting it into evidence.
So it's included. And we're going
All right.
to give a moment. Now,
Here's where it gets good. This is literally where they're going to get an easel and a yardstick, and I think they give him a marker and shit. And then he's like, "Take it away. Teach us everything." It is amazing. It's awesome. Teach us what you know. You don't usually do this.
okay. So Angela, I'm going to hand you this.
And there's the yardstick, guys. Oh my
And
God.
I'm going to essentially ask you to start going through this report with the jury to explain to them. I'll probably interrupt if I feel like something needs to be clarified. You just tell me when you need to click to the next slide. But at this point, I'm gonna let you take it away, sir.
Yeah.
All right, so the first slide here, this is just who I am, my case number, and then the telephone numbers involved. So we can go to the next one. The second slide, it just gives a background. So I was asked by SLED to conduct analysis in this case. The first paragraph. Methodology is the second paragraph. So again, I take the call detail records. These are kept by the carriers for billing purposes, for some other technical purposes, but
we can skip over this part. So by the way, we don't get to see during this trial, like during when he's testifying, we don't get to see what they're looking at, but I have what they're looking at because I have all the exhibits. So, but you still, and if you guys want me to pull those up, I can, but with him explaining it, you still learn all the things. It's just that you don't see when he describes like the triangle and like the little hot dog shaped thing, you don't get to see what he's talking about because like while he's testifying. So. Oh,
the cell
there we go.
site locations. So the towers can change over time. Okay, just in the last couple of years, we've gone from using 3G to using LTE, and now we're all have the 5G bar on our phone, right? So the tower list change, the towers change, and we get updated tower lists on a regular basis from the carriers. So I use the tower list that was in effect around the time of the incident, or around the time of June 2021. The survey analysis section. So again, we took 3 pieces of equipment. And we basically drove everywhere, all the way around the area, trying to record all the signals from the different cell towers. What that gives us is a general area of it actually maps out the area of where there's coverage from those cell towers and cell sectors. And then, yeah, my conclusions. You can go on to the next. So this slide just shows different types of cell phone towers. Okay, I draw your attention to the one on the top left. We have these speaker-looking devices hanging on this tower. Those are the antennas that transmit and receive a signal to and from a phone. Okay, a phone is very much like a car radio. As I drove here today, I tune into my favorite radio station or my favorite frequency, and somewhere along my route, there's a radio tower. It emits a signal at that frequency. My car radio can receive that signal. I can listen to my favorite station. The major difference between a car radio and a cell phone is that with a cell phone, that information has to go in 2 directions. It has to be able to be received from the tower, but you also need to be able to send that information back to the tower. So those are the antennas that send and receive those signals. The second thing about this is you'll know that you realize those antennas, they hang on a triangular shaped structure.
There we go.
Most of the towers are designed to cover a full circle or 360 degrees. And the way that the carriers accomplish this is by breaking that circle into 3 sides or 3 sectors. So later on in my report, you're going to see these wedge shapes. And I like to just think of the center of that wedge shape as nothing more than the center of one side of this triangle. Going on in a lot of other places, urban, more suburban areas, there's not really room to build like these big towers like this one on the top left. So they start putting them on the sides of buildings. The smaller ones will be on top of light poles in the cities. So just because you don't see it or you don't realize that it's there, it's still there. Another example of that, of course, is my favorite, the pine tree. These are all over the place, and they usually sit about 150 feet taller than all the other trees around them. But at the top, there's these spray painted antennas, and they provide the same service as a regular tower such as this.
Have y'all seen that? I mean, wherever you guys are, you may or may not have those. There's one kind of nearby me in the next town over called High Point, and it is hilarious. I drove past that thing all the time, and I laughed every time. Yeah, they're really funny looking.
All right, so again, the tower separated into 3. Most towers are separated into 3 sides or 3 sectors. When I look at the call detail records, they tell me the tower number, say it's 23. They tell me the sector, say it's 1. What I have to do is I have to go into the tower list and I have to look up tower number 23, and then I have to look up sector 1.
You guys see why this is so unusual? Because both parties, like the defense agreed. Like normally, what happens right in a trial is even if they're going to do a demonstration or whatever, the attorney who's examining them under direct examination asks a question and they answer it, right? But he's allowed to literally just go through and like teach, and then without any interruption, without any limit. I mean, it is amazing, and this trial is not normal. But and like I said, oftentimes in a good way, like because we get to really learn. And so I'm gonna back it up a second because he's explaining this really well. Right. I know. Same.
Into three. Most towers are separated into three sides or three sectors. When I look at the call detail records, they tell me the tower number, say it's 23. They tell me the sector, say it's 1. What I have to do is I have to go into the tower list and I have to look up tower number 23, and then I have to look up sector 1. And that tower list is going to tell me which way that sector faces. What I'm looking for there is something called the azimuth or the orientation. Azimuth and orientation are just two big scary words for direction. Okay, so if the azimuth is 0, all that means is that side of the tower faces north. Okay, if the azimuth is 180, all that means is the tower faces south. So what I have to do is I will draw a line at 0 if it faces north, and then I'll go 60 degrees in one direction, 60 degrees in the other direction. That gives me 1/3 of that tower, 1/3 of that circle, which is the sector in which the energy is being emitted. You can go on to the next one. So I display that information using this wedge shape.
The
So
yardstick. It's my favorite.
See, it's a 120-degree wedge. There's a shaded area in the middle. Okay, just because that shaded area is there doesn't mean the phone has to be within that shaded area. Radio frequency is like, it's like light. It's like if I shut all the lights off in this room and I shine a flashlight to the back of the room, it's just gonna be emitted in that direction. That's all I'm saying by showing the shaded area, that the energy from that tower is being emitted in that direction. Good. And then this is how I map the sectors on the map. I use that wedge. Each one of these green dots on this map happens to be a cell tower. And so generally the phone's gonna be somewhere within this wedge, within the arms of this wedge, but somewhere between the tower that's being used and the next one in that direction, but closer to the one that's being used. Yeah. All right, another set of records that we can get, something called RTT, or timing advance. This is a Verizon case, so the records we have are called RTT records. What RTT records are is it's an estimation of the distance between the phone and the tower at the time that that transaction occurred.
Wow.
All right, so what we get is a regular wedge, like we know which tower, we know which side of the tower is being used, and then Verizon tells us approximately how far the phone is from that tower at the time that it's used. Okay, this is based on like a basic time over distance theory. We know how fast the signals travel. They travel at the speed of light, and then all we have to do is time them from the time it takes to go from the tower to the phone back to the tower, and then we can estimate the distance. So the phone, when these types of things occur, we have these records. What we're going to have is this hot dog, or this wedge, this shaded wedge here, with a shaded band here, and that phone's going to be somewhere inside that band or just slightly inward from the band.
And would another, could you use another word for that shaded band? Could you call it an arc?
An arc, yes, yes, sir. All right, so now this slide, this is going into the actual case here. So this is showing the legend. So this is where all the locations in this case are located. Starting with the top left one, the top one, the red pin here in the center of the page, that's the address of the crime scene on Moselle Road in Island.
So
next is
I'm going to go ahead just a little bit because what's going to happen is he's going to get into how the heck it pinged off the other tower. That's the thing that matters there. So he's just going over the addresses.
To a different map if you just kind of provide. All right, and see that's cut off on the very bottom there.
Yeah, and but it's the one I just. Thank you so much. 4:53 p.m. to 6:09 p.m. So the blue pin.
In your Okeechobee, South Carolina.
So between 5:40 and 6:03. D3, 511, it's using the tower just south of there, and then 521.9 through 609, the phone is using the tower north of it.
And just so the jury understands, you know, this is that sector you're talking about a few minutes ago, right? So when the tower pinged off this at in this sector at this time, in theory, that phone could be anywhere within the sector, correct?
That's correct. That phone could be anywhere within that sector. It could also be slightly outside of that sector because those lines, I can't go out to this tower and look up and see those 3 lines coming off. It's kind of like a fuzzy area.
I can pull up the maps. So they, you know, the cameras just weren't facing, you know, the way they had the things presented to the jury was they had like a TV on the floor. It was weird, but I have it, so I can show that. Thank you for asking. So yes, let me pull it up. Where did it go? Just give me a second. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. just get this over here to share it. So this is what you guys saw also with Agent Rudofsky in that video with the timeline here, the masterpiece timeline. Here we go. And take this stuff down. Okay. So the only thing that sucks is I can't show this to you guys while playing that. There's just no way to do that on StreamYard. You can only have one media source open at a time. It would be awesome if I could have both open. There's just no way to do it. And I don't think there's any way I could play the testimony while, because the video. So, you know, so I can't have both open. But this is so this is where, like, this is what he was initially talking about. So right now and then he went through the addresses and stuff. So not dox anybody's phone numbers. There's all the vehicles involved. Love that. So he, so actually the addresses part, he's probably going over. Oh, he's still just going over this. He's still just going over this and the different cell towers that were involved in this whole area. But I'll go ahead and scroll to where we get to the, first map with that. Let's see here. Okay. Actually, this might be, so this is earlier. So I think, oh, that's Marty Cook. That's why. He's talking about Paul right now. So he has this is great because they're all labeled, right? So he's talking about Paul. He's going to go through the pings person by person. So this is in chronological order. He's going to go in order of the person. So here we go. So here's Paul. So this is probably literally the exhibit they're using right now. Because this is Paul. This is literally what I think this has got to be the same one, looking at the time. So here we go. So these are the different towers, and then you can see the time. Let me zoom in a little bit. So here you can see it has like the distance, like the RTT distance. Who's coming up with a conspiracy? You guys are fine. So yeah, so hopefully this is helpful. But yeah, I can as he talks about it, I can go through and pull up the one that he's talking about, and we can look at it. So I think it does help to have the visual, you know, of like the sector thing, right? The different sectors. And remember, he said that it doesn't mean that you're just out to where the arms are, right? Like, it's like you can be anywhere as it extends out or whatever. So, okay. Coolio. Yeah, agreed. Same. I'm all about the visuals for sure.
Between the sectors. So the sectors aren't hard and fast at every time. Correct. But you know,
I know Twiz. My thing before Twiz was ever here in the Scroll Crew, Heather was talking about Twiz, and Twiz with his maps, and so his reputation precedes himself with the maps. So yes, feel free to chime in. Feel free to ask questions or give information because this is right up your alley with all this. From what I understand.
In your general experience, within what range will you usually see a phone hang off a particular tower?
Right.
What's the general max range? I know it can vary.
Well, it can vary because it depends on where the phone is. In a rural area, the phone could be 6 to 8 to 10 miles from the tower.
Listen up, guys. In a rural area,
and it can use that tower. It just kind of depends on where it is.
Because towers are usually pretty far apart out in rural areas.
In rural areas, they're set up for population density. So in
there you go.
Rural areas, not a lot of population, a lot of farmland. They're going to be further apart. Whereas if you get closer to in the city or suburban areas, they're going to be closer and closer together.
And as a general rule, do cell phones try to connect to the nearest tower, or do they have the best signal? Correct.
Well, the cell phone tries to connect to the tower and sector it sees as the best signal. That's not always the nearest tower, but most of the time it is.
Listen to that right there. You guys going forward in life, see, this is what I'm saying. We're learning. It's not always the closest tower. It's the best signal.
In the city or suburban areas, they're going to be closer and closer together.
And it's just as a general rule, do cell phones try to connect to the nearest tower where they have the best signal, correct?
Well, the cell phone tries to connect to the tower and sector it sees as the best signal.
Right.
That's not always the nearest tower, but most of the time it is.
And so Paul's phone is in the area of
There you
Okeechobee,
go.
starting 5:30 p.m. to about 6:09 p.m. on the afternoon of June 7th.
That's correct.
All right, and just so it's clear for the jury, we say Paul's phone, you can't testify as to who was holding that phone, correct?
That's correct. I have no idea whose hand that phone was in during each one of these calls. All we know is that was the phone that we
And
believe.
this is important because I've talked so much about how do you, like, this is the case, right? I keep saying is the example, like you establish the things that all they have to have, like the person had the phone, the person was using the phone. So like, for example, with Al, it's like the phone, the vehicle, and the person. So that was a great question. And it's true. He can't say that Paul was using the phone, right? Because he's just saying, here's where the phone was. And then there's other ways that you have to try to establish that it was that person with the phone. In this case, of course, Paul being a victim.
He was using.
But Paul's phone is in these areas during these times.
Whatever foul response, I don't know what you're even referencing, but like, there's no limits here. There's no, we had a really spicy conversation one time about what flavor, if ice cream had, was like if they had like a sex flavored ice cream, it was like, what would it be? Like, what would it taste like? I don't know. I don't even know if people would call that foul. Anyway, you guys can say whatever. I don't care.
Okay, we'll continue with Paul's phone.
So this next slide is 6:17 p.m. through 7:30 p.m. And basically at 6:17, the phone is way south down here on the bottom of the page.
And let's do some general orientation here. What's this town right here? Can you read that?
Yemisi.
Okay.
Yep.
And this is where?
That's Varnville.
Okay. And that green was again what?
Almeida.
Okay. Right. And red, and this red up here is?
That's the Moselle.
Okay. All right. So what do you see this phone doing during this time frame starting at 6:24 p.m.?
Yeah. So between 6:17 and 6:53, it's traveling north from the bottom of the page up to the side, and then kind of to the top, and then finally where it uses sector 1 here at 7:05 and 7:30, it's consistent with being in the area of Moselle.
Okay. And this is just a pinging in this area at 6:24, correct?
Yeah. These are just the phone calls. These are the phone calls that are coming on the phone. Those are the towers that the phone is selecting. It's the best tower at that time.
And this general direction seems to be traveling.
So I've got the slide pulled up that he was just referencing. If you guys want to see it, it's because it's each one is showing like however much time has elapsed. So this is Paul's driving. Remember, Alex lured Paul and Maggie there. So Paul and so basically what you have happening right before the murders is they're both driving separately from different areas. They're both driving towards Moselle, so their phones are traveling. So I don't know what Daniel on his Genesee is, but yeah, let me know if you guys want to see this exact map.
Traveling up north, and Okeechobee would be somewhere down in this area off the map, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's off to the, for the record, off to the right. and
Now the
below
map
is-
that'll probably be the most interesting is when it gets to Alex, when we do Alex and the towers with the 911 call, right?
Oh, it is. And then you see it, the general progression north towards Moselle. correct?
Yes.
And we see sector 3 here. And what time is it pinging in sector 3, just due south of Moselle?
It's at 6:53 p.m.
Okay.
I'm
And then
actually going to go ahead a little bit to where it gets. Let's see if we can get to the part with Alex because he's going person by
it's
person.
here. And can I go ahead one slide? Because it has more information. It shows a overhead map of the area.
Yes,
correct? And let's talk about this. You've been out to this property, correct?
Yes, I have.
And this is where? What is this called?
That's Moselle.
And what am I pointing at right here in the bottom middle part of the street?
That's the main house there.
Okay. And then this area up here in the basically due north of the residence, what is this area?
That's the dog kennel or the hangar.
Right, there's a big hangar building,
Yes,
and
sir.
there's a smaller series of dog kennels right next to the hangar.
Yes.
All right, and we have some location data from Paul's phone here, correct?
Yes, we do. So between 7:45 and 7:56.
They're still on Paul. Let's see.
Excuse me. And we're still looking at this overhead map of Moselle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have, looks like a hit location data at 10:18
Yes.
p.m. and at 10:18:03 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And both those are centered on where?
They're again just right there in the vicinity of the dog kennel.
Yeah, still on Paul, but it's at the end because Paul's dead at this point, so they're probably moving on out.
And, going back to the last couple slides, between then and now, between 8:44 p.m. and this 10:18 p.m., did you see any information off of Paul's phone that suggests he went anywhere but stayed at those days?
No.
Right. Okay, now I don't remember if he was Maggie or Alex.
All right, now we're gonna move on to Maggie's phone.
Okay, Maggie. So let's move on. So I'm going to jump ahead a little bit to get to Alex's phone.
Second one. All right. And then this green area, you could be anywhere in this green area and potentially be getting coverage from this tower up north towards Moselle.
Yes.
Now, there's some overlap, though.
There is.
Correct. So there's some areas where a phone could potentially connect to either tower, correct?
That's correct.
And
but in 2 minutes, I mean, the calls are 6 minutes apart.
Right.
So, I mean, within 6 minutes, the phone used both of these sectors at the same time.
Okay. And just as a final point, again, the sectors aren't exactly black and white, neatly drawn, correct? And so in reality, like this little green corner above this tower, a phone could be in that area and still be pinging off this sector.
Yes,
of the tower.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And this coverage is something that you told the jury about the drive test, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you guys went out with actual equipment to measure the coverage in all these areas, correct?
Yes, sir. We drove all these roads, and again, that equipment every few seconds, it's recording the GPS point, and then it's measuring the signal level from all of the towers and sectors in the area. And then what I do is I go in and I can read the tower and sector that was used by looking at the call detail records, and I can go in and select the coverage area or this blob for that tower and sector.
So let's go on to the next slide. And we see now we have some information starting at what, 9:20:34, correct?
Yes, sir. So at 9:20, from 9:20 to 9:46, there's a handful of calls, all using tower 159.217, but using sector 2 that kind of faces towards the Alameda address.
Okay.
And then there's also one RTT hit at 9:34 at about 2.09 miles, which is consistent with being in the area of.
This is Alex's phone. You're probably like, how do you know that? Because I know this case inside now. This is Alex's phone. So we need to go forward just a little bit because that way we'll get to where the 911 call is made.
I believe that's highway.
Varnville, not more. The subtitles are not correct. He goes to his mom's house in Alameda to try to establish his alibi. Okay.
This tower and sector and the next one in that direction.
Okay. Okay. All right, we'll go back. This is the next slide. And this again, Alex Murdaugh's phone, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, and we see some hits starting at 9:52:59 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir. So 9:52:59, the phone is using the sector with the 240 in it. So it's not using the one that faces towards Alameda yet. I'm sorry, towards Moselle yet.
Yeah, and the red, and what's the red?
It's Moselle.
And the green
is Alameda.
Okay, so just in the previous slide, we saw the phone down here in the area of Alameda, correct?
Yeah, it was using that tower near Alameda, but facing Alameda.
And by 9:59 p.m., the Alex's phone is pinging off of this tower right by Varnville, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Which
No,
tower?
at 9:52 and 9:53, the phone is using the tower closer to Moselle, but on the sector facing towards
Okay, all right. And then we have a 10:06 hit, 31, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what particular phone call was placed from Alex's phone?
This is
10:06
oh my God.
That was
This is the 911 call from the kennels. So this is the point where he's at his property in Moselle and he's going to ping off of that tower in Varnville, which is like 25 minutes away.
911 call.
All right.
Which is why they actually thought, that's why this dude's even here, because he calls and says he's at the house, right? But they see the call. And so basically, naturally, they're probably like, we don't know, because like the phone, if based off the tower, is telling us it's in a completely different county, 25 minutes away. When he was in fact at home. So yeah.
And it hits off of which tower?
It hits off of the tower closer to Varnville.
Okay.
There you go.
But then at 10:17, there's another hit with Alex's phone. And which sector is it pinging off?
That's using the zero azimuth, so sector 1 that faces towards Moselle.
So that initial 911 call hit off this tower way down here by Varnville.
It did.
And that was one of the reasons you were called in to help figure out why that happened.
I was, and I figured out why it happened. It's because, so in radio frequency, the higher the frequency, the shorter the distance that it can travel. The lower the frequency, the longer it can travel. So on this tower, there's 2 different sets of sectors, and one is at a higher frequency, and one is at a lower frequency. So this call here happened on a lower frequency, and therefore the signal can travel slightly further.
So it's, in your opinion, it's consistent that the phone could have been up here at Moselle at the time of that 10:06 911 call.
It could have been, yes.
We know it was, but he has to ask him.
All right, and we're going to come up on them in a little bit. You have some more detailed maps showing the actual coverage. Actually,
yeah, I think this is it.
Yes,
All right. So what information do we see on this line? So this is the tower and sector being used at 952, 953. And again, this blob shape here, that's the coverage area for that tower.
I'm going to pull this up so we can take a look at this. So for this 911 call. So, but did you guys hear that about the what do you call it? The radio frequency. Oh my God, I lost. What was the word he used? Different frequencies, right? I mean, like he just explained. While I'm pulling this up, let me replay that, because like that is right there explaining this phenomenon with this tower. So let's just take a listen to that while I'm pulling up the next slide.
And one is at a higher frequency.
There we go.
And one is at a lower frequency. So this call here happened on a lower frequency, and therefore the signal can travel slightly further. So it's, in your opinion, it's consistent that the phone could have been up here at Moselle at the time of that 10:06. It could have been, yes. Yeah, next slide. All right, and we're going to come up on them in a little bit. Do you have some more detailed maps showing the actual coverage? Actually, yeah, I think this is it. Yes, all right. So what information do we see on this slide? So this is the tower and sector being used at 952, 953. And again, this blob shape here, that's the coverage area for that tower. And so you can see it's mostly in the center here, but there are some dots out. Like most of it kind of faces towards Varnville. Okay. And the calls at 952, 953 occurred somewhere within this sector. Yes, it did. And that line with the slightly shaded area represents the actual real coverage that you have measured where that phone could have been during it. That's correct.
Okay.
Next slide. All right, and we zoomed in here, correct? Yeah, so we zoomed in.
So let me just unshare, reshare. So okay, so here's what we're looking at here. So this is the one he explained just a second ago. So this is when Alex is basically back and he's driving to Alameda or whatever. So, but look at how interesting, right? So this pink area, so this is from the drive test. So in other words, if you see how it's pink there, look, we've got pink over here, pink over here. So this is where anywhere that's pink, it's still going to ping off of this tower. Isn't that wild to see? So then this is the more detailed map he was referencing. Oh no, sorry, that's for somebody else. That's for CB Bro. So this is when he's pinging off of the one tower near Moselle. And then the close up of the previous slide. It's funny because he was just talking about this. Close up of the previous slide. Scroll better. Okay, now here's the time in question for the 911 call. Now, there's a close-up, I think he said. Look at that. I don't know what those numbers mean. Maybe he is going to explain that. I'm sure he does. 10:06. So here's what it's saying, right? So he's at the house during all these calls, but during these calls here, it's pinging off of this tower. That's the tower closest to Moselle, right? That red dot is, let me zoom in. The red dot is Moselle. That's the house. So, and again, so we know he's home. So but then he gets at 10:06 for that 911 call. It pings off of this tower. So, which is like, again, it's like 25 minutes away. And then this is showing, again, that coverage area. And you can see, right, this Varnville tower, you can see how, look at it services stuff. Like it's servicing all this stuff that's right where there's also the Moselle tower. And like, see, it says Moselle, that's the house. So crazy. Crazy, look at that. And then this is the area that is also serviced by the Moselle tower closer to the house. Wow. Okay.
Again, now we're zoomed in kind of on the Moselle property and just showing that there's a couple little specks of coverage there from this tower and sector. And again, on that property. Which tower is this? This is the tower that's closest to Moselle. It is, yes. But you do actually see some actual coverage area right there. Yes. And the red is right there.
I think you meant to say you can see it's range from the tower, but yep, that's exactly why I wanted to go through this, because isn't this helpful? And very unexpected. And also the blobs thing is funny, right? Where it's like, it's not like, it's just like all like the blobs thing is interesting. And I guess, when you think about the radio frequencies and all that, like, that, I guess that kind of makes sense because we know that that's a whole thing.
Red is Moselle.
Yeah.
Okay, and here we are, we're zoomed back out. Again, red is Moselle, and this is that tower just down south of Varnville.
Heather's funny being sarcastic, saying, you're saying get Payne on the stand? He knows better than this guy. Hilarious, right? Yeah, no, this dude's awesome.
So that's the tower south of Varnville, or near Varnville, facing north. And this is for the 911 call, again, on that lower frequency. So the signal goes a lot further. Actually, there's little
the lower the frequency, the further the signal goes. I mean, amazing, right? I don't know if we would ever have learned this in any other situation, because again, this is not typical for trials that he gets to explain so much. So the lower the frequency, the further the signal.
That's all the way up here near Anson.
Okay. So this is Varnville, this is Moselle, and this is the coverage that you actually went up, and measured in with real equipment.
Yes, sir.
And you've determined all these shaded peak areas, if a phone could be covered in this tower sector in those peak areas.
Yes.
And we see some of that peak area up right by Moselle.
We did, yes.
Next slide. And this is a 1017 ping, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it's in that sector. Now we're back to the tower that's closest to Moselle, correct?
It is.
And that's that north facing sector.
Yes, it is.
So now it's back to the closer to Moselle towers. So, okay, so there's this dude's awesome and all of a sudden, but like I think that's really kind of getting to the heart of why I wanted to watch this and why it's super relevant. So now that we've gone through all this different testimony, right? So now we're going to go back to the hearing. And that was, that was sort of the plan, right? Remember when I said we're going to take a brief little detour into the cell phones? So, okay, so let me go back to the hearing. So this is important context and we didn't even, hold on. Because for anyone who hasn't seen it, I should just show you guys real quick. What am I doing here? I should just show you guys so again, this is why I kept asking about the location data, because what they're working with here is they've got the towers, but remember he was only brought in because of the 911 call. It was like an anomaly, right? But their case is built off of the GPS from the car and the location data from the phones. Look at this. Maddie's location data. Every time there's a red dot, that is a look, you guys, do you see why this is insane? Maddie's iPhone location. Every time there's a red dot, that is a ping with a latitude and longitude. It's mind-boggling. You can figure out if someone's walking versus running versus driving, even if you don't have steps, because you could just look at the distance and how far they've gone. This is what's incredible about this case, right? Because it's because of all this data with the phones, it's like you can watch this entire thing play out. It's crazy. With everybody's interaction to what they were doing down to the second, down to every, it's just wild. It's just a wild one. And just how things like the phone orientation changes were really mattered. And anyway, but this is why the location data missing is just such a whole thing of this one here. So this is from the car, GPS data from the car. Literally, they know what, do you see how the cell phone towers are the broadest way? And it's there's just no comparison. So with that context, let's go back to the hearing. And remember, this is why it matters when I keep saying, I don't think they have any location data and they're playing around with cell towers and the CDR records. And this is I have a thought that we're going to talk about here too with all that, because I think that it explains a lot. I think it explains a lot, but let's watch a little bit more first and then we'll talk about that. So, okay.
Here, what's added to that set of affidavits is the paragraph that talks about Mr. Kohberger's phone using a tower that provides service to 1122
Hi,
King.
Martha. Welcome.
on-
Welcome. Or if you just turn off your location services, is one way to really, again, even if you got the FBI doing a pen trap and trace, right? Like if you turn off your location services and your phone is on, and you're still using your phone, you can even still be making phone calls. The best they're going to be able to get is cell towers and CDRs. Now, if you live in a densely populated area, that's probably not enough. You probably want to turn it off, power off, right? But if you're in a rural area, all they're going to get is you could be anywhere within 27 square miles and it's just not enough. And that's why, well, I guess now I'm kind of getting the point I was going to make. Why the fuck are they so reliant? This is where the car comes in. Because when you think about it, right? And you think about how it's this rural area, they've got these cell towers, but it seems like he's not really using the phone. And again, the only explanation is that he had his location data off. And so they don't even have that shit for before and after it went off the network. So remember, with all the things they have to prove, right? It's and remember the other thing I said, they have to prove that the person's with the phone. All they've got here so far as it pertains to cell towers is the phone was in this very general area at these times, right? And so how are they going to prove that Bryan was with the phone and that the phone was in a more specific area? That's where enter the Hyundai Elantra surveillance footage. That's what the state's going to have to try to use.
A number of occasions, the PC affidavit says 12. Your Honor needs to take a look at D1B and C.
What are you talking about, Heather?
That's an email from Nicholas Balance, and he's talking to the detective in Moscow about the dates that he says this thing happens.
Great point here. Thank you for this, Tonka. This is so cool. I love how technology has changed over time and it keeps getting better every day. If only it were in the right hands. Couldn't agree with you more. I mean, there was a time where these cell phone towers and stuff, this was like the way to find people, right? Or this was the way to solve. And it's I remember those times, right? And it's now when you compare it to the cell phone technology and the visuals that you get from that Murdaugh timeline are stunning when you look at that, the pings. And if you can see that it's really small print, that's why I try to zoom in. But when you zoom in, you can see literally again, it's by the second when it's refreshing and showing the latitude and longitude point. It's and I wanted to put it in the Discord, but it's too large. The file's too large to post in the Discord. Otherwise, I post in the Discord so you guys can just take a look at it. It's breathtaking. And when you look at that again and you compare it to just the general location, it really is. Just to this point on the screen, it really is incredible. Again, if you're the victim of a crime, the cell phones, but especially Paul's cell phone, solved this case completely. If you're a victim, it can be a really good thing, Paul being addicted to his phone was really important here. And to the extent that even fucked Alex up with his story because it placed him there at the kennels, because he was Snapchatting, right? So, but again, yeah, the only way to be sure if you're going to commit a crime, the only way to be sure is to they say first airplane mode. I don't know if that's really necessary, but they say do that but the big thing is this: power it off and take out the SIM card.
And then he puts those dates in his cast draft report and in his cast final report, and they don't match up. There are different dates on those, different times on those. But the really big deal about that is that it's misleading when you.
So the thing here is so this is one of the things that they have to do is when they're working with just the towers and the CDRs, how do they figure out if the cast drive test was accurate or not? Well, when they get the CDRs, they compare the two. And in the Murdaugh trial, for example, I didn't include that in the stuff that we watched, but with every person they get on the stand, they ask them that question and they all say that they lined up, that the CDR records matched completely. They lined up with the cast data. They did not have any discrepancies like this. And so what this means, because the CDR records are CDR records, there's no discrepancy there. So if one of them is wrong, it's going to be the FBI drive test report.
Say the cell tower that also services this particular location. Moscow has, I think, 2 cell towers that service the town. Those cover places that one shops, places that one eats, places.
And so as far as this part about her saying that, so that's when I was thinking about all this, and I was like, so I think this is where it looks like the way they're going to have to try to prove this case is that it looks like Ann Taylor is going to be relying on the CDR records, and then the state is going to be relying on the cell towers or whatever. And what do I mean by that? Neither of those put him anywhere near the house. It's going to be about the 7-minute discrepancy in what direction was the car facing. I think that's what it's going to come down to. But we'll talk more about that.
Is that one gets gas in Moscow from the record.
And if you're asking yourselves, wait, that's what this is like. I think what they're talking about here is literally the entire point of this case, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me wait.
You can see handoffs, and so you know where a vehicle is going. You can know whether it's stationary or not. You can know whether it's parked, looking at a particular place or not. Based on those records, we also provided the records just so the court would know there's a volume of records. I don't expect the court to decipher those records, but based on those records, they absolutely knew that Mr. Kohberger wasn't around that residence, wasn't parked near the residence,
right,
didn't stop and have his phone in a stationary position at that residence. They absolutely knew that that's not what was happening, but they put it in there.
Didn't stop and have his phone in a stationary position. Why does that matter? Because if you were committing a homicide, your phone would be, so, but remember, everything that she's saying is literally, it's because the state can't prove it happened, right? Like, in other words, it's just like with the IGG stuff. It's the same thing, right? What do we have here? We have an absence of being able to confirm something. That's what we have. Why? Because during this period of time, again, we're going to talk about it more too, but this is the phone being powered off, right? And again, from everything we've been talking about and what I can tell from this, before that and after that, he had likely had location services turned off. Because again, it was reporting to the network, which means it was not on airplane mode and it was not powered off, but he's not getting any GPS pings. So that's the only explanation. But of course, that's why it's the state's burden. They have to be able to prove he was doing those things, right?
To make a connection that didn't exist. And in the cast draft report and in the cast final report, because those dates change, the court can rely on the evidence that will be produced at a hearing from defense experts that will talk about the handoffs, the patterns of handoffs, and how misleading that paragraph was to the magistrate. He was not stationary around that house. He was never at that house. He did go to Moscow. He did drive around, but he wasn't over there. And the phone records absolutely show that.
There are other things in the affidavit that were affidavits at that point that could explain that, including the use of covering clothing and covering gloves and all that could be
so
put
they
into
switched
a bag.
to talk about DNA. So the reason I included this isn't because of the bag and the clothing thing, because he's referencing other affidavits, right? So this is just that we all remember that the Brett Payne affidavit that everybody, that is, well, and also because one of the categories I said I was going to include is whenever there's a leak of something that's from a sealed affidavit, or a previous testimony from a closed hearing. And this is one of those, right? So, so all these other search warrants, right? All these search warrants, they all had their own, sealed document, right? With each of them. And the Brett Payne affidavit, right? So so that's what's tricky is like a lot of the stuff that they're discussing, whether it's for Franks or motions to suppress, they can only really talk about the stuff that's in the Brett Payne affidavit. But every now and again, they kind of let one of these things slip.
Bag real quick on the way out that was in one of the affidavits.
About unknown male B, blood on the handrail. She wasn't given a chance to ask about that when she wasn't told about unknown male D, blood on a glove right outside the residence. There's also no connection between the people in the house and Mr. Kohberger based on their cell phones, based on social media accounts.
So I wanted to include this because anybody else catch this? The social media? Because I mean, I know I don't know what people think in terms of the general, I'm not really, because I don't care, But I remember there was a time, I just don't know if it's still the case, but I remember there was a time where mainstream media and regular people, normal, just general, whatever, everybody was all about thinking that he had been following them on social media. I remember there was and I knew it was speculation. I don't pay any mind to that shit. People just but there's like, on Instagram or TikTok, whatever the fuck, right? But this is now on the record that there was no connection via social media. Or wasn't there also like a talk of a Reddit? I don't know. I'm sure you guys are probably more up on that because I'm not. But she's confirming that there's no connection through social media.
There's also no connection between the people in the house and Mr. Kohberger based on their cell phones, based on social media accounts. There's just no connection.
Yeah, B and D are the unknown male DNAs. B was on the handrail and D was on the glove. Oh, I see why you guys are asking who is C. That's a good point. That did not come. That's a good question. That did not come up. That did not come up. You're right. Well, there's also what about A? We didn't hear anything about A either. But they only mentioned B and D. So I don't know. We don't know. They don't mention that in these hearings.
Here's what is in evidence, though.
And she's back.
And based off of the PC affidavit, is that the phone was in the area for the tower that provides service to the 1122 residents. Still maintain that's true. The first bucket is that the defendant claims the magistrate was never informed that DM told.
Let me play that again. Listen to what she's saying. Something is true, right? It's sad.
Was in the area for the tower that provides service
and y'all
to
know,
the 1122 residents. Still maintain that's true.
That means literally nothing. Literally nothing.
The first bucket is that the defendant claims the magistrate was never informed that DM told law enforcement.
This is why I said they're going to have to rely on that stupid, shitty surveillance camera with the Elantra, because that's not close enough to prove a murder, ma'am. Within a 27-mile radius of the tower is not good enough. Like, you've got to be kidding me, right? That's where it's like going to come down to the freaking Elantra, because they don't have anything else for that window. They don't have anything else. I mean, to my knowledge, and I don't know what they would have. The only other thing you'd be looking at is fucking phone data, but there isn't any. And that's how we know the phone is off, is because there's nothing. So.
When shown a picture, didn't recognize the defendant. Well, it's clear from reading the probable cause affidavit that she's not going to recognize the defendant.
What relevance was the statements of DM that were included in the affidavit as to probable cause? In other words, are they going to who the ID of the perpetrator is? Are they going to establish a timeline of when the alleged or when the murders took place? Okay, so it's part ID as well?
I think that it goes to giving a general description of the person that she saw in the residence around the time that corroborates when we know these crimes occurred. Yes, a general description is material and relevant.
So this is important because she's saying that they are relying on that, which blows my mind. So it is. So from everything we just watched with Murdaugh, right? Twiz is exactly right. It's entirely possible that it could have been 40 miles away, because it could have been in Washington pinging that tower. 100%. Could have been. Yep. Now, again, so with the DNA, right, the DNA. And the thing is that the thing is that, you know, that's going to be for a jury to determine. Well, literally the judge even says this, right? If that's enough, because I mean, the thing is like, I don't think they're going to get anywhere with that Elantra surveillance stuff. It's just, there's not, you know, there's just not enough of it. It's really grainy. There's so many problems with identifying the car. I just don't think that that's the magic ticket for them, combined with this useless self-towered stuff. And in terms of that period of time. And so, you know, they're going to have to rely on the DNA, but, you know, depending on the case, right, that isn't always enough. It just depends on a lot, right? Like on the you know, the jury's going to hear about everything about the type of DNA, how much DNA, and other ways it could have gotten there and whatnot, right? But for some juries, even if that DNA is like legitimate, right? And it's like, you know, blah, blah, but like the fact that it's only in that one place, I don't know. If I were on a jury, I would have a hard time seeing how anybody could only leave that much DNA, right? Like, you know, like that's a challenge. There should be a lot more DNA, and there should be a lot more DNA, and there should be DNA of the victims found on the killer, right? I mean, it's just like, that's the other thing. So even if you're like, oh, it's a full profile, like it's, let's just say, like, say it wasn't even touch DNA. Let's just say it was something else, you know, even still, but let's say it was still just that one spot. It'd still be like, how the fuck is that possible? You know? So that's my point, being that that's going to come down to the juror. Because for some jurors, now see, again, if you watch trials and you've studied law, and you know, then, you know, you go in like I guess I'm explaining that's why my perspective is what it is, because I have all this other information, right? But your average juror that doesn't have that information will probably go in because you see it on the TV shows and the movies, right? They hear those 3 letters and they just think it's case closed, right? Understandably so. I'm sure I thought that before I started learning more about it via trials. You know, you can't fault anybody for that, but you know, so it'll just really depend. It'll just really depend on the testimony that comes out at trial, and it'll depend on the jury. And if there are jurors that just hear DNA and they're like, okay, you know, then there's that, and it wouldn't even matter, but about anything else. But for, you know, for some people that, you know, maybe especially if they have some knowledge going into it, and depending again on what the testimony is at trial, and if you know, I feel like even if you're relying on common sense, again, it's like where it gets tricky again is the fact that there's just not more DNA, and that, you know, there's not DNA found of the victims. It's like just that one. It's really unusual. It's just really unusual. But those are just my thoughts, and that's going to be up. You know, I feel like with like the car and the phone, I feel like there's no way you can prove any of that. You know, I feel like if you're just looking at it objectively, it's a disaster, right? But even still, the state can't hang their hat on the DNA alone. So they're going to have to try to build a case using that stuff nonetheless. Yeah, I don't know. I am saying it would apply to anyone doing this crime. I'm saying it's difficult. I mean, I don't have an explanation, and I don't have any theories of the case at all. I'm just saying, as a juror in any case, in any crime, it's like, I mean, I feel like how can anyone not think this, right? Like, yeah, if you stab 4 people, shouldn't there be a lot of DNA everywhere? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just like normal thinking. Like let me give you an example. In the Casey Anthony trial, the only DNA that was found on the duct tape that was found on the remains came from the FBI analyst, okay? And it was like touch trace DNA or whatever. Now, here's the thing. That tape was in a sealed casing for examination. It was sealed in a glass or some sort of enclosure. It was sealed. And this is in the FBI lab. And the FBI laboratory lady who testified, they're wearing full gear. But the duct tape is in a sealed enclosure thing. And prior to her testing it, it had already been tested for other things by other FBI people. It got passed around to the different departments. And she was like the fourth person to get to examine it. And eventually, by the time it came back at the very end, it had been through like 10 different departments. And there was DNA that hadn't been there before, but it wasn't from each department. It was only from this one particular, it was the question documents department. And it was only her DNA. And they have no explanation. So there's countless examples of that. But my point is that it's so, if you with that context, right? It's like you think about how, so then the thought that you see why I told that story, because it's like, that's how easy it is to, and this lady was incredible. It wasn't like a botched thing. This lady was like super credible, and I'm sure feels really guilty. And she testified, and she's like this nice, sweet, older lady. Anyway, it's just, yeah. So I don't know. I don't have the answer. I'm just saying that it's crazy. I don't know. It's wild. I mean, and the thing is too, in this case, this would have been that person incriminating themselves. So I don't think it was corruption, right? I don't think that person, that nice lady who tested it, I don't think she wanted to have her DNA found so she could then be like a murder suspect. So I think it was just, that's how easy it is to shed DNA, even under those circumstances.
She heard a voice that was not something that she recognized.
It's also important to establish the timeline.
It is. It's important to establish the timeline to know when that the timeline matched the vehicle surveillance of when a suspect vehicle is coming.
She's saying what I was literally just saying. You have to show that the timeline matched the suspect vehicle. They're relying on this, guys.
Into the area of 11:22 and then leaves, as well as text communications of her relaying what she's observing during the same time period. We had Special Agent Hill confirm, and he discovered this as Bates 15990, which confirms that the surveillance camera that was set up to capture motion would not have captured the corner the defendant says must have been necessarily captured. But you heard testimony today that law enforcement received this tip and they made a strategic decision not to include it.
So this,
I don't think that,
so hold on. So the reason I put that is because remember, thinking about testimony we didn't get to hear until I figured out who testified. So it is clear to me from this part, I'll play it again, that Agent Imel testified via Zoom at that closed hearing. Because this is the only person who could have talked about this decision regarding the change of the vehicle.
Law enforcement received this tip and they made a strategic decision not to include it.
Oh, wait, sorry. That tip was, sorry, that's not the car part. That's the part, who was I referencing there? I don't remember who I was referencing there. I guess it was just you. So she says you heard testimony today, and this is referencing the closed hearing. So
it must have been necessarily captured. But you heard testimony today that law enforcement received this tip and they made a strategic decision not to include it.
But I think she's still talking about somebody from the FBI because that's who got the tip. So
I don't think that you have before you a sufficient proffer that proves that the cast specialist submitted false information.
Then thank you, Heather. Thank you, Heather, for reminding me of the other reason I put that part there. Yes, that's the other reason. I forgot about that part. Yes, strategic decision. Yes, thank you, Heather, because I meant to make that point and I forgot until Heather reminded me that that was the other point I was going to make, because that makes it sound like it's not just protocol, right? Which is kind of what they'd been saying before. Like, it's just protocol that you don't, it's never used. It's just, this is the normal thing. You just, and that's what they've been arguing. And so that's actually why I included that. Now I remember. Yeah. Because that's the first time that we heard her say that out loud, where it's like they could have included it, or maybe should have, and made a strategic decision, maybe after weighing the pros and the cons, like Chris's present analogy, and decide not to include it. So that's really important.
We're assuming that then the same cell phone, which was then turned off,
that part.
Isn't then also tied to the evidence.
Yes. And so who was it? Was it you, Twiz? I forget who it was. Was it if it was last night? But somebody had pointed out, like, I was thinking, so when I heard this, my initial thought was like, there's no way she knows that, blah, blah, because she's dumb and she's lying, blah, blah. But then we were talking, because we were looking at the Adelson stuff. And then we were talking about, I don't remember how it came up, but basically, somebody, I think it might've been you, Twiz, but somebody was giving her the benefit of the doubt. And then I thought about it, and I was like, wait a second. And that's when I started going down in my brain about the whole thing with, like, you know what? Because the difference, again, between the beginning when the case started, when they had only pen trap and trace data, what's the difference between then and then now, after all this time has elapsed? Well, because they have his SQLite report. And then I thought about it, and I was like, oh, well, no wonder. Of course, she can say that now. They couldn't have said that earlier on, right? But she can say that now, because the only way to know that for sure would be to look at the SQLite report. And what it would show, if it was powered off, is it would show, either there could be a potential that all of a sudden there's a flurry of calls and text messages. And we talked about this last night when I gave the example of, like, Libby's phone in Delphi. But also, not only that, once you have the SQLite extraction, you would see that the phone has no background processes, as in it's not doing anything. It's not all that shit it does all the time. Remember, we've talked about for that time period, it would have no background processes, and then they would resume. So even if you don't have, because, I don't know if everyone's going to have calls coming in at whatever time 4 a.m, whatever, like, but that's not even necessary. You can just look at, from the SQLite report, look at the background processes and stuff, the stuff that's involuntary that phones do all the time unless they're off. And that's the only way to stop that shit from happening. So she's saying that now, and that also would explain the no location data.
Where we do have information to believe a white sedan tied to Mr. Kohberger is then found on surveillance. We're not talking about 7 minutes. We're talking about 7 minutes at 2:50 in the morning, which is about an hour, approximately a little over an hour before the crimes occurred. I don't follow the logic that this 7.
So this, I don't know. I'm not going to be able to pronounce this correctly. I know that that's where he was, what I know about it is that it's a park, and that it is remote, and that he was, there was a time where it came up in earlier on, right, with discussion about a notice of alibi and, and all that. And, that he was maybe running in the park, but that's what I know about it. So I'm sure there's more. What are you talking about here, Stevie? The DNA under the fingernails case with the EMT. Why does that rings a bell? What is that from? Is that from Karen Reed? What is that from? Oh yeah, no cell coverage. Yeah, but that's not That's not how you. So that's okay. So so here's the thing, is that whether he could actually, okay, both could be true, right? Like the phone could be powered off and he could be potentially somewhere where there's no cell coverage, right? Both could be true. But she says that we now know the phone is powered off. And the reason that I actually think that that's not a misstatement, it doesn't mean that he wasn't wherever or whatever, the park thing. But like what I'm saying is that the way that you would know that is because if you get no cell phone coverage, as we've discussed a ton, if you're out of service, your phone is still doing all kinds of shit. It's just not pinging a tower, right? So it would still be the Cellbrite report would still have tons of shit on it. Just because it's not pinging a tower. Like, again, that's like the least important thing when it comes to the phone activity if you're trying to figure out what the status of the phone is. Because the phones are constantly trying to communicate and they're constantly logging data and information, even if you're not using it, even if you're out of service, even if it's on airplane mode, it would be doing all that. So, and also, even if he's out of service, it would be pinging location data unless he had location services turned off. But that wouldn't explain the lack of other data as well. And there was another reason too that I thought of that also support. I'll think of it. I'll remember and then I'll think of it. That I worked on this a lot in my brain this morning with all the different scenarios with the phones, and the powering off actually was like, I think the only way to really explain it where you can't get it, because otherwise you're going to still have data, right? You're going to have more data.
Minutes, an hour and 10 minutes prior proves that there's no way the defendant couldn't have traveled the 7 miles to Moscow, whether or not the car was pointed in a different direction or not.
Now, here's the other thing. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So his phone would be going off whenever he loses that at 2:54. Like if he turned his phone off at 2:54, I don't know why that's that. I mean, that's what I think they're saying. But also his phone battery could have died, right? And like we saw with Murdaugh, the phone battery status was a whole thing. So, it's not even like, so powering off, it doesn't necessarily mean it's an overt act. His battery could have died, right? But if that happens, again, the phone will not log an event for powering off, but it will log the battery status, which we heard Britt Dove just tonight. We listened to that. So like for the way they would figure that out is like when they run the Cellbrite extraction and they're looking and they're like, there's that period of time where the phone's not doing anything. And then let's say that they see, battery percentage was at 1%, right? Like this is another one of those huge things that came up in the Murdaugh trial, because that was like, because Paul was riding on 1% for a while there. And so it's like, was it turned off or did it die? But it could be that it died and then he plugged it back in and that's when it responded back to the network. Anyway, so yeah, but then again, the battery status is how you would figure that out. I'm not sure. I mean, we're saying the same thing. I know that they're not the same. Not reporting to the network and being powered off is not the same. Right. I know. I mean, I've said that like a bazillion times. You guys are probably sick of me. So by the way, so the phones communicate with the towers, even if you aren't making phone calls or text messages. So like, that's another thing I should point out, because, like not making calls or receiving calls or text messages is not the reason that it wouldn't report to the network. Remember, they're constantly trying to communicate with those towers. That's part of how the whole thing works with like community based or cloud, what's it called? Crowdsourced location stuff. Like that's what the phones do. So, and again, all this is the snippets I've been playing for you guys are just snippets because I don't know how much you guys want to delve into the stuff with the cell phones, but there's way more in terms of the testimony from Murdaugh, which is great as it pertains to cell phones that explains all this, right? About how they the constantly communicating and the constantly updating. There's, I just haven't played all of that, but like we can totally watch that. And it explains, they go through everything with this, right? Like the different ramifications of all the different options as far as the phones, because that was just such a huge, crucial thing in this case. So, yeah, but so if you're not using your phone, but your phone is on, even if you have location services turned off, right? If your phone is on and you're not using it, it's still going to communicate with towers as you drive by, or don't drive by, sit there, whatever. It's still going to communicate with towers. It's still going to ping. The only way to stop the pings is to either use airplane mode or power the phone off.
The credibility of the witness.
In other words, I understand some people might think it just pings if you're using it, like that the ping's going to happen because you're using it. That's just not true. They ping regularly all the time because they're constantly. That's just, again, I'll find the part in the testimony because you guys don't have to take it from me. I'm not an expert, but just I'll find, and we'll watch that next time because I'll just have to. It'll take me a second to find out which witness it was because they had a lot of cell experts. So.
Talk to the one that they cited information from, that was relied on. That appears in these affidavits, and it's relied on after Mr. Kohberger's identified to say, well, he has bushy eyebrows, so this person has to be right.
Why did you choose the time frame of January 1st, 2021 to December 30th, 2022?
So I don't think I'm conflating anything, Twiz, but I'm just explaining generally how all this stuff works. I don't claim to think I know what they had or didn't have because I think it's confusing. So you're saying that who's they? They only had CDR records. I don't know who you're referencing, but are you saying when they made the search warrants? Because I thought that they were using the cast. Like, this is why I'm saying I don't claim to know what the states had or didn't have. I think that's a dangerous game to play. You might be able to say what they say they have. But anyway, but yes, that's true. That it's constantly searching towers. Yes.
I don't recall the specific reason why we went back to January 1. It was to include the time that we believed that the defendant had entered Washington to become a student nearby the crime scene and just prior to that.
Okay. Is it fair to say that between Warrant 1 and Warrant 3, it's gone from 2 gigs to over 13 gigs of material?
It was substantial information.
I don't know whether we're going to have a Frank's hearing or not. I need to go and do that. But if you don't mind emailing some dates that you have available in the next, say, 3 weeks to do that in the event that we need to do it, I would appreciate that.
So the part that I didn't catch the first time there is in the next 3 weeks. So email him dates in the next 3 weeks. So that's pretty interesting, right? So I'm trying to think. Did we already go over? We went through. I want to go through some more of this, but we might do that more on the next one with this affidavit. Okay, thank you for clarifying, because I don't. So when AT says the phone stopped reporting at 254, it's based on emails from Balance referring to his CDR. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. But the state was trying to represent it as if it was stopped reporting because of the cell towers, right? Because that's what I understood. And now that would make sense. It wouldn't surprise me if that's what the state was representing. Is that what it is? It only lists call. Did she say it only lists calls and texts? I feel like she may have, but I can't remember for sure. Because the call detail records, well, typically when they're done, like when we heard from the Verizon, like normally they will include stuff about the towers, but I wouldn't, again, I'm not ruling anything out with what is different here. I'm just trying to use the knowledge, right, of like how these things work and apply it. So did she say that? Did she like? Okay, here's the question I have: Did they say in this hearing that the call detail records only list calls and texts? Because that would be weird. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm just saying it would be weird. So, I mean, I remember the emails being referenced. But I'm not going to go to the whole feed and try to find that specific moment. And I don't think that was in the video that I had there. So, yeah, CDRs only track certain things, but it's more, well, that's why I played that. That's why I played that earlier, because it's more than just calls and text messages. It does it does look at towers. Maybe I'll play that again. Just so that, and again, let me just say, like, CDRs are CDRs, right? Regardless of the network. So if the question is, what do CDRs do? Then hearing the testimony from the dude from the Verizon dude, just testifying about what does a CDR do, should be sufficient, I think, to answer that question or explain that as to, like, normally what are they doing? What are they supposed to do? Just the general information. So just give me a second.
And so it's in its normal course of business. Does Verizon keep?
Okay. So I'm just gonna skip ahead to where he explains what CDRs are.
Went to counsel?
I do.
And what is that?
States Exhibit 268 is Alex Murdaugh's telephone number, 803-942-1227.
Okay. And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
I have.
And what is the contents of on that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information, text messages, anything related to billing purposes of Verizon Wireless.
Okay. And was that, were those records previously turned over to law enforcement?
In request to a search warrant, they were.
All right. And you've reviewed those records, correct?
I have.
After reviewing them, are those true and authentic copies of the records that are kept by Verizon?
They are.
Right.
Hang on. So what are you talking about? I don't know if you're what are you talking about, Stevie? Here, we just watched the video that showed that's not the case. I don't know which video, and I don't know what you're talking there, or if you're talking to me. And then, so Twiz, are you saying that with AT&T, the call detail records only provide calls and text messages or something? And good night, Rochelle. Yeah, I know we just watched this one, but I was replaying it because it seems like some people didn't hear the part where he talks about what call detail records get, right? I mean, I don't have to play it again, but like he explains, he mentions the towers in there, and other things. It's not like, and it's not just calls and texts, you know. That was all I was saying. Oh, okay. Okay, so am I making sense? Yeah, right. And also then there was also subscriber information. Okay. So well, we don't have to watch it again. I just was trying to be helpful. So yeah. So that's why I was saying that it would be weird if there was an email that said that they got the call detail records and that it only had calls and text messages. Like that would be weird. That's not normal. I'm not saying that can't happen and it wouldn't surprise me in this case. I'm just saying that's not how it's normally done, which would just, you know, that's not a good thing, right? You know, we want it to be done correctly. So yeah. Right. I know. Yep. The location data would have come at that point from the pen, trap, and trace, because that's the only way to get location data, the type of location data that I keep talking about, which is your specific. That would have to come because you don't have the physical phones. But the fact that the pen, trap, and trace hasn't resulted in anything. And the way we know that is because they're still arguing over this, and they're arguing over it. Like I expected that, it's just that I expected them to have this. I expected them to have the location data and that we just haven't heard about it yet. But over the course of the hearing and those hearings and looking at there were just a lot of different context clues again where they kind of like leak information. It's just clear that they're relying on these things for more than just the probable cause for the search warrants. And here's the other thing. Here's the other point. If they did have location data, be it from the pen, trap, and trace, or be it from, okay. If they had it, okay. If they had location data from a pen, trap, and trace, or from a cell phone extraction or whatever, if they had that, okay, here's what would be different. That data would either prove definitively that where he was or where he wasn't. I mean, it would prove definitively where he was and where he wasn't. And I don't think we wouldn't be here. I mean, either like if the data proved like he was far away and he wasn't there, and they had the location data that was specific, and like the state would have dismissed these charges. Like there's just no way. I don't even care how shady you are. Like you're not going to get anywhere with that. You know, and on the flip side, if they were able to get all this location data, and let's say it showed him, they could show him at the house or whatever. I'm not saying this. I'm just saying, I'm saying this is why it's clear they don't have it. Because if they had location data, it would either show definitively that he was or wasn't there. And you'd either have them dismissing the case, or you maybe would have had some sort of plea deal or something, right? Because it's like there's no way around it. If the state had the location data to put you there and the DNA evidence to put you there, the location data, like let's just say that he had all the shit turned on and whatever, and it's like the phone is at the house, right? I think that's maybe even more inculpatory than potentially the DNA. I don't know. I'm just saying that the fact that there's enough of these discrepancies and they're still talking about it, and the fact that they had the ability to get all that information because of the pen, trap, and trace, right? Like the only explanation is that the information wasn't there, right? It's not like they had limited they had any limitations as to what they were able to search. They were given full access, right? And so between the pen trap trace and the Cellebrite, they should have been able to literally say, like Paul Murdaugh, right? He's here at this, standing right here at this time, right? Out second by second. And so the fact that they and imagine, right? If they can do that, it's going to prove or disprove it for one side or the other. That's the thing, which is why I'm like, they don't have it. Does that make sense? Yeah, I understand. If you want to put it in the Discord, I know there's a limitation on here and stuff too. I mean, I see what you're saying. And I don't know if you're talking to me, but I watched him testify, if that's what you're talking about. I mean, we've even covered that on this channel more than once. If you're talking about Cy Ray's testimony, we've watched that many times. Right, the location databases of record. So that would come from the pen trap and trace. I was researching this. So what that would mean, though, is the way I interpreted that is I interpret that to mean location apart from the time of the homicides, right? That it would be the location data of maybe more specific as to where he was at 254, say, right? Maybe it can put him further away, something like that, right? No, pen trap and trace. I researched this. It's not. It gets you the lock DVR. It gets you the historical. Location information. I know it seems like it should be a live feed because of the name. I read about this for a really long time last night from every source imaginable that was a reliable source. And it gives you I mean, I can pull the search warrant back up. Let's see, do I still have that? I don't know that it would explain that in here, but I do know that it includes the because I was researching this, like it includes that. So it would be for like before the homicides or after, or before the phone was powered off and after, I think. I mean, can you guys see this right here? Historical records services. Look. This is the historical records. Okay, hold on. Now on here it says, now this would be for the precision location at the moment, right? 1223. I see that. But okay, here we go. So the historical records start 623 and 1223. And then the current, like the live feed, I guess, if you will, 1223 to 223. So again, like this 623 to 1223 includes the period of time prior to the night in question when the phone was off, and then also after that, right? Is that making sense? I mean, I agree with this. Stevie. I agree with that. Right. If I agree. I mean, that's, if they can show, like, literally, this happens all the time. It's in cases, right, where they have a suspect. And I mean, even recently, I'm trying to think if I can remember a specific one, but like where somebody seems really suspicious and blah, blah. And it's like, they seems like they did it and da-da, but then they literally can prove that they were somewhere else. And then they're like, that's not the right person. So we need to keep looking, right? I mean, it just happens all the time. The only reason that it's when there's a gray area, which is why in my mind, it means that there's information missing, right? There's just data that's missing. And that's why it's going to be put in front of a jury to decide. I mean, I think that's correct. No, neither side can show where he was during the murder. And that's the point. That's why most murder trials happen, right? Right. Well, but exculpatory, I mean, well, first of all, the defense or the state has been terrible at turning over discovery, right? But you have to remember in the legal context, right? Exculpatory. So exculpatory evidence is a broad term. It can mean like it can't, there's some exculpatory evidence, like, you know, literally, again, you can prove literally you weren't there. There was eyewitnesses, you've got the phone data, like literally you weren't there, or like, you know, something was, I don't know. There's like actual exculpatory evidence, right? But then there's also things like in Baldwin. Take Baldwin, for example, right? Remember why Baldwin got dismissed with prejudice? I can't even fucking remember what it was. It was something related to that dude, and like it was information about the type of, you know, ammo, what do you call projectiles being used, and it was something that was like not even about it was like about one of the props. I can't even fucking remember, but it was like kind of extraneous in a way, right? And it was brought in after the fact by some other dude, and he was like, "Here, I have this information," and like, and what the state did is the state, you know, hid it away and put it in some other file name so that they couldn't find, the defense couldn't find it, right? And it was one of those things where, like, you know, Hannah's defense team didn't use it because they didn't think it was material or relevant. It was like, this isn't helpful, right? And like, it seemed like people were kind of conceding the point that probably Alex Baldwin would never have used this at trial. However, the fact that they didn't get to assess the discovery themselves and decide if they wanted to use it, if it was actually exculpatory or not, puts it in that category of exculpatory because it could have been. So basically, it's very subjective, and you're always going to, if you're a defense attorney, right, in your eyes, everything is exculpatory. I mean, really, and that's how it should be. Timing data is the data that of the time, how long it takes for a signal to get to a tower, right? I think we talked about that earlier tonight. Stevie, are you talking to me? Can you guys try to do the thing where if you're talking to me, you put my initials or something, just because otherwise it just gets really confusing for me. Who's disrespectful? DoorDash, was that not? Yeah, I guess that wasn't brought up in the hearings. Also, welcome if you're new, Dean. Yeah, I don't think they mentioned the DoorDash, but the thing is that the DoorDash, I think the fact that, yeah, I think that the fact that it wasn't mentioned, that would be correct because it is in the affidavit, right? The PCA. So that would mean that they're not challenging it. That's what that would mean. The defense is not challenging anything about that DoorDash at this juncture. Okay, I see what you're saying. I mean, you might have made that, you might have commented that before I pulled this up, but I mean, you can see that it's asking for historical. But I had read, I had read that. I mean, it makes sense. I see what that makes sense, right? It seems like it's too much, right? It seems overbroad, right? Yeah, if they only need to know where you are in real time because they're trying to find you because you're a suspect. Yes, I think it doesn't make sense that they should have access to that. But nonetheless, it seems like that is what can and does happen. Yeah, I'm still not sure on who's saying somebody's disrespectful. So they don't have the timing data, right? The timing data reports, right. Yeah. That's still not working with location data though, not the type that not like the GPS type, right? That's working with cell towers. I mean, that's in the realm of call detail records. I mean, it was in, again, I'm not going to pull up the Verizon dude again, but he mentioned it. He mentioned it was one of the things because I actually pointed it out. I was like, oh wow. I even said it at the time, the first time we watched it. I was like, oh, that you do that too. Timing report. I don't know what you guys are talking. I feel like sometimes that thing is happening where the comments are not coming into StreamYard. I feel like I'm missing something here because I'm confused. I don't even know what bagging out means. And I didn't see that. Maybe, I don't know. Or do we have another troll? Is that what's happening? I'm not seeing this. I'm not seeing any comments. I mean, the last comment from Tony that I have is this one, and I just didn't address it because I don't even know what it means. So it's like if there's things that are just nonsensical, I just I didn't see it, I guess. Maybe it got blocked. I don't know. It would have had to come from YouTube, but you guys saw it. But I would love to address any disrespectful comments. Let me see if I can find it. Like, so like there's like this one, like I figure like that could have been about anything, right? Like that could have been about justice or like cell phones, or it could have been about something somebody else said. Plus, you guys have a lot of inside jokes. So I never know. Sometimes I just assume that this is something I just don't know about. So Oh, okay. So Tony is bothered that I'm saying and so. Well, you don't have to listen. I apologize. You know, usually that means that usually just means I'm thinking, you know, my brain is processing a lot of information at once to try to explain things the best I can in a way for you guys. Because I am a teacher. Sorry, I just said it again. Well, now I'm going to be self-conscious about it. But if it bothers you, you don't have to listen. Apologize. And also, I think that I tend to say it when I'm scrolling through the chat. As I'm scrolling through the chat, I almost said it again. And so it means that I'm scrolling through and trying to read through all these comments that I missed and trying to read them really quickly. And that, I think, is when I tend to say it. So if you hear that, that's probably why. Where was the thing? Okay. I thought the Verizon dude said it, but maybe, I don't know. Pretty sure. Because you wouldn't get that from a Cellbrite extraction, so that couldn't have come from but maybe it's different. Maybe with Verizon and AT&T, the standards are different for that. That could be it. That could be it. That could be it. Right. And that's the thing. And that's what you guys have heard me say this a million times, right? That like, we really don't have much information. So that's why like my view here is to just try to break down what we do have that is verifiable, you know, and to try to explain it in terms of, so we will be prepared going into trial by using experts from other trials. I think is a good way to do that. I've always appreciated that. Again, as a teacher, you know, it's like, you know, the facts of the case, right? That we'll have to wait for trial. But in terms of the facts that are like the type of facts that are at issue, those are things that we can be prepared for in terms of understanding how things work. And then, of course, obviously it goes without saying, understanding the legality and the documents. Of course, that's like my favorite thing. Well, and the 7 minutes matter, right? I mean, totally, right? I mean, we were talking about that the other day. Well, I'm sure we'll bring it up again. When you look at the map, right? Like, it in a way, it might be good for the defense to try to concede that that is the white Elantra that belongs to him on that footage, because when we looked at it, the route you would have to take, it definitely is a route. And I said this, it's a route that you would take if you're going to be going further into Washington, and not the route you would take if you're going to Moscow. So, you know, wait, is somebody saying the 7 minutes don't matter? I think only Ashley Jennings has said that. Literally. But y'all, I've got the electrician coming tomorrow early, and I might be live streaming while he's here. We'll see. To fix the heating. If you guys heard the other day, the heat wasn't working. Anyway, so I'm going to probably call it a night. But I've got more weeks that I want to work on with this, and we can there's definitely room for further discussion. And then the other thing too is there's gonna, I'm sure, be some new court filings soon as well. Yeah, no, the other day. Now that was why I canceled the live stream yesterday, because the whole HVAC system like went down actually. And so I wasn't sure if I was going to even be able to stay here, because it might have been like not like dangerously cold for Frodo and I, and my violin. And I also didn't know if maybe the HVAC guy, I didn't know if there was going to be someone showing up, because my landlord was like, hey, I'm trying to see if I can find somebody. And so basically it was like kind of all up in the air as to whether or not I would have heat or even be able to stay. So, but the guy came and they got the heat running again, but turns out there's like some crazy electrical issues that are not up to code or whatever. And that's like what caused it. So it's actually kind of apparently a big deal. Like the electrician's going to be coming out and like rewiring all this stuff. And so I think I might just see if I can just be like, can I just live stream while you do all this? Cause like, I think most of what he's going to be doing, he's going to be up in the like attic. So, and I don't think he's very talkative. I think he'll just be doing his thing. So anyway, I might be live streaming while the electrician is here. And if I do, I'll be like, hey, just so you know, if you hear me talking, I might have to talk to the electrician every now and again. But I expect him to be here like all day and just like doing his thing, and then maybe need to ask me something every now and again. Anyway, so yes. So, but thanks everybody for being here. And oh, hi, Julie Frew. Did you just get here? That's funny. Happy to see you though, my friend. Yes, hopefully they'll get it sorted out for sure. Yeah, it would be like, because I'm kind of stuck, you know, I can't really teach and I can't really go anywhere. And yeah, anyway, so it would be a daytime live stream. Yeah. So the electrician is going to be wiring stuff related to the HVAC unit. I don't think it should affect the power for like the other circuits or whatever they're called. That is a good point. I should double check on that, but I don't think it will. My understanding is it's just going to be the HVAC is like on its own circuit, and it's just going to be that wiring. That's my understanding. But and we talked about this before you got here, Heather. From what I did research, and it seems like that's not that weird. But anyway, you can take a look and see. I'm sure it will be timestamped eventually. But yes. But thanks everybody for being here, and we will see you guys all soon.